to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EASY to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EASY to get up to $1,000. Use code EASY to get up to $1,000.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
From the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
Hey, it's Andy Lindahl. You've got Denver Sports Talk on the station where you get it all. Join us for Kreckman and Lindahl today at 3.
Beautiful. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Are you ready? It's a Rally House Football Monday.
Yeah, boy! Come on!
All day long, we are dicing.
People keep asking if
Brett Kane.
back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking
Brett
back. Look at Jake Dumbledore, what's happened?
He's back. He's back.
Brett Kane.
He's back.
Somehow
Brett Kane.
returned.
Just when I thought
Brett
was out, they pulled
Kane.
back in.
Kane.
Welcome back. We missed you. You like what I've done with the place?
Buenos dias. I don't think you found enough clips of guys coming back there, Nelly. I don't think there was enough in the bag. Hello, everybody. Good to be back again. Good to see everybody, texters, everyone else. I got to tell you, didn't even have a kid. I actually have just been in Aruba for the last month now.
Oh, yes!
So, here's the good news about having a child and then coming back and doing a radio show like this. You're used to being sleepy. So, here we are. And I come back at a time. I leave, return, and the Broncos have won the AFC West. And there's a whole bunch I have to... Literally, I was trying to go through all the major things that happened by the time I left. And turns out it would have been too long. I wanted to give rapid fire takes on all the things that I missed. We're just kicking it back off. And I'm going to start here with the Broncos winning the division because there are multiple routes you can take for the way that you think that they got there. And I'll just say this. Winning this division for the first time since 2015, being the first team not named the Chiefs since 2015 to win this division. It's not about the Chiefs. And I want to make this clear. What happened with the Broncos is not some byproduct of the Chiefs being bad. Did the Chiefs have a down year combined with a little bit of bad luck of Patrick Mahomes getting the knee injury? But by that time, it was pretty much long gone. Yes. Are teams allowed to have a off year over the span of a decade. Yes. It's not about KC. It's about you. You didn't win this division with a 9-8 record. You won this division by continuously winning football games at an incredibly high rate. You did it by rattling off 11 wins in a row. That's how you win the division. And so, yes, it can be a little bit of this idea of, well, Kansas City wasn't what they were the past X amount of years. And I'd understand it. If the division right now sat somewhere like this, the Broncos have 9 wins and the Chargers have 8. If that's the case, then it's a different discussion. But at the same time, you have so many things that contributed to from your own doing inside the building to getting to where you are right now. I look around different divisions across the league, and with most of these playoff spots heading into the final week of the season pretty much wrapped up, you do have a situation like what the NFC South is facing right now, where an 8-8 football team is currently leading their division. They're a minus 67, the Carolina Panthers, in point differential this year, and a chance that the winner of that division could be an 8-9 football team. There would be a different discussion if that's what we're talking about. But it's not. You went out and took it from a Chiefs team that has been dominant for the last decade. There's another part to this, too, about winning a division title, doing it with Bo Nix, and what that means in the context of your quarterback situation versus everybody else's, not just in the division, but in the conference and league as a whole. If you have someone like Bo Nix that I think we all can agree, and I've just come around to the idea that maybe Bo Nix is just a slow starter. Maybe he's just one of those guys that it takes 5, 6, 7 weeks for things to really get going before they start to find it. And there's plenty of guys that are like that. Joe Burrow's Bengals have been like that ever since he's gotten there. Obviously, he's a very talented quarterback, but just a slow start to the year. The one thing I would think about this, though, is it's still so difficult to talk about Bo Nix in the context of where he fits in the rest of the league. You look at the last, 7, 8 weeks. So let's just do this. The last 7 weeks of the season for him. He's got 8 touchdowns, 4 of them alone in the Green Bay game. It's not as if he's lighting things up, but I think we can all kind of understand, because we're watching, that Bo Nix looks infinitely better than he did at the beginning of the season, and the offense overall does. Now, I've seen a lot of this, and I understand that there's this want and this urge to throw it in the face of people inside your division. Jonathan Cooper certainly is. I want to get to that in a second, just because it's rare to see the current player on a current team take to social media and be like, bleep you, you're cool, bleep you. I love it, because who cares? Why? Because bleep the Chiefs. That's why. But when it comes to Bo Nix, I've seen people say the thing of, well, he's won a division title before Justin Herbert. And much like I started the show talking about you winning the division is not about the Chiefs being bad, it's about you being insanely good. I also want to say for how you won and what it means in comparison to one-to-ones with Herbert and Nix or whatever, I don't think this is about Nix as much as it is about organizational success. I think we can all acknowledge Nix played a lot better as the year went on. But the way that you won this division was the only way you were going to win the division was by organizationally being sound. You don't have the best quarterback in the division. You might not have the second best quarterback in the division. It doesn't matter. The way that you are going to beat Patrick Mahomes is by the entire thing being complete. That's the only way that happens. The Chargers have a quarterback who's very good, and it's not mattered because I think you saw just in the game this over the weekend, Justin Herbert made a couple of fantastic plays that were not completed by his teammates because organizationally, they are not as good as the Broncos are. Still a very good team, and I think they're going to get better as the year goes on, as the years go on, with Jim Harbaugh sort of leading the ship because he's pretty good at putting things together. The point is, when you have a vision for what this team looks like at its peak of success, and on top of that, you're dealing with the behemoth that the entire league can't seem to figure out, which is Kansas City. Your answer can't be, we're going to out-quarterback them. And this is where I give both George and Sean Payton a ton of credit. They didn't go the route of, we need to keep up offensively. They had a really good defense last year, and they continued to add to it. First-round pick, defense. Top free agent acquisitions, defense. That's how you win. And you look at the amount of games that you've won this year purely because your defense won you the football game. It's a lot. Has the offense won you a game or two? Yeah, I would say the Packers game qualifies as that for sure. But it's been largely about complementary football, offense doing what it needs to, when it needs to, defense holding things together. And I think that the route that was taken, first of all, was the only thing that looked like success to me, unless you were relying on the Chiefs just falling on their face. And you got a little bit of both this season, which is the good news. Now to Jonathan Cooper, who went on social media the other day, and not so much a rant as just a statement of facts, I'll call it. Started barking at some fans because initially the first thing he sent out was bleep the Chiefs. This was after they sealed the division and won the AFC West for the first time in God knows how long. Do you want your players doing that if you're Sean Payton? I don't know. I think Sean Payton probably kind of likes it. We know this about him. Sean Payton has not always been the type to bite his tongue on things.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
I'm not talking about with the media. I'm talking about calling out people across the league. He has done it before. He did it when he first got here. Now, I think that he knows he made a mistake with that. But Jonathan Cooper said, bleep the Chiefs. Be made a pansies. Now, he went on, responded to some people who said, yeah, Broncos, it was a Chiefs fan. Act like they've never been there before, yada, yada. I kind of like it. And I'll say this. He is in a long line of players on that team where they would do something like that, and my response would be, sir, do as you please. You're a very intimidating individual. I don't know. Like, because what's really going to happen here? He's going to have a target on his back. He's huge. And I'm sure he welcomes that. But it's pretty remarkable that you've gotten to a point this quickly. Remember, second-year quarterback, still dealing with Russell Wilson dead cap issues. And you find yourself the winners of the division and a chance to be the number 1 overall seed, which begs a very important question that we'll get to a little bit later of how to handle this week and what to do. Because you're in the dance. You want to stay healthy for the playoffs. Anytime you play your guys, there's a risk that somebody goes down with an injury. How do you handle it when you've already been the toast of the division? So we'll get to that in a little bit as well. Nuggets, Avs. I want to give a big thank you to everybody that filled in as I was gone, especially Matt, who I thought did a fantastic job. Who were the other guys that were in here? Nelly, we had DMac, we had Springer, we had Tanner coming through here doing 6 o'clock hours.
And there's one that you're forgetting, the most important fill-in appetizer host. I hosted an appetizer.
How was it?
It was great, man. I get an hour.
Wait a minute.
To just talk about whatever I wanted to do.
Do I got to watch my back now? Do I got to see if you're like gunning for my job? Are you going to try and sabotage me? Are you going to have one of those moments where I'm in the break, I'm cursing, and just flip my mic on to get me out of here? Is that what's happening?
I have a very particular set of skills.
Yeah, it's called hitting buttons at the wrong time.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you heard what happened to that Flyers commentator.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do to you.
Well, I know. I feel like I'm going to get like Nancy Kerrigan now.
While you're done there, would you mind me?
Way to go, Kevin. You gave the kid a taste, and now he's gunning for my job. 303-504-0925. A Rally House Victory Monday. Why? Because you won the AFC West. Of course it's a Victory Monday. Back after this. See, this is another one of those awkward things where I feel like I'm going to be treading on ground that's already been trod. But it's going to happen. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to the Avs and Blues on New Year's Eve. So you tune in all day for those keywords on the 20s. And you can win. Avs Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and MatthewsFineWatches.com. So here's what happened as I left. It feels as if I left and the Avs still never lost a game. And I left and Jokic has somehow become a superhuman who is trying to carry and hold the water for a team decimated with injuries early in the season. And it feels much the same story of what we talked about with the Avs the last couple of years, that you're just trying to keep your head above water because you're dealing with a lot of guys being out. And I think the Nuggets are doing a good job, and they're doing that because of two things. Number one, Jokic has yet again done the impossible. He has found a way to be better than he was the year before. I don't know how it keeps happening. It feels impossible. He's shooting 60.5% from the floor. He's shooting 44% from three on 30, 12, and 11. I mean, I know it was talked about already, but the Christmas Day performance is just something that you don't ever see. It's not human. So that's one. The second is Jamal Murray, we heard all offseason, made the commitment to be ready to go early in the year. And he's done that. Jamal is averaging by far his career high in 25.5 points per game. He's doing that on 49% from the floor and 46% from three. He's got a chance to be a 50, 40, 90 guy this year. He's been on his game. That's how you've kept your head above water. The question now is, can you do that for this extended stretch with still Gordon and Christian Brown and now Cam Johnson trying to work their way back in the lineup? And I think we were just starting to see the value that Cam Johnson brings to the table after a little bit of a rough start. As I said about this early with him, it feels like Cam Johnson was going to need a minute to make this thing gel and go. That he was going to need a few weeks of games to find out where he fits inside of this offense, this team. Now, he started to kind of get it. He was knocking down his shot more consistently, and then the injury comes and looked really scary. Let's be honest. Somebody just kind of goes down. You don't see it at first. He's clutching his knee. You're like, oh, boy. But still, I don't know how hyperextensions aren't worse than what they look like. When a joint goes in a direction it cannot go, I would immediately think death. Right off the rip. But you're able to do this because Jokic and Murray are being superhuman. And the way that they go about their business, there's a flaw that I think still exists within the Nuggets, even when they were healthy. This wasn't great, that I want to get to in a second. But you're going to need efforts like that almost every night to keep this thing going. And at some point, it becomes unfair to do that. Because I started thinking about it. When Jokic, his numbers per game minutes per game are about 35.5. It's not the highest they've been in his career, but it's still really, really high. And the same thing kind of applies to Jamal. He's getting 35 minutes a night. Not the highest in his career, but pretty high. can you continue to tax them and ask them to do that when our whole thing has been forever? We need to find ways to get these guys rest and not tax their bodies so much. Well, when you have 3 starters out of the lineup and they're the final 2, you're going to have to throw on a bigger burden. And Jokic has had the weight of the Nuggets world on his shoulders for years now, and it continues to stay that way, this time out of dumb luck. Because if not for the injuries, I think that you would have the ability to do a lot of different things. Especially at this point in the year when you're looking really good, and even despite the injuries, you're near the top of the standings. You would have the ability to do more. But it's going to become yeoman's work again for a guy like Jokic and Murray. They're just going to have to handle it. And you've got nice little surprises. You've got good, like Tim Hardaway Jr. has been incredible as an addition to this team. I think Spencer Jones, who is a very, it's a strange player to try and describe. Does he have the ability to score? Kind of. But he's just kind of out there as an effort guy because I think that's what you need right now, and especially with the major flaw that they have, which is they can't play defense when it matters right now. And my guess is that's a little bit of fatigue. And nobody likes to hear that word, but I think it's a little bit of what's going on. You give up 43 to Orlando in the fourth quarter. I don't think it's an effort thing. I think it's just you have to be so on. And when I say fatigue, you have to understand that everybody does this at work. If you work a 9 to 5, are you putting in 1,000% effort every minute that you're out there? Or is there concentrated deals of work at times that you really need them, and then a little bit of time where you're not given as much, 80% instead of 100? And my guess is that's what people do, or else you're going to be burnt the hell out by Wednesday of a week. And the same thing applies in basketball. Very obviously, you don't play as tough a defense in the first quarter as you would in the fourth, especially if the game is close. Well, why do the Nuggets have a problem late? I think they have to exert so much effort early in the game just to keep it together because of the injuries. It affects them later. And yes, there could be some schematic issues too, and there could be just lapses in mental errors and stuff like that. Could be all of it. But I think a lot of it has to do with you have to exert such maximum effort to keep things afloat that when you get towards the end, maybe you just don't have that extra gear that you need that a rested team or a healthy team that you're playing against might have. And so hopefully by the time guys come back with injury, from injury, you can fix that kind of stuff. But it's difficult because you're asking so much on just a couple of guys in the starting lineup right now. And guys who've been, especially Jokic, trying to carry that for years with the Nuggets. Now to the Avs side of things, the Avs can get contributions from a ton of guys every single night. And yet, they still have Nathan McKinnon, who's on pace for like 70 goals this year. You have Marty Necas, that is directly on pace, if not on better pace, than Mikko Rantanen's best seasons in Colorado. You have Makar still doing Makar things. I think you're starting to find Brock Nelson hit his stride a little bit. The only flaw I can see with them, and it's not even a flaw, it's just, well, it is, they are able to continue this incredible pace despite the power play not being super awesome yet. You start to make judgments around this time of the calendar with both your basketball team and your hockey team. And at a certain point, you just kind of are what you are. And maybe the Avs power play is just not a unit that's going to be operating at an incredibly high level like we've been used to seeing over the last few years. But if they keep doing what they've been doing 5-on-5, who gives a damn? Again, we're at the turn of the new year. The Avs lead the NHL in goals scored per game, and it ain't close. The Avs also lead the NHL in goals allowed per game, and it's not particularly close. You are number one in both categories. And that's what leads to still, on December 29th, the year of our Lord 2025, 2 regulation losses on the year.
Colorado wagon. Colorado wagon.
By the way, I heard this. I still don't have the context for what this is. Was this AI? Did somebody do AI with them?
No, we don't have any intelligence on our broadcast, artificial or otherwise. That was real recording at a Nashville recording studio with Mark Moser, Connor McGahee, Mark Rycroft, and Kyle Keefe singing into a microphone.
How dare Moshe, first of all? Who does he think he is? Beyonce? We make the Michael Porter Jr. rap, and then he gets to step out and do another song with whoever he wants now. He just thinks he's somebody who can collab with everybody. That's number one. Number two, that he would desecrate the good name of music from the Altitude Group, whether it's TV or radio, with whatever that was. How dare he? That's my response. How dare you? Step out on your friends like that. Try and form a new band. I mean, look, Nelly, I know you're involved in 2 bands, but if you're, if what's not the saxophone group? What's your other group's name?
Stray the Course.
Stray the Course. If your bassist just kind of walks out on you and goes, "Hey, man, I'm with a new band now," and you listen to them and they suck, how about that?
It's okay. I've always said that he's the Beyonce to my Kelly Rowland. He was going to leave the group someday.
Damn it, there's so many things I want to talk about that have already been talked about, but I can't. The list of things that happened, it's amazing. Like, you can go all the way back. I think the first thing that happened when I left, I think Jim Mora was hired at CSU. It was a while ago. And I said forever, here's what's funny. I thought the ideal person to take over at CSU was going to be somebody that was older and just wanted sort of a cushy gig with not a lot of pressure to kind of close out his career, much like Frank Solich did back in the day with Ohio. And then they hired Moore, and I was like, this is perfect. It's exactly what I was talking about. But anyway, going back to the Avs. McKinnon's at an all-time level. You have goaltending now that we have said forever. With how good this team is and how talented they are, all you really need to have is average goaltending that can get you by for when the offensive powerhouse rolls through. They had that when they won the Cup a few years back in Darcy Kemper. That with the combination of Frankie. Those 2 guys together were good enough for the other things and assets of this team to take over and dominate. And instead, what you have now is one of the best, if not the best, goalie tandems in the NHL. And the ability to win a game when, for whatever reason, which happens very rarely with them, their offense doesn't work. But you see it. You can get into a game that's just kind of a track meet like Vegas felt like it was. You can get into a game that is 2-1. They can win however you want to win. Physical, up-tempo, fast, slow, doesn't matter. But again, we're hitting almost 2026, and this hockey team's lost twice in regulation. Like, it is a special group that they have going. And it continues tonight. We got the old double dipperoo on Altitude Sports Radio.
Double dipperoo.
Pre-game for the Nuggets on 92.5 kicks off at 5 p.m., powered by Ramos Lawn. If you're looking for Avs and Kings, you can head on over to AM 950 for pre-game starting at 6:30. So both of those teams back in action again. So I can't wait for the college football playoff to continue here in a few days. I do have a lot of thoughts on things that happened in the NFL over the weekend, because the NFL I know they hate this. There's just not a lot on the line, it feels like, the last week of the season. There are seeding implications that are obviously very important, but as far as how many teams are still in the mix, there's only a couple that are outside the playoff picture right now that they could work their way in. But the question becomes, how do you handle Week 18 if you're the Broncos? And to me, it's simple, but you have a couple options here. You've locked up the division. You're guaranteed a home playoff game. You're playing against a Chargers team that, again, is one of those fighting for seeding teams. But you're playing with the idea of, do you just want health going into the first week of the postseason, or do you want everything? And I think it's time to get greedy. I'll explain next. So this is framed as like hey, man, there's a big decision to be made this weekend. What are you going to do? I mean, you're the number one team in the AFC right now, but you got the Patriots nipping at your heels. You got the Jags now nipping at your heels. Well, what do? You've locked up the division. Do you just shut guys down for a week and hope nobody gets hurt, head into the postseason healthy? Or do you try and just take the 1 seed? And I don't think this is even arguable. Yes, there's an inherent risk of injury. There's also, you get a bye week. There's also, you get home field. There's also, you get the best matchups possible. Like, the Broncos at home have been a dominant force for a while now. Now, yes, the Jags threw a wrench in that when they came to Denver and did what they did. I think you're allowed an off game after winning 11 in a row. My personal opinion. You do not even hesitate to throw every player out there on the field, throw double birds, one over towards Foxborough, the other towards Duval, and you say, we're keeping the 1 seed. It's too important. Look, if this is like the NBA or the NHL where it's a little bit different, like maybe you want to skew the numbers for matchups and being the 1 seed as opposed to 2, is there really a huge thing about it? I mean, yeah, so you'd lose a potential Game 7 at home if it came down to that. Like, you get those little details, and I think it's much, much different. In the NFL, this is I own home field no matter what. Every time I will play in the postseason, we are doing it in our house unless we're going to the Super Bowl. We're getting a bye week, which no one else gets, a freebie. Teams got to win 3 games to get into the Super Bowl. We got to win 2. And you are in such prime position that, like, it's almost unimaginable that you're in the place that you are. Not only that you are competing to win the division, because that was kind of the goal. It's like, okay, you made the playoffs last year. You need to make, and I was saying this all offseason, there has to be some sort of incremental step that is made next. There has to be a next thing that you add on top of this, because if they were to regress and miss the postseason or only win like 8 games, then you would have a lot of like very large questions about Bo Nix overall, about Sean Payton at the helm. And instead, they not only got incrementally better, they became potentially, with a win this weekend, the best team in the AFC and arguably best team in the NFL. So, with all that, you got a Chargers team that is once again, that I think the loss this last weekend beat them up pretty good. Knowing they could have had an opportunity the final week of the year to compete for the division. I mean, you want to talk about, we were talking about the Nuggets kind of keeping their head afloat with all the injuries they're dealing with. The Chargers and what they've done in spite of all the injuries, it's pretty crazy too. Keeping an 11, possibly with a win this weekend against the Broncos, 12-win pace, despite all of the guys being out, is wild. But when you talk about fighting for different positioning, I mean, here's kind of what it comes down to. You're going to face a good football team in the first round if you do not win this weekend. And it doesn't matter who we're talking about here. You're going to face any combo of Texans, Chargers, Bills. It's going to be somebody in there. And I don't think that's any team that you want to face in the first round of the playoffs. Let somebody else take that burden. You take that away from me, please. But watching the rises and the falls as this season has gone on, and I know this has probably been talked about to death, but imagine being in a position where you look like you are off to one of the better starts you've had in a long, long time. And you have to make a phone call to Phillip Rivers. I still am so shocked that is the best option that you have. And I don't know if anybody's really discussed this point of it. How bad does your team think you got to be that the best option is to go out and get the 44-year-old guy who hasn't played in 4 years? Our best shot at winning is dragging this guy away from his 20 children and his high school football team with no practice and no... I mean, when they say, and I love this, he's been staying in shape, what does that mean? He's, first of all, a quarterback. Second of all, he's 44 years old. He's not incredibly fat? Is that the assumption we're making there? He's been staying in football shape. Doing what? I mean, maybe he was grinding Colts tape all year and I was unaware of it. But you have a team that was at that sort of, like, what were they, 8-1, right? Or 8-2, something like that to start the year. And our best option is to call the 44-year-old that hasn't played in 4 years. Unreal. Now, again, any one of these teams that you face is going to be hell. I mean, you played most of these teams that are in the playoffs right now already. The Houston Texans you got. And if you remember, weird game, no offense. It was a purely defensive battle. And in that game, C.J. Stroud got knocked out and Davis Mills came in. It feels as if the Texans are a different sort of animal now because they've started to put together some offense. Early in the year, they couldn't find it. They just couldn't score. And now they've been able to do that a lot more consistently over the last few weeks. The Chargers are, again, decimated with injuries, but still, as we're going to find out, I think, this week, an incredibly stiff competition. Now, the way that they handle things is going to be interesting. How much do they care about the seeding right now? You know, if it ended today, they'd be playing, they'd be going against the Jags, I believe, right? Yeah. Which maybe that's their preferred matchup. Maybe they'd rather take on them than New England. You know, the Pittsburgh-Baltimore thing is still up in the air heading into this final week. But when you're playing for matchups and so many of these games are played at the same time, it's hard to really put together a coherent game plan when so much is out of your hands. And that's why I think the best answer is always just go out there and try and win. Don't try and manipulate things. You know, wasn't it Jokic who said you can't, I mean, to a certain, paraphrasing, don't mess with the basketball gods? I don't remember the exact quote it was, but he said something about that. Because they will punish you. The sports gods, the football gods will punish you. Whatever you think you want, you're going to get, and it's probably going to be a regret. So, again, a lot more to get to here. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. Again, I want to say thank you to everybody who filled in over the last month or so. Matt, who did a fantastic job in my place. Nelly, DMac, Springer, Tanner, all these different guys filling in here. Power rank your favorites. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I already told you, I'm a little nervous that Nellie's coming in here saying, I did the appetizer, had a great time. And I was like, well, you seem to be in control of, if there's anybody who could get me fired, the easiest, it would be Steve Nelson.
While you're down there, would you mind me?
That's all he's got to do. All it would take is one turn on the mic during a break moment, and I am done for. Forever.
The problem is, if Vic and Moj are in the studio with
We're
you,
all done. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's going down. It's the Titanic, so I can't take that risk.
So when I said I was scared that Nelly was going to take my job, his answer was, I would never, because that would betray Vic and Moser, is your answer. So we know where your loyalties lie. At least they're out in the open.
Well, and also, I'd probably get got too for like this whole show would blow up. That
is true.
And this is what I said, Brett. When you were gone, I said, look at what it takes to recreate the appetizer. We had DMac hosting, Springer hosted one, Tanner hosted one, I hosted one, Matt hosted one. We took 5 people to recreate what you do by yourself.
Let me tell you why. Nobody wants to get up this early. The answer's simple. It's not the radio. It's the alarm. I am happy to be back, though. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in its entirety comes next.
People keep asking if
Brett Kane.
back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking
Brett
back.
For God's sake, Dumbledore, what's happened? He's back. He's back.
Brett Kane.
He's back.
Somehow Brett Kane
returned. Just when I thought
Brett
was out, they pulled
Kane
back in.
Mr.
Kane.
Welcome back. We missed you. You like what I've done with the place?
Buenos dias. I still don't think you had enough of those welcome backs in there. Could have found more, Nelly.
Cool, Carl.
Could have found more. Hi, Vic.
It's great to see your face again.
Thank you.
Your translucent,
Yeah.
red, deeply white, just almost see-through face. And I have to admit, as Nelly can attest, we were supposed to do this bit, according to Moser, who sent us a text this morning, where we ignore you and ignore everything about you.
Uh-huh.
But since Moser can't seem to make it on time to his own show.
Should we
on
ignore
a day,
Mose now?
Yeah.
Should we flip the bit?
100% flip the bit. When he walks in, because he's going to be late, clearly.
Yeah.
Like he never even existed. All right. I want to welcome you back with open arms. And first of all, I want to thank Matt Smith for filling in.
Thank
Matt
you so
was
much.
wonderful and did a great job in your stead. But I want to ask you what it's like now to be a two-time father.
A lot?
Yes, it is.
You know what's funny is that when you have
Congratulations on the birth.
Thank you.
You did a lot of work.
Baby Boval. No, it's the first kid. It feels like a lot because you're like, gosh, I'm not sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And then because the baby Jamal Kale is 3.5.
Yeah.
When you're not actively holding the newborn, which is actually easy because that thing doesn't do anything. You just hold it and then you throw a bottle in there occasionally and change a diaper. I have to throw the other one in the air or give a piggyback ride. The second one, demanding the attention she is now not getting is the difficult thing.
I was going to say, jealousy happens very quickly.
Yes.
Can you sense the jealousy?
With mom, especially. She's very upset that mom's hands are always full. Yeah.
Has the older one tried to punch the younger one yet?
No, she's very loving and caring, but she does not want too much time. Mom spends too much time with the new one.
Yeah.
So she's jealous about that.
Okay. And so you have to sort of partake in that.
Correct. And we don't, my role as a father with her is not to do puzzles or paint. It's to throw her.
It's sort of like this show. You can't spend too much time with me or Moj. One of us becomes jealous.
Exactly right. I was fully prepared. You know what's funny is that it was a month. The month I was gone.
It felt like years.
The Avs still didn't lose a game in regulation.
I know.
In a month. And the Broncos lost a football game.
Yeah.
And that was it.
It's been 84 years.
But that's kind of where I wanted to start, Vic. For the first time since 2015.
Nothing changed. What you had going out
I know.
is what you have coming in.
Jokic was playing incredibly good basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. He still is. For the first time since 2015, there's not the Chiefs at the top of the division. It's the Broncos. And I want to make something clear. And I know that we know this in town, but consider this a message for everybody else, maybe nationally. This is not about the Chiefs being down or having a bad year. This is about the Broncos taking it. They took it. There's no other way to look at it.
They snatched it.
Yeah, you win 11 straight games. That's not about the Chiefs not being as good as they usually are. That's about you being incredibly good.
You win 13 games. You've earned everything you have. I don't want to hear about this crap about backing in or barely winning or, oh, my gosh, you won 13 games. Shut up. It's not a fluke when you win 13 games.
I think it's the coolest thing to me is the way that they did it because it's the only way you could. Now, if you could have predicted that the Chiefs are going to go 6-10 and Mahomes is going to have some season-ending injury that's probably going to linger into next year in some form or fashion. That's one thing. But we kind of talked about this from the rip. At the beginning of the year in the offseason, Vic, how are you going to beat the Chiefs? you aren't going to out-quarterback them. That's not going to happen. This is not about Bo Nix being, light years better than anybody thought or anything like that. Organizationally, you took the steps to make you better and more complete than anybody else in the division.
You're going to defend them first, and then the offense second.
Yeah.
That's how you're going to win the division, and that's exactly what the Broncos have done. Now, albeit, I don't know if you've noticed, the defense isn't performing at the level it was early in the season.
True.
Okay, it's taken a few hits. But I thought the offense, especially in that Green Bay game, has shown signs of life.
Yeah.
Now, you watch the Broncos offense, then you turn around and watch a game like last night. Hell, all the games over the weekend.
I know.
High-scoring affairs left and right.
Yep.
And tell me you weren't thinking what I was thinking. God, I wish I could see that on a nightly. It's just few and far between with the Broncos offense. We saw it against Green Bay. We saw it against Dallas. We saw it against Cincinnati. But then everything else is just pulling teeth.
There's still level to this of when you have the defense that maybe not what they were a few weeks back, but you can see the offense. They've taken steps forward as the weeks have gone on. They're not. Look, I don't think anybody would consider them like a top 10 unit in the league or anything like that, but it's gotten better. And I think that is actually supplemented where the defense is kind of dragged a little bit. The offense has gotten good enough to make up for it.
It has to, or you lose games, right? You has to. And sometimes that balance happens organically without one side or the other. I just think the Denver Broncos right now, going into the playoffs, we always assumed, okay, defensively they're fine. Can the offense carry the load? My thought process changed a little bit. Is the defense where we think it's supposed to be right now?
It depends. They're still good. But I think what you're asking, Vic, do they need to continue to be this great, top 5, top 3 unit to win a Super Bowl? Because that's the next thing here, right? When you, hopefully, at the end of this week, finish number 1 in the conference, if nothing else, you won the division.
Yeah.
Everybody says you can't move the goalposts. I do it all the time.
Well, of course.
Depending on evidence and what's put in front of me, you have to.
And you can move it for every team.
Yep.
I mean, look at last night. I'll give you an example last night. San Francisco 49ers have a chance to be the top seed in the NFC. Mm-hmm. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Did you see their defense last night?
Mm-hmm.
They looked terrible.
Couldn't stop anything.
Caleb Williams went up and down the field. They should have won. But the Bears should have won that game.
Yeah.
They were on the doorstep to win that game. What a game, by the way. So every team has a flaw, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
Every team has a worry, a concern, what about this? There's not a single team out there where you're like, this is wholly the best team in the – it doesn't exist.
Isn't it so weird? In the NFL, you always have there's teams that are going to make the playoffs, and then there's teams you actually believe could win a championship.
Yeah.
And it's always been limited to 4 teams every year.
It is wide open this year.
It
is wide open.
I'm being dead serious, Vic.
It is wide open.
Carolina Panthers, they win this last week, and they just have a couple of nice defensive games in the postseason. Could they be the...
It is wide...
Who knows?
It is wide open. Hey, I'm looking at the Broncos, though, in terms of what happens next week. And obviously what happened to the Chargers losing changes things. Do the Chargers play Herbert? Do they play an injured Herbert? Do they go all out? It comes down to this. Win or lose. If the Broncos lose, that sets the table for a little bit of anything. Win, you get a bye week. Win or lose, that first game is not going to be a gimme, okay? It's not going to be a gimme. It's going to be a game that's going to be difficult to win.
Yeah.
Now, if you win on Sunday and you earn the top seed, you're going to play 4 through 7. That's it. You can't play seeds 2 or 3. Because they reseed, they re-bracket this thing. It's not like the NBA. In the NBA, there's no changes. You play who's in front of you. In the NFL, if the Broncos get a bye, they await the rest of those games, and they will play the worst seed left. And that will be either 4, 5, 6, or 7.
I think
that's it.
It's why, and we'll talk about this as the week goes on, but it's so important, I think, to win this weekend. Look at seeds 5, 6, and 7. Tell me if any of those are teams that you would prefer to play. in a wild card round. I mean,
I don't want to play any. I don't want to play Houston.
No, I just get the damn bye and let somebody else take that burden away from you.
Play a guaranteed win. That's a bye. A bye is a guaranteed win.
Not to mention, I know the Jags game is weird. I chalk that up to you have won so many consecutive games at home. You were due a stinker every once in a while. And the Jags took advantage. Good for them. I mean, ideally, here's what the perfect scenario would be. That you win, obviously, you get the 1 seed. And every team, I would say this, that Pittsburgh wins their final game to stay in the 4 seed.
So
and they
Pittsburgh would be in the 4 seed with
the AFC North.
10-7.
And that the 2, 3, and 4 seeds all win, so you take on Pittsburgh in the divisional round. Like, I think that's the ideal scenario that could be laid out in front of you. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think that's best case of what could go on from here.
Sure.
And it's why if the Chargers, because they don't really care about where they're seated or whatever, if they want to shut Herbert down for a week and then get him ready for the postseason, I want that score to be 45-0 at halftime.
If things stay the way they are, and I don't think they will, too many changes, the Broncos will have the bye week. New England will take on Buffalo in the opening round. Jacksonville will take on the Chargers. And Pittsburgh takes on Houston if Pittsburgh wins.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. All of those lower seeds, I could see them winning those games.
Me too.
Easily.
Yep.
Easily.
And that's what's weird. You know, you said it. It's so wide open that we're like any of the 1 through 7 seed. I honestly think Pittsburgh's the only exception to this of teams I don't think can do anything
they
in the
don't
AFC.
Look good, man.
Like Baltimore doesn't either, but just if Lamar plays and he's healthy, I guess there's a chance that they could do something. But Pittsburgh's the only one. Like I watched a lot of that Cleveland game yesterday, and I'm just like, Pittsburgh is just they're mostly a mess, and they somehow have found ways, because Mike Tomlin always does this, to claw out victories that they shouldn't. But they're not a good football team.
I don't buy this. I did at one point, but not with this team. I don't buy this. Well, they'll get rusty if they take that bye week. No. This team's starting to get banged up. You see the injuries start to pile up. They've got little knick-knack injuries now where that extra week will benefit the Broncos greatly.
I think so, too.
So take care of business this Sunday. If you lose Sunday, I'm worried. Now I'm worried.
I am too.
I'm worried about how, they could be one and done in the postseason. They're guaranteed a home game no matter what. But let's say they lose. Let's say that Herbert plays, Chargers go all out, and the Broncos suddenly fall to, what seed would that be? The 3 seed. Let's say Jacksonville's going to win. New England's going to win. So they fall to the 3 seed, and now you're stuck playing a team that it could be the Chargers again.
Yeah.
It could be Buffalo.
Yep.
I mean, that's not an easy task.
Well, and on top of all of that, it would feel, if you don't get a win this weekend, I think there's a mental side to it where it would just feel as if you put in all this work just to what, play Buffalo in the you know what I mean? Like, mentally, I think it'd be like, damn it, we had this in front of us and we lost the grip. So I think it would hurt a lot. So we can get more into this obviously throughout the week, but I've had trouble, Vic. I wanted to come in here with 2-second takes on everything that I missed in the last month. It's too many things.
Yeah, too many. You just got to.
I went back and looked. You know the first big thing that happened after I took off?
Yeah, the Berlin Wall went down.
Yes, exactly.
That was the first thing. That's how long it's been.
Jim Mora was hired at CSU. That was the first thing.
The young Jim Mora.
Yes.
Not the older one.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so we get our timeline down.
It's been a while.
The Roman Empire crumbled the last time you were on the air.
I watched a movie about that, though, so I do have some knowledge.
What movie?
I forget what it was. It was a documentary, not a movie.
Must have really hit.
Yep. Well, this is what I do now. I have 2 children. I watch Roman Empire documentaries as I go to sleep at night. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town.
Boy, Moser's going out of his way to make you welcome you back only the way he knows.
Is this part of the bit that he just doesn't show up at all?
Just not work it. Is this it now? That, hey, let's really. So the whole bit was supposed to be, hey, let's do the entire first segment and ignore him like he never even left, like he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And now we're doing it to Moser.
Well, it's pretty easy when there's an empty chair over here. All right, back after this. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to the Avs and Blues on New Year's Eve. You can tune in all day on the keywords on the 20s for your chance to win. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in Highlands Ranch Town Center and MatthewsFineWatches.com. So,
What did you miss most since it's been a long time since you've been here?
About the show?
Yeah, just about your job, the show, all of it. What did you miss the most?
Okay, here, being dead honest.
Because you've been gone, just to let anybody know who's new to the show, we normally don't take vacation for 7 months. But
that is true.
Kane is benefiting from this new state law where if you have a kid, you can take whatever time you want off. I mean, I never had that benefit. I took 4 days off max, 4 hours. Most of us. Kane took months.
A month.
Months.
You know what's funny, though? So when baby Jamal Cale was born, I think I took 3 days off because the Avs were in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And I was like, I got to go back.
Yes.
I got to go back.
Too much.
But I'll tell you what, honestly, what I did miss about this, first of all, the laughs in the morning. That's number one. Number two, I told you this. What was really weird because I knew I wasn't doing the show. I checked out of sports in a way that I haven't done in forever. Not checked out, but like the game would be on and I'm not actively watching the game like I used to. And my wife said, when does like the Nuggets play tonight? I don't know if they can play tonight. I don't know if they're playing tonight.
Isn't that a beautiful thing?
And she loved that more than anything else because her life has always been, I have the TV on a game.
You're always looking in the mirror. You're always looking in the rearview mirror. Okay, what did I miss? What do I need to catch up on? People always wonder what it's like to be in this business. You always have to be in tune to what's going on.
And it was like there was a week in there where I just kind of checked out of everything, and that was kind of nice. Now,
so basically, Moser's life.
Correct. Yeah. Here's what's so crazy. And I hate to do this every year, but I don't know how else to say it. Jokic is doing the impossible again, where he's better than he was the year before. And I don't know how it's possible. But the Christmas Day game, combined with the fact, and I know the Orlando game over the weekend made your stomach turn a little bit with the way that it finished, especially some weird calls, having to challenge those two plays, all of that. The Nuggets seem to have this issue. They've had it for a while, even before the injuries, but I think it's more pronounced now about the late clutch time defense and the ability to get a stop. And I got a theory towards that, if you'd like to hear it, which is if you work a 9-to-5 job, you aren't going 100% at your job at all times.
Speak for yourself.
You pick. Look, I know I just took a month off. I can guarantee, Nelly, was there moments where Vic repeated something that somebody said immediately after they said it when I was gone?
He only did it on days of the week that end in DAY, Brett.
Right, got it. You don't go 100% the whole time. You'd be burnt out by the time you get to Wednesday. And I think the Nuggets have an issue of this. Because they're out 3 starters, I think they have to expend so much energy on keeping this thing together for the first few quarters that when it gets to the fourth, they don't have the extra gear they need. Am I wrong on that? Is that a bad theory? Or what do you think it is? Is it just something schematic that they aren't doing in the fourth?
I think they're running out of gas. You're right. They're running out of gas because the bench is dwindled. You lose 3 starters. You take 3 bench guys and make them starters. And so your bench takes a hit. I also believe 2 things can be true, all right? I was upset with the way the end of that Orlando game was officiated. It was ridiculous. I was upset with that. At the same time, you can't give up 43 points in a quarter. At the same time, you're giving up 43 because your dudes are tired. At the same time, guys, Valanciunas, that was terrible what you put on the floor the other day.
Right.
Bruce Brown has not been good. Listen, I love Bruce. He's one of my favorite Nugget players of all time. He's not the same player right now.
I asked the question in the offseason, And I don't
I
think
mean, you tell me. Am I wrong?
No, I'm going to back you up here because I asked this question in the offseason, and nobody wanted to hear it because we all love Bruce. I don't think there's a single person that is a fan of the Nuggets that does not love Bruce Brown to death. I asked the question, though, Vic. We all thought that Bruce Brown coming back to this team was going to be this huge boost to your bench. And he's certainly better than what you had previously. But my question was, if Bruce Brown is the player that we think he is, why would 3 different teams be like, no thanks in 2 years? I asked the question out loud. I'm like, if he's that level of a player, then why did 3 different teams be like, yeah, I'm good without him?
Well, first of all, because he was making $22 million with those teams. That's
okay,
why.
But he's on the roster.
But he was making $22 million. So now you're evaluating him as a $22 million player a year, not a veteran minimum.
The Pacers evaluated that immediately.
Sure.
And halfway through
Shipped
the
him.
year,
Yeah.
shipped them out, and then they made the Eastern Conference Finals, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, listen, I could tell you what's wrong with Bruce, and I think he knows what's wrong. Just don't say it out loud. He's lacking confidence offensively. He's not shooting the ball.
Yep.
He's on the perimeter, and he's got open looks, and he's not shooting the ball at all.
Right.
And when you can't shoot the 3, when you have no confidence in your 3 ball, and all you have is a drive, everybody knows it. And what's happening? He's getting rejected at the rim a lot.
Yep.
Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Finishing at the rim's not easy for him. You know why? Because everyone knows his jump shot's not falling. You know why he got into it with Kevin Durant the other night? Because Durant knows it.
Yeah.
The league knows it. They scout him. So he's got to start making those shots, and then the confidence will return.
Because that's what
once
he did.
He starts scoring again, once he has confidence in his shot again, he will get better. I believe he will. He'll put work into it. You never have to. Listen, that dude works, and he works on defense. Yeah. His shot is not there. Valanciunas, at the same time against Orlando, was terrible. That was his worst game as a Nugget.
Yep.
He got moved around, shoved around. He was too concerned with fouls. He had dumb fouls. He was a minus 17. The best Nuggets bench player was Julian Strawther. They played 3 guys essentially in Pickett off the bench. Strawther was their best bench player.
Yep.
You're not going to win.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Valanciunas because I was thinking about this too. It's another one of those things where
I'll never. First of all, you've missed me for one thing that people have to understand about this show. I do Nuggets pre and post. I will never lie to you about the Nuggets.
Yeah,
I will tell it like it is.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
It's not easy for me to say what I just said.
Right.
Because I love Bruce Brown, but he's not playing the way we remember Bruce Brown.
No.
And Valanciunas needs to play better.
So the Val thing is bothersome for this reason. We've talked about this for years. It's like, I just looked it up. Jokic is averaging over 35 minutes a game. And I get that some of that has to do with you have so many injuries, you need to rely on your big dogs to take care of things for you. And to his credit and to Jamal's credit, who is having by far his best year, they are taking on the yeoman's work that is necessary. But if Valanciunas or Bruce Brown or anybody else can't start to get this figured out, I get a little worried about how much you're taxing those guys again. Like how much is on their shoulders right now. Because what is it really? You win on Christmas Day. Why, Vic? Because Jokic is having to exert the ungodly talent of 1,000,000% effort on every possession when the whole hope was you didn't want that to happen this year, but the injuries have kind of forced you back into it.
Well, here's what happens too, and I'm reading and I'm paying attention to a lot of long-standing Nuggets fans who I really respect and appreciate their diligence, their knowledge, they're sophisticated Nuggets fans, but they're starting to talk crazy talk. And here's what I'm hearing. Here's what I heard at the end of the Orlando game, and Joker's got to be better in the clutch. I just want you guys to think about what you're saying for a second. I want you to think about something. This guy just got done with a 3-game stretch that is arguably the greatest 3-game stretch in NBA scoring offensive production history. I'm going to repeat myself. What he's done the last 3 games has not been done in the history of basketball. And the Denver Nuggets are 1-2 in those games.
Yeah.
So if you were to say, well, he's got to make that shot or he's got to do this, I'm one. I thought he should have taken that shot in Dallas instead of passed it to Peyton Watson. I thought he should have. But when you look in hindsight at the 3 games and the numbers he put up, if your first move is to say, well, Joker's, no, stop right there. Stop. I'm going to stop you right there. Don't be stupid like I was. Don't be me. Because what this guy has put on paper and what he's put on his resume over 3 games has never been done before. Everybody else has to be better.
So it's funny you mentioned that because I thought about this, the last play, the kick out to P-Watt.
Mm-hmm.
This is the same argument that used to be used with LeBron back in the day.
Yeah.
When it was, he needs to take the last shot. And the argument back was, well, what's the proper basketball play? Contested 2 or you kick out to somebody wide open in the corner for a 3? What's better?
Yeah.
And I have no problem with, because that's how his game is, right? I'm going to find the open guy. Like, he was looking to score there, and then I think he just saw Watson all by himself.
Yeah. Right. I mean, listen, this is a moot point, and I can argue this until I'm in that casket. I wanted him to shoot that ball.
Yeah.
I'll take a Joker floater over anybody else's 3-point shot.
Yeah.
That's me.
What if it was Jamal in the corner?
I'd take Jamal.
Yeah.
Because he's been there.
Right.
He's made that shot.
Right.
That's why.
What if AG?
If AG's in the corner, I'll give it to AG because he's been there. He's made that shot. And again, maybe that's how you develop those kind of players to make that shot. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I don't know. We're nitpicking that game. The Orlando game, first of all, the last-minute report by the NBA, they admitted that they missed a foul call when Anthony Black grabbed Jamal's wrist on the inbound. Remember when the ball got away from Jamal?
Yep.
That should have been a foul. The NBA missed it. Would have been 2 more shots. I'm not even mad because there were so many whistles in the fourth quarter. But here's what I wanted the Nuggets to do, and tell me if you were thinking like I was. Because they blew the whistle every single possession, what do you do in that case? What do you do? If you're a basketball player and you know the whistle's been blown every time, Desmond Bane just put his head down and said, I'm going to charge. What do you do if you're the
and then tripped over his own feet?
Exactly. What do you do? What's the basketball?
You mean the last possession?
The last possession.
You drive to the lane.
You drive to the lane. You make them blow the whistle. Why? Because that's where the whistle is now.
Yeah.
They're blowing it every time. If you're taking shots, and I know why they had to do this because they lost time inbounding, but if they had to do it all over again, give it to Jamal, put your head down like Desmond Bane did, and go.
Yeah.
And guess what? Hey, ref, you just gave him a call. Now it's our turn, right?
It's almost like they were forced into calling a foul on every possession if it was close.
Because they already did.
Yeah.
They established that. See, and that's the thing that I think sometimes players, you've got to be aware. Where is the whistle in that game? Where is it? Well, they were whistle happy at that point. Everything was a whistle. So a fall away jumper? No.
Is part of that?
No.
See, I wonder if the NBA mindset creeps in.
No.
How many game winners do you see of people driving to the lane and getting a layup, and how many are guys taking jumpers and
it's jumpers
holding the gooseneck up and doing that thing?
But you got to know what the whistle's doing, and the whistle's being blown every time. You had plenty of time. They couldn't get the inbound in, but you have plenty of time. The message should have been go to the hole, go as hard as you can to the hole, and make them make a call. And if they don't make a call, then everybody's like, what? Desmond Bane just literally went like a linebacker, a fullback.
And then tripped over his own. I can't get over that. And I think that, I know Adelman was so pissed because he had to use those challenges, the previous 2 possessions.
Yes.
Because I think if you challenge that one, you probably win that one too.
You would have lost it.
You think so?
You would have lost it because it's a stupid NBA wrinkle. If you go back and look at the play again, and I did, I looked at it several times. He tripped over Bruce Brown's. Was it Bruce or Tim who was guarding him at the time?
I think it was Bruce.
He tripped over his foot, right? And it's much like that call. Do you remember that call at the end of the Houston game that benefited the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Where Tim Hardaway fell?
Yeah.
And Houston fans were up in arms going, what did we do?
Yeah.
It's the same call, Nuggets fans. So Don't be hypocritical. It's the same call. It happened. And that's a foul on the defensive player. If your foot causes a fall, whether it's there or not, it's a foul. That's why you have to be aggressive at the end of regulation. This fall-away crap don't work.
I agree. Overall, though, you still look at where they're sitting right now. I might have to amend something that I said earlier in the year, by the way, that I don't think the Spurs are ready this year, that they need another year. I think they might be a lot closer than I previously thought, especially with the way nobody's able to handle Oklahoma City except San Antonio. They somehow know how to handle Oklahoma City.
Beat them 3 times in 2 weeks.
Yeah, which is insane. I still think, you know what's funny? It feels like I'm having this internal dialogue in my head the same way I had with the Avs the last couple of years. I'm like, but they're so hurt. Once they get fully healthy, it should look totally different. And you aren't going to be able to know that. Like the bummer was, it felt like Cam Johnson was really starting to figure it out. And then he goes down with the injury. And now you're kind of thrown back on that timeline too.
Yeah. And Nuggets fans have to understand, this is my take, and you could think what you want. Availability and durability is so important in this league. Nikola Jokic, not only is playing in an otherworldly level right now, he's played in every single game.
Yeah.
31 for 31. Jamal Murray's played 30 of 31. They've been available. Your 2 best stars. And I hate to be slow healer guy, but my God, it's taken forever. Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, let's go.
I mean, just you tossed out the slow healer pretty casually. That's a curse word on this show. I know. I get it.
Let's go.
I get it. At the same time,
these guys, listen, man, that's a lot of pressure put on your 2 best players who have played every damn game.
Yeah. Is there something to be said about slow playing this in December, though?
Sure.
Just to make sure?
Sure, but, we live in December. We live in January. This is where we live. So it's easy for people to say, well, come on, look at the long game. How do you know it doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Very well, especially HG's had hamstring issues for like a year now.
All I know is this. Nikola Jokic not only fills the stat sheet, that son of a gun is durable.
Yes.
He's available. He plays.
And I think he plays through a lot more stuff than we
look
realize.
At every team in the league and look at their superstar players. They don't have what the Nuggets have.
Right.
They have a superstar who plays every single night.
And I've said it, it's unfair to put that much on them all the time. Because this hasn't been like weeks.
No, I will give them grace. Did I like what they did at the end of the Orlando game? No, but you know what? They're playing their asses off, and they're playing every minute. No, it's about time. Listen, man, heal up.
Yeah. Get back out there. Help them out. Again, Rally House Football Monday here, back after this.
Did you see what he just did? Did you see what he just did? And now you guys know. Now you wonder, hey, Vic, why do you never go into the studio? Did you see what he just did? He says, I'm getting sick. And after saying that, he walks toward me and coughs right in my face.
You know what? I'm going to take this
Did you see that? I just want to make sure. Did you see that?
I'm going to take it another direction. Moser, I appreciate you coughing.
In my face.
That sickness-infused phlegm in the direction of Vic as opposed to the guy with the new baby. You know what I mean? Thank you very much for doing that. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm fine. It's just that it feels like every now and then you get a little thing that just like hangs there. Like it's like, hey, I live here. It lives here. Then you get him out, and then his brother shows up and rents the same apartment.
So your idea was to come emit that near me.
It's in my arm. It doesn't even matter.
So your grand plan was to come like just a few inches from my face and cough it right at me.
Can I also appreciate, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. First time back in a month.
Yeah. No, stop saying month.
It's been a month.
It has not been a month. It's been more than a month. It's been over 5 weeks.
My kid was born the 24th. It's the 29th. It's basically a month.
I don't even recognize you anymore.
No, but I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. The first day I come back, Moser's got a story about he was driving the Flintstone car to work today.
I mean, it took one day. It took one day to get a Moser story. It didn't even take a week. One day.
I love it so much.
So let's just get it over with. The car had a service light on. It wouldn't go over 30.
It has a computer in its brain. Apparently, it's such. See, the worst part is you forced me to relive my anxiety and anger.
Don't buy a Beamer, dude. They make you go to the service window.
I know they do. Anyway, so I'm on the hunt this morning for coolant.
So you have to use coolant because the Beamer's saying what to you?
It's saying extreme, like whatever flashes up on the little screen, extreme emergency, engine damage is is occurring or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it won't let you rev.
Engine damage is occurring.
Or what? Same. That's the way I interpreted it. Like, okay, I'm going to catch fire and die right now.
I would too.
Okay.
So I'm on a 30-mile-an-hour hunt for coolant.
So if you try to go faster than 30, what does the car do? Does it start shaking?
It just won't. No, it just won't do it. It's just like it has a
So
governor.
you go pedal to the floor and it goes 30.
Yeah.
It's like when you're at a golf course and it doesn't let you go past those.
And here's the other problem. It's a hybrid, and the electric part of it is not charged. Like it didn't charge overnight.
Fix your throat. Thank you.
Well, Moj, very good to see you. It's like
anyway,
I never left.
You're more of a mess now than you were before you left.
The first lady I saw that didn't have coolant, very nice lady, but she's like, "Oh, good morning, dear." I'm like, lady, I am not in the mood for a good morning, dear. But you're a very sweet old lady, and they've got everything else. They've got a gigantic.
While you're down there, would you mind?
They've got every brake fluid you could possibly find, and I'm like, I just want some coolant. Oh, we're plumb out.
Did you drive to Georgia on the way?
No, but
all right.
Doesn't matter.
Can I say something? I know this is something you guys talked about already, but I'm flabbergasted. You have this amazing start to the season, and you hit some trouble. Let's say some coolant trouble.
Right.
And your answer is not found within your own home. You decide to go pick up the 44-year-old quarterback who hasn't played in half a decade and say, this is our best shot at winning. Because I watched Phillip Rivers again over the weekend, and look, given the circumstances of him being a 44-year-old man, thought he played great. But can you guys imagine if the Broncos started the year the way that they did, and they're in the middle of that 11-game winning streak, and they're like 9-2. Bo Nix goes down with an injury, and Peyton goes, I got it. Phillip Rivers is going to be the answer that keeps us in the... You'd want to die, okay? You'd want to.
10 years ago, I'm in.
Yeah, of course.
God, by the way, look at what happened to the Colts this year.
I know.
Look at how quickly a season can turn. At one point this season, they had defeated the Broncos. They got guys that are playing out of the... I mean, Their starting quarterback and starting running back at that point in the season were the best two players at their positions, right? Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes was playing out of this world.
He was like the leading MVP candidate for 2 months.
And then they just fell apart.
Now, again, injury to your starting quarterback does that. But, I mean, Riley Leonard, he was the former Notre Dame guy, right?
He can't throw.
What do you think if you're Riley Leonard, though? That they looked at you and they said,
he can't throw. I mean, trust me, he went to my school. I know what he is. He can't throw.
But I think I'd retire on the spot.
But isn't throwing part of the position?
Yes, but if you tell me the thing that I'm being paid to do, I do so poorly that I need to go get that guy who's collecting AARP checks, what do I do from there?
Okay.
What happens to mine?
But let me defend the Colts a little tiny bit. It was a confluence of circumstances and a very specialized situation because of his relationship with Steichen.
Yeah.
And I realize that pulling a 44-year-old quarterback off the shelf isn't ideal, but given the circumstance, I think it might have been their best option.
Yeah, whatever.
They were already grasping at straws anyway. And he's the final straw.
Can I confirm some things? And listen, I am not the brightest bulb when it comes to all this playoff scenario crap. But I do know this. Somebody on the text line said, Vic, if the Broncos lose this week, they could fall to 5. No, they can't. No. Listen to me. Listen. They've already clinched home field in the first round, no matter what.
The worst thing is third.
Yeah. They won the division, all right? They can't finish anywhere below third. The winner of the AFC, what is that? The AFC North? They're not going to exceed the Broncos record.
Right.
So they will finish, if they lose this game, they could finish second. They could finish third. They cannot finish anywhere below that. That's it.
Yep.
But don't even worry about it.
They could also still finish first with a loss. I mean, they could.
Exactly. If everybody loses, that's not going to happen.
No.
Because everybody's playing cupcakes.
But if we're talking possibilities, I mean, it could.
New England's playing Cupcake Miami. Jacksonville's playing Cupcake Indy, I believe, correct?
Yes.
It's Cupcake Central, up and down. All right, so...
No, they're playing the Titans.
Okay, Cupcake. Who's Houston playing? Is that Indy?
Houston, yes.
That is Indy. They're home against Indy, correct.
All right, so it's Cupcake scenario left and right. The Broncos, in fact, the Broncos have the toughest remaining game left. It's the Chargers. Now,
depending on what the Chargers want to do.
Depending on which version of the Chargers you have. If you are Jim Harbaugh, and guys, this is where Jim Harbaugh is the ultimate wild card. He zigs when everybody expects him to zag. Yeah, some coaches might look at this and say, give one-hand guy an extra week of rest. Give him a week of rest. Give him a chance to get that moonstruck hand all healed up. That's where Jim Harbaugh goes against the grain. I would not be surprised one bit if he says, let's go. Round him up.
He doesn't strike me as that type, especially with this. Think about it this way. If you're the Chargers, with a win, you could potentially jump to the 5 seed, right? Who then you
Wait. With a win? Yeah, you could jump all the way, yes.
With a win, they could jump to the 5 seed, which would put you potentially in a game against Pittsburgh, which we were talking about earlier, is ideal.
That would be the ideal beneficial matchup in week 1.
I don't think there's any reason for them not to be gunning for a win on Sunday.
I think they'll bring it all.
Yep.
And if you're the Denver Broncos, I wouldn't expect anything less. You'd be foolish to expect anything less. I think the Chargers will come here to try to win the game.
Yeah.
Do we?
The way it should
I
be.
guess I didn't hear this part. Did you talk about Saturday's game for the Chargers? Did you talk about how they got jobbed?
Jobbed as in losing to the Houston Texans?
That was the worst OPI in the history of football.
Okay.
I mean, just ridiculous crap. Also, one of those roughing the quarterback calls where all you did was sack a quarterback. You didn't rough it. Nobody roughed anybody.
Happened yesterday in the Cleveland game, too.
Ain't nobody roughing anybody. People are getting tackled, and they're calling it roughing.
Because if you fall on a quarterback, it's roughing.
Right.
Yeah, but sometimes you can't help but fall on a quarterback.
I understand.
You don't understand.
Let me fall on you and see what happens.
Sometimes it happens.
You need a hug.
I reckon I do. Anyway, the point is that I think that you're right, Brett. Brett, is that you?
Yes, that's me.
I cannot believe it.
I get the hug. Yeah, right in there.
Okay, but if
Squeeze.
you're going to do it
Give him a little
hard.
squeeze.
Okay, thank you. Oh, that's a good squeeze. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, thank you very much.
Squeeze the coolant out of them.
Yes. I mean, where's the cool? It's evaporating somewhere in my motor. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter.
Did you consider taking a chug of that coolant on the way in this morning?
Yes.
These guys are going to make fun of me.
I consider going out to Delbert Road in Elizabeth and pulling over to the side in a ditch and just jugging the. No, but my point is that I think they're probably upset with the way things went down against the Texans. Yeah, I think they're going to probably bring it.
Moshe, final minute of the first hour. Now I think is the time to put in.
Here.
Here's where we apply Moser's. Moser had this grand plan. He texted me and Nelly this morning.
Yeah.
And the grand plan is let me read it to everybody. So we'll go ahead and do it now, Nelly, if that's okay. You want to just do it now? All right. Let's pretend he wasn't gone for 2 years. Nelly, don't blow it. Let's just pretend he was never here, act like nothing happened. So let's go ahead and do this for the final seconds of the first hour. Good job, Moshe. We're going to install your tactic now.
So I don't get, is the tactic I talk and you guys just sit there?
Yeah,
No,
I guess.
not really.
I don't know.
Because Moshe did that for about 40 minutes today.
Yeah, what were we supposed to do exactly?
I wanted no baby. I wanted no hubbub.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted no, how are things going? I wanted to know are you asleep? I didn't want to. I wanted nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted no part of that. I didn't want to discuss it. I didn't want to hear you talk about it.
Yeah. You just wanted to get right into the.
And then eventually we would, but I wanted to blow you off for about 30 minutes.
You did.
Yeah, well, my whole plan.
You
weren't
did.
unintentionally. My whole plan sucked. You know what's funny?
You were hunting
my
for
personal
coolant.
plan. My personal plan actually worked out for me.
Exactly.
Just not for the show.
Yeah. I mean, say what you want about Moshe, but damn it, he lives up to his promises, doesn't he?
I reckon.
It's another Dipperoo tonight in Altitude Sports Radio. Pregame for the Nuggets is on 92.5, and it kicks off at 5 o'clock, powered by Ramos Law. And if you're looking for the Avs and Kings, head on over to AM 950. Pregame starting at 6:30. Back after this.
Vic Lombardi here for Flatirons Fire and Design. What can you buy at Flatirons Fire and Design? Located conveniently right off of North I-25, 53rd and Bannock, right next to Furniture Row. Perfect location. You can get fireplaces, premium fireplaces, outdoor kitchens, all the little barbecue parts you need. And you know what else you can buy there? Because I just got one. A sauna. You want to sweat it out? It is the new year. You're going to be exercising like a freak, and you want to sweat it out. Get yourself a luxury sauna like I did at Flatirons Fire and Design. Go online, check out everything they have in the showroom. That's flatironsfire.com. Flatironsfire.com.
Not a huge surprise, but clearly one of the great comebacks since Burt Reynolds' hairline. It came in a two-word statement, which is now just begging to have a Nike campaign built around it. Quote, unquote, I'm back. That's all
Brett Kane
said on Saturday. That was really all Brett Kane needed to say as his 17-month retirement came to an end.
People keep asking if
Brett Kane
back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking
Brett
back.
Look at Jake down below. What's happened? He's back. He's back.
Brett Kane
He's back.
somehow Brett Kane
returned. Just when I thought
Brett
was out, they pulled
Kane
back in.
Mr.
Kane.
Welcome back. We missed you. You like what I've done with the place?
Buenos dias. Texture says, oh no, this show sucks again.
That's the best welcome back I've read. That's so good. Thank you, John.
Oh. Happy
Get
to
off
be
our
back.
show!
You know what's funny? So Mo strolls in here late.
And now he's gone.
And now he just left the studio again. Why not? I was going to ask Moj about how the Avs continue not to lose ever in the history of ever.
Don't say what I've told him because it's considered, and I don't mean this in a demeaning way, derogatory. It's a compliment. The Avs are so good, they're boring.
Yeah, well, you
when
feel
I
like
say
no
boring,
matter what happens,
that
they're
win.
going to win.
Like the game the other night. I'm sitting at home. The Nuggets just had a devastating loss in Orlando. I was ticked off.
Right.
I get home, and the family's watching the Avs game. We're all watching the Avs.
Yep.
And they're down 4-2. And I tell my wife, oh, don't worry, they'll win. She goes, what do you mean? They're down. I go, watch. They'll win.
You just know it.
It's just they've gotten to that point now where I don't know where they find it, but they're superhuman almost. The comeback against Vegas, did that surprise anybody? Is anybody out on the streets of Denver going, oh, my God? No. This is what they are.
When they were down 5-4, I actually looked at my wife and I said, oh, this is another overtime game. You just felt it. You just knew it was coming. And they have, we're at the turn of the calendar.
They're so damn good.
They are number one in the league by far in goals scored per game. They're number one in the league by far in goals allowed per game. And when you have both of those, it's pretty good. Here's what's funny, Moj. I was belly aching a lot early in the year about the power play. Still hasn't gotten much better. It's gotten a little better.
Yeah, it's not where they want it to be, obviously.
And it doesn't matter. It literally, they're so good 5-on-5, it does not matter.
I was listening to Dennis Bernstein talk about this on the NHL Network.
Who's that?
He's an NHL pundit. Okay. I guess you don't have to really know. Maybe I don't care. But he made a good point. He said, look, they're the best 5-on-5 team in the league by far. He goes, so when they go on the power play, I guess the worst case scenario is they're just killing off 6 minutes of time. Let's say you average 6 minutes on the power play per game. You draw 3 penalties in the game. Even if you don't score, that's 6 minutes gone. So now you're only playing a 54-minute game, 5-on-5, and you're still the best team in the league. So you're reducing the time, and you're the best team in that reduced time. So, it's not working against you now.
They're that good now. We're inventing different ways to be good.
That's what it feels like, yeah. It's pretty crazy.
I do have to say this, Moj, because you called the game. When they went to the shootout, and they're starting to turn things around now. They're playing better in overtime. They're starting to play better in shootouts. You could see it change. When Nathan McKinnon started doing his little hand play thing, and he scored on that shootout, did you happen to see his hands? Did you watch closely at his hands?
I did.
Because I was like, it brainwashed me. I got into a weird state watching his hands. I've never seen a man move his hands that quickly. You know what it looked like? Those weird 12-year-old kids who can do the Rubik's Cube in 12 seconds?
Kind of like that,
It looked like that.
It did.
It was like, what's going on with his hands?
Brett, for those of you who didn't watch, He comes flying into the zone, straight at the middle, slows down in the slot, but he's dusting that puck off. He's stick handling, but it's like a rattlesnake's tail shaking, and then he fires it, right?
It looked like he got bored handling the puck. It was just like, screw it, just
so
put it in there.
he freezes.
But he's show and tells
hard.
you a little bit. He's like, hey, check out my hands. Check out my Rubik's Cube. Hey, check out my cube.
Boom. It's all about the shot. So Carter Hart's just frozen. He can't make a move until McKinnon makes a move, and by the time the puck is gone with such velocity on the wrist shot, it's by you. You can't react to it. And look, there are very few guys in the league that can do that. I would think to myself, a lot of guys try to come in and they stick handle and they try a deep move and all this kind of thing. You know what Joe Sakic used to do? Joe Sakic would race right into the zone and wrist shot. He'd wrist shot your boom, just blow it by you, where you don't have time to even get your glove up or move your blocker, that kind of thing. He would just blow it by you. And Nate essentially did the same thing. Even though he slowed up in the slot, he went like that. It was unbelievable.
Now, they got a little lucky. The Nature's goal, he lost control. Still
a little bit.
But that's fine. They won a shootout. They won again. They keep winning. All they do is win. They are a wagon. They are a Colorado wagon. You missed this ridiculous.
Colorado wagon.
I did that. Listen.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here.
Colorado wagon.
Okay, I'm glad you're here. This is where, Moser, you shut up, turn your microphone off, and you accept whatever you're about to get.
Yeah.
How dare this jerkwad
said the same
thing? Because I said it when you were gone, but I didn't have anybody to support me.
Yeah.
We put together one of the greatest, what would you call it, the greatest single ever released?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I would.
And this jerk has the gall to go behind our backs without even asking. He broke our licensing agreement.
Yep.
And did another song with another group.
I just said, it's like, who do you think you are, Beyonce?
I mean, that's ridiculous. That is embarrassing. You should be ashamed. And the fact that we're allowing you back in our orbit here, you should be thankful. Because, number one, Step Back Jacob Bloom is the greatest thing ever. Whatever you guys did pales in comparison. If I hear that one more time, my ears will start bleeding. It's awful. That's the truth. It's terrible music.
I mean, for you to step out on a group, you know who you are, Moj? You're Miko.
He is everything Miko.
Like, you thought you were too good for this place, so you went over to like a rival and tried to make another. And 100%. Guess what? Ain't as good. Ain't as good as the previous one.
Some people call him the Moose. That's a great point.
Miko Moser over here.
And you know what? He came in here smiling like, hey, guys, check out this new song. I never liked it from the get-go. I thought it was trash.
I think we've seen over time, we've seen various examples of the leaders of big groups that they got to go and they've got to, stretch their wings a little bit with another group.
You think your Kid Rock going country?
It happens. Different collaborations in the music world. You've seen it happen before.
But at least do something good. You're just like me.
Trash.
It got pretty popular. By the way, our album cover is way better than our album cover.
See, now look at this. Now look what he's
you
doing.
Turn him off.
Look at this. Look at this.
I mean, turn him off.
You know what's a great band is when they say, "Oh yeah, but our album cover's cooler."
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's really good. Oh, where'd he go?
No, shut him off. Shut me off.
They have to go to a fancy studio to get auto-tuned just to harmonize.
Yep.
We did ours in 5 minutes, and it blasted all the charts.
Exactly right.
So shut up.
By the way, we were just talking about how Jokic is doing the impossible of improving still, which I don't know how you can improve and be better than what you were before. McKinnon's on pace for 70 goals this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing the exact same thing, and he's doing it for a roster that feels like all the depth that we talked about in the offseason is all kind of coming together. Brock Nelson seems to be finding a lot more of a stride now. Marty Nachos is on pace for more points than Miko's ever had in an Avs sweater. All of it's coming together with the combined fact of this. Your goaltending's as good as it's ever been. Like, at least in this iteration of the Avs.
Yeah.
Like, you put all of that together and you just start to think, Moj, like, there is...
Just keep it together. I don't know. Just keep it. And this is where I because I think I get worried because there's a lot of season left.
I know.
You know what? Do you know where that worry comes from? Just keep it together.
Of course.
Like when Kel McCarr went down to block that shot.
Yeah.
Tell me what crossed your mind.
Well, I don't want a broken arm. Yeah. I mean, I don't want a broken bone.
Yeah, I don't want that to happen.
No, I don't want any of that to happen. Hold on. Every time that even comes up, I got to knock on my wood. No, I don't want that to happen, obviously. Things do happen, though, and you have to prepare for them. You have to deal with them, and you're going to just do it and move on is what you're going to do. It's a long season.
It's, you've gotten to a place with all of these teams where I've officially moved the goalposts for 2 of the 3 here. I think the Nuggets are still kind of the place that they were before, and we'll see how much that changes with a fully healthy roster whenever that happens. But the way that the Avs are playing, Moj, like there's nothing short of a Stanley Cup that's going to feel right. There's just not. And I know that's a ton of pressure on a team, but it's like when you're this good, that's just what comes with it. I've done the same with the Broncos. You've been the best team record-wise in the NFL the entire season. The incremental steps I was talking about before the season started of like, hey, if you can just win a playoff game, that's great. I think you aim higher than that now. I do. And it's a byproduct of you being really good. Like, that's how I look at it. And people might say it's unfair. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I move goalposts when evidence is put in front of me.
I don't think it's unfair. I think that during the course of a season, there's a pliability about where you are as a team.
Yeah.
And the better you get, the higher the expectations get, not only from us, Brett. You sit there and you say, oh, yeah, I expect this and I expect that. I can assure you out of Dove Valley, the Denver Broncos right now expect big things out of themselves.
They should.
And they should. The Colorado Avalanche expect big things out of themselves, and they should. They'll be disappointed if they don't accomplish their goals.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe the Denver Nuggets are in the same kind of situation, although, you've got that OKC lurking ahead. But a fully healthy Denver Nuggets team, I'll bet internally they believe Vic in themselves as much as anybody does. Anybody.
Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Can always get in touch with us at the Backus in Schenker Studios, or broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Yes, Moj.
Okay, no, we're going to talk to Schefter about the Broncos and about playoff scenarios and all that kind of thing. I haven't had a chance to ask you yet. How does it feel to be sitting in that chair? How do you feel? Does it feel weird? Does it feel normal? It's like a hand in a glove? What's going on over there?
Like I never left.
Really?
Yeah, another mouth to feed, though. Does that feel the pressure of having another mouth to feed? Does that weigh on you at all?
You think that's up to me?
Have you made your change to your health benefits?
My wife's got to get back to work in a hurry.
Yeah.
Have you done your health benefit thing? Have you changed it to another dependent?
I did.
Yeah. All good?
It's a little complication, actually.
That was very complicated. It always is.
You know what the issue was?
Yeah.
Still kind of dealing with this right now.
Mm-hmm.
The kid was born the same week as open enrollment, and it got confused for open enrollment and not life change, so kid wasn't going to be covered until the first of the year, and I go, that's got to change.
Mm-hmm. How does it feel to know that you got kids that are just newborns under your plan, and I got 20-somethings still?
Kids come back for Christmas, you're like, you're still on my insurance.
Still on my insurance plan. It's been years.
How about you, Moj? You still rocking that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact.
My beautiful baby boy.
I remember Jay Haas. Golfer. Remember Jay Haas?
Mm-hmm.
And his kid. What's his kid's name? His kid's a golfer, too.
Oh, I played with this kid at the Pro-Am at Castle Pines.
Yeah. What's his name?
He didn't say a word to us.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
We played 18 holes, and I think he said 2 words.
And he was talking about pressure. Jay Haas was.
Sounds like a fun round.
Yeah. He was really into it.
He goes, the guys today don't know pressure. He goes, back in the day, I'm on the PGA Tour.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, I got 3 little kids at home, and I got to make the cut this week, or they don't get fed. Essentially, is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Because there wasn't back in his day, there wasn't nearly as much money, not nearly as much, and so he's like, on a week-to-week basis, man, I'm in a Winnebago traveling the tour, trying to make enough money to support my family.
Well,
It just hit me.
That's essentially where you are right now.
I've had the same Christmas for 20 plus years. Me just sitting there, cleaning up present after present after present. My wife spoiling all these kids.
Yeah.
They're all on my insurance plan, my cell phone plan, my car insurance plan. Just cleaning up. Been doing it for you. And just know this. You got two little, that's going to be there for a long time.
Yeah. Are you saying you feel underappreciated in your own house during Christmas? Is that what's going on?
No, I know. It's crazy how it's like the same thing. Nothing changes.
I'm going to start calling my kids that. They aren't my kids anymore. They're like, how many kids you got? I have 2 dependents. That's all it is. 303-504-0925. Look around the league next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law wins. If you have a case you need to win, and who doesn't, call Dan Kaplis Law because they've won these things in record-setting ways. Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis right now. 3 locations to choose from across the Front Range. If you need Dan's help, call. It's the easiest way. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up online, dankapleslaw.com. Moj, I'm giving out free financial advice on this show now. I'm telling our boy here, make sure you sign up for the HSA. He had no idea what it was.
That's not true. I signed up for it. I just got to do that form.
Yeah, you got, dude. You don't understand what it's tax free, man. You're tax free in the government. You take that money and you use it.
Okay, I'm on it. Rally House Football Monday. At this time, every Monday, we take a look around the NFL, and we start with Thursday. No, you guys talked about Thursday already. Saturday, we'll go Texans and Chargers. So the Texans win 20-16. That keeps the Chargers out of the AFC West run. That loss gave the Broncos their first division title in 10 years. Question is, I watched the Chargers play, and it felt like the same thing I've seen before, and I know they're ravaged with injuries. But it felt like Justin Herbert trying to grit that thing out, made some plays, and guys didn't finish for him. A lot of drops in that game.
A lot. Keenan Allen had a couple big drops in that game. I don't know which of those teams I would least like to play.
I think it's Houston.
Is it?
I think.
I
guess we'll see. We'll see this weekend, but I think it's Houston.
Their defense is pretty dang good in Houston, dude. Pretty dang good. Although, listen, either of these teams can bite you in the butt on any given week. So neither one would be a picnic. Put it that way.
Houston's offense just, I mean, you guys remember how the game started. It was like within 5 minutes, it was 2 40-yard bombs from C.J. Stroud.
And then he fell asleep.
Yeah. Their offense seemed to find something here over the last month or two. Because remember, they were struggling early in the year offensively, and that seems to have changed. Now, Ravens-Packers, here's what's weird about this one. Both starting quarterbacks were out of the game, and you thought, all right, it's going to be Malik Willis versus Huntley. And in that game, I figured that the Packers' defense and everything else that they had was going to kind of take over, and they got worked by Baltimore. Crushed. And Derrick Henry, who's been asleep all year, goes for 216 and 4 touchdowns to give the Ravens the win and keep them in the race this final week for the AFC North.
Pretty amazing. I had the Packers in this one on my lay it down.
Yep.
I didn't. I guess I didn't anticipate that Derrick Henry would go busting himself for 2 bills and 4. I did not see that coming. That's on me. Especially for a team that barely had anything to play for.
So Ravens now 8-8, a chance to win the AFC North next week. In the Packers,
I think the Ravens will beat
9-6-1.
the Steelers next week. By the way, I do.
Assuming Lamar's back.
If they do,
I think they'll just run the ball.
Well, if Derrick Henry can do that, then yeah. He just hasn't done that really all year. It was just like a reminder, like, oh, yeah, you can do that. Now, Bengals-Cardinals. I've always wondered this with Cincy. Cincy has been out of this for a long time. Keeping motivation, and what do you do as a head coach when you know you're out of it and Joe Burrow's dealt with injuries all year? Do you just let him go out there and play? They beat the snot out of Arizona 37-14. But you don't play them this final week, do you?
I don't know.
Joe Burrow wants to play.
Seems like he wants to play.
I mean, he's made it pretty clear he wants to play. If he's healthy, he wants to play football.
Yeah.
And he's healthy.
Outside of Trey McBride, who is proven to be the best tight end in the game right now, is there any redeeming value to the Arizona Cardinals?
God, I thought last year they were starting to find something.
Holy moly,
especially
that
on
team
defense.
just skunked it up.
Well,
They
had that injury.
Murray.
They had the injury to James Conner early in the year that I think really affected their offense because they haven't been able to run the ball since.
That is true. I know that that Kyler Murray's gone from there. I don't know what they're going to do with him.
Well, they've wanted him gone even when they were half good.
Yeah.
Oh, he did just have a baby.
Oh, that explains it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, he's got a new. He's got a new baby.
How about this? The Steelers, all they had to do was beat the Cleveland Browns, and they would have been in the playoffs. And instead, they lose 13-6. Shedeur was okay, other than the worst interception I've ever seen in my life that was thrown in that game. At the same time, Jerry Jeudy just kind of stared at the football and didn't play defensive back at all. But the Browns win 13-6.
Hey, the Steelers missed out on a pick 6. Who was that linebacker? Let me look for him. Malik Harrison.
Yeah.
That's who it was.
Aaron Rodgers looked so slow.
He did.
That final series where he was trying to move the ball. Oh, my goodness. It's like Grandpa. Hey, Grandpa.
What's your assessment of Shedeur through these starts?
Up and down. I mean, I'd like to see a complete season, maybe a complete camp.
Do you think that they're sold on the idea that he's the starter next year?
I think he's the best quarterback of all the quarterbacks who played.
I think he is, but I think they need to coach him up, man. He's just been an afterthought. He's been
Embrace him, maybe.
Yeah, actually put your arm around him and say, you know what, we kind of like you.
It's going to be kind of hard to do when Deshaun Watson's healthy in camp
That's
next year.
exactly right. I don't know for a guy that you owe that money to, I bet they go with him.
Saints beat the Titans 34-26.
I've officially come around. I'm a Tyler Shuck guy.
Are ya?
I've been picking against the Saints since he started starting about, 5 weeks ago?
Yeah.
333, 2 touches yesterday, and a 142.7 rating.
Hey, Moser.
I'm coming around, and I don't care who they played. I'm coming around on the guy.
Moser and Brett, what former Denver Bronco running back carried it 14 times for 94 yards, including a long 32-yard touchdown run?
Estime did.
They have Audric Estime in New Orleans.
He looked good.
He did. I've always wondered guys like that. Well, Devon Vele plays there too. I have not heard a single thing about Devon Vele, though. Have you guys?
No.
Remember that was that big trade that happened? There was, we're going to regret that one. And Vele's got, let's see here, 25 catches this year. 25.
Not much.
Do you think that the Broncos, if you put Estime on this current Broncos roster, J.K. Dobbins is out, would they make room for him or would he even fit in the rotation?
It's a great question. I don't know what Sean Payton didn't. Well,
no.
I don't think he's that great of a player. Clearly, Payton
fumbled. He had fumbleitis when he was here.
And clearly, Payton said, you know what,
he fumbled.
Yeah, get a new start someplace else.
I think they'd still stick with Harvey and Jaleel. Yeah, I don't think he'd get run here. Jags and Colts. Jags win 23-17. That win keeps them alive for the 1 seed. And I know that you guys talked a lot about the Jags after the game a couple weeks ago, but I'm so confused by them. They continue to win. Mm-hmm. At times it looks really sloppy, and at other times they look like an unreal offense.
It's like every other team.
Yeah.
It's every other team. I mean, you could say, pick a team. I could say the same thing.
I was just going to say, outside the, quote, unreal offense part, it sounds like you're talking about your Denver Broncos a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like, hey, listen, they keep winning, right? They just keep winning.
But they were on that stretch, man. They put up 35, 27, 25, 36, 48, 34. Like, their offense is humming right now.
You're going to have a clunker from time to time, and I think that probably was their clunker.
Yeah.
What do you think they'll do in the finale against Tennessee?
Oh, blow their doors
Blow their doors completely off.
Dolphins in Bucks. Bucks, if they win that game, they would have been first in the NFC South. They lose to Miami. And now that sets up for a final week showdown between them and the Panthers to see who's going to make the playoffs from that division. And if they do win that game and win the NFC South, they will have won their division with a sub-500 record.
I'm going to anoint the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as the most disappointing football team in the NFL.
They melted.
They were a 5-1, then 6-2 football team, and they have gone right down the crud.
They melted.
Yep.
Question I have about them. Todd Bowles called them out in that press conference, dropping a whole bunch of F-bombs, which sounded weird for Todd Bowles to do that. And then they've responded poorly. So what does that say about the head coach and the message?
Bad news for Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
When you lose that battle, you have J.J. Redick's doing the same thing in L.A. You only have so many bullets in the chamber where you're going to rip your team before they start saying no.
Yeah. DeAndre Ayton, did you see what he said about it?
No.
They said DeAndre, JJ said that this was going to be an uncomfortable day for you. And he goes, and you guys bought into that? That was his response.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. When you drop one of those and you don't get a response, it's typically not good news. Now, I know that this is a little bit of both. I don't know what it's more of. Patriots, Jets, 42-10. Are the Patriots just everything that their record has billed them to be, or are the Jets everything that their record has billed them?
Defensive-wise, yesterday I watched this game. Defensive-wise, the Jets stink with their offense. Okay, so the Patriots just played some good defense.
Yeah,
gentlemen, I'm here to tell you right now that Drake May is beyond the real deal.
He's really good.
He's so good.
You know what?
I don't care what you say about the Jets defense, though. Even when they actually had good coverage, like really good coverage. This guy threads the needle like nobody's business, and he does it with a sense of poise and slickness and panache that a lot of other guys don't have out of his class.
Let's be honest.
I'll leave it at that.
The Patriots did to a division rival what the Broncos fans hoped the Broncos would do to a division rival last Thursday.
100%.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. By the way, Drake May is completing 72% of his passes on 9 yards per attempt, which I previously thought was
Brett,
not
I'm
doable.
telling you, I watched him throw the ball. I texted with Coach Sanford yesterday morning. This guy's the real deal. I mean, I don't know how to tell you, but he looked awesome. And yeah, again, the Jets stink. But you know what he did? First of all, he took them apart because they stink. Number two, but even when, again, they're playing great coverage and they're doing this and they're doing that and he's under pressure and he's got guys on him, dude, he's making unbelievable plays.
Yeah. Seahawks and Panthers. Again, one of those situations, if the Panthers win, then they...
oh, by the way, sorry, it's a timeout, sorry. They had 35 points at halftime. Then they scored to start then they sat him.
Yeah.
He didn't play virtually the entire second half.
Right. Seahawks and Panthers. Another situation. Panthers win. They take the NFC South. Couldn't do it. The Seahawks are really good. Their defense is really, really good. Now, I think the Seahawks struggled a little bit more than I would have thought with Carolina. That was a 17-10 game.
At first.
Well, 17-10 in the fourth quarter, and then a touchdown and field goal later. It makes the score look a little bit different. If I just ask you right here, the Seahawks are very obviously a great football team. Do you trust Sam Darnold when it hits the postseason?
No.
Not really.
If you go head-to-head against the Rams, I'm taking the Rams over the Seahawks.
What about the Niners?
Dude, the Niners are that team that just keeps coming at you no matter what. No matter who they have, no matter what they have, they lose. Kittle, big deal. Their backup tight end suddenly turns into Greg Kittle Part 2.
Well, we'll get there in a second. Giants beat the Raiders 34-10. That's one of those games.
I call them Greg.
You and Greg's. Giants win 34-10. How do you feel if you're a Giants fan? That was a game for the number 1 overall pick, essentially. And you beat the Raiders, which kind of hands them the number 1 overall pick, and you know what I mean? Like, did you want to lose that game, or do you want your team to play well?
It sounds like a team that doesn't have a rudder, right?
Yeah.
What the front office wants and what the coaching staff wants are two entirely different things. But what are you supposed to do? Are the Raiders really that bad?
Yes.
Yes, they stink.
Yes,
which is why the Broncos should have blown their door. The Broncos should just beat the snot out of those guys.
But they didn't.
Twice.
They barely won both games.
We'll get to Nick Wright audio in the next segment that Vic wants to play, but I still remember Nick Wright picking the Raiders second in this division before the season started and having them a playoff team. They're 2-14, by the way.
The Broncos should come in here and beat that ass.
So Eagles-Bills was a weird game because the scoring wasn't happening. The Bills in the fourth quarter grabbed 2 touchdowns. It's a tie game 13.
Do you want to describe the conditions?
A monsoon.
A driving rainstorm all day long.
That was like 38 degrees too.
Correct.
It had to be just brutal.
It looked so uncomfortable.
Terrible.
So they get a couple of scores late in that fourth quarter. It's 12-13. Bills down 1.
No, it's 13-12. Don't do that.
Sorry. 13-12. Bills down 1. Do you kick the field goal, go into overtime?
Extra
do you
point.
go for the win?
Extra point.
Yeah, come on, man. You're not. You're just.
What is
not,
your friggin'
You're not.
malfunction right now?
It's going to take me a minute.
Yeah, you're not there.
They were winning 12-13.
They were going to bunt the guy over, but
Bruce Boudreau and Rick Tucott.
He hit a slap shot.
And the Canucks fired Boudreau.
Do you kick the extra point, send it in OT, or go for 2? They went for 2. Here's what's messed up. The play was there.
It was right there.
Josh Allen just missed him.
Vic, listen, because you probably don't watch enough football. I would have kicked because the Eagles had stalled offensively the entire second half. They're probably not even going to score.
Yeah.
All right, and you got all the momentum going your way. I guess momentum doesn't mean a damn thing. That's fine.
Rule of thumb is you go for it on the road.
Okay, fine.
You kick it.
They were home. Yeah,
they were at home.
They were at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm
they
saying.
Should have kicked.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
So the play is there. He's got dude streaking at the back of the end zone wide open, and you know what he does? He throws it into the dirt. He missed him.
Yeah. It's a big one, too. That takes them to 11-5, and now they're battling for seeding and positioning.
It's
takes them out of the AFC race. And then the Sunday night game, which was just you get a possession, you get a touchdown.
What a game. You know what? For the first time in my lifetime, well, no, I shouldn't say that. 85 was fun. For the first time since 85, the Chicago Bears are actually fun to watch. Usually it's trash.
That 1 year under Cutler, then they were 12-4. They were pretty fun.
Yeah, but this is a fun. Caleb Williams is fun to watch. Did you see that hook and ladder that almost worked at the end of that game? I like Colston Loveland. I like everything about that team. They're fun. Ben Johnson calls a great game.
It's funny, I was not believing in Caleb Williams for a good portion of this year. In these last few weeks, I just got to eat it, I think.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
He's really good. And again, another situation late in the game. It's 4th down. He got a chance to win it. And I don't know what he was doing. I know he's just trying to buy time. He's got people bearing down on him. He's backpedaling, kind of spikes it right into the dirt in the end zone where it looked like the guy would have been open for the game winner.
That's a tough throw,
It's
man.
a very
That's
tough
asking
throw.
a lot. You know? By the way, Brock Purdy had a similar play earlier in the game, and he evaded 2 oncoming rushers, and he looked really good. I don't know what to think of the Niners. Again, you keep chopping off parts of their body, and they just grow them right back.
Do that division. I mean, imagine
It's crazy.
And the Rams play tonight on the road at the Falcons. They can be 12-4.
It's
no. The Seahawks are 13-3.
Oh, that's right.
Bro.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, you've got a 13-3 and 2 12-4s.
Yep.
Yeah. But the division will be decided next week when the Niners play the Seahawks.
That is correct.
That is a look around the NFL. Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. We have some audio from Nick Wright that Vic wants to get to. And it's about being late to the party.
You can be late. You just can't be 3-4 years late.
He's too late. We'll get to it next. Rally House Football Monday. Adam Schefter's going to join us at 9 o'clock. But Jokic and the stretch that he's on. I know the Nuggets have not won in 2 of the last 3 games, but his numbers have been insane.
The greatest 3-game stretch in the history of the NBA. No one has done over 3 games what Nikola Jokic has done. So you just leave it at that. Nobody's arrived at the numbers. Like last night, what is it? Kawhi Leonard had 55? What did he finish with in that game? Look it up. And everybody was going crazy. Oh, my God. Kawhi. Really? Check out his assists and rebounds. Did he have 16 boards and 15 assists?
55, 11, and 2.
Okay.
Did have 5 steals and 3 blocks.
Great game.
Yeah.
Nikola does it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. That's all I want to say.
Well, it's just, look, again, the marvel that I have about this is that you got 2 guys in town that do this.
Mm-hmm.
Every year, McKinnon and Jokic put up these ungodly numbers, and it feels like they can't get better, and then they get better. Like both of them do. But Jokic to do this, and you mentioned this earlier, Vic, and I don't think that this is a small detail, especially in the sport that he plays. Every night,
availability.
He does this. Every night.
He leads the league in availability. No star is more available. He and Shea, honestly. Shea's been available.
Yeah.
Durability and availability. Both of those players, MVP-level players, they're always available, more than anyone. Nikola Jokic this season, a couple stats I'll spit out for you. Averaging close to 30 a game, 29.9. That's higher than Shaq's best season scoring. Shaq, ever. He's averaging 12.5 rebounds a game, better than Karl Malone's best season, ever. He's averaging over 11 assists a game this season, better than Jason Kidd, the magician, ever. 60% field goal percentage, better than Tim Duncan, ever. His BPM, whatever the hell that is 16.5. His PER, whatever the hell that is 35.5.
Yeah.
All these numbers. I get lost in them. BPM, PER, GED. What?
Go outside, nerd.
Whatever.
What's his BOFA?
I mean, but the numbers are ridiculous. We've seen this coming. He continues to improve. Every time we think he's reached he's plateauing, right? The plateau. He proves us all wrong.
There is no plateau.
Like we've said the last 3 years, right? Oh, the numbers. He's going to have everybody back this year, so he won't equal the numbers. Oh yeah, he got better.
Well, and he's needed now with 3 guys out of the starting lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just what kind of happened.
He just gets better and better and better and better. And what you're about to hear, we're about to go to something here. You're going to hear Nick Wright, and it's no surprise. Nick Wright hates everything about Denver, not just the Nuggets and Nikola. He hates the Broncos. He's proven that time and time again.
Yep.
Now, you can do that hate a city thing when you're a local radio or local merchant. That's what we are. We're a local station. We adhere to the local community. This is what we do. We're Denver, right? And it's like I hate everything about LA and LA sports. I hate Chicago sports, Boston sports, Philly sports, Dallas sports. Give me a city and I hate you. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
You know, we're in Denver. But when you're a national talk show host, you're supposed to sort of get off that amusement park ride because you're a national host, correct? Am I wrong there?
I think
Am I wrong?
That's probably right.
Okay, so you can't like hate a city if you're a national host because you might have people from that city appeal to your show.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, if I did a national show, I'm not sure I'd open every show by saying I hate L.A.
His background, he's a Kansas City guy.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
You got to sort of stop playing that game when you're on a national scale.
I completely
That's all
agree.
I'm saying. So he continues to kill Denver in every sport. The Broncos have proven him wrong. He's eaten that Broncos bite all season. And now Nikola Jokic. This is what he. Now I want you to listen, compare and contrast. We had Nick on our show. The only reason I do this is it's only a matter of time before Nikola Jokic changes your mind. He's like a computer chip. He will process you. He'll figure out. He figures everyone out, even his deepest critics. Everyone has turned the corner on Nikola Jokic. 3 years ago, Nick Wright came on this show and said he will never turn the corner on Nikola. He's not what you guys think he is. We called him an idiot then, and now he has finally turned the corner. Go ahead, Nelly.
I'm glad to join you. I'm glad to talk to you guys. To be clear, though, we've never gone back and forth on Twitter. You called me a and I said I'd come on the radio show.
And I'm a little ashamed I was so late to the party on Jokic, but I showed up.
But I did say he was the worst player to win MVP since Dave Cowens.
He's spellbinding in games like yesterday and is just for today's basketball, a close to perfect offensive player. The passing, the shooting, all of it.
History is going to look back on this. Let me ask you, 13 guys have won back-to-back MVPs in NBA history. I'll tell you them very quickly. Wilt, Russell, Kareem, Moses, Bird, Magic, Michael, Duncan, Steve Nash, remember him, LeBron, Steph, Giannis, Jokic. It's 13 guys. Jokic's about to join the list. Do you think he is closer on that list to the 11 all-time greats or to Steve Nash?
I think I'm ready to say that if he were to win another ring, he's the best center since Kareem, which would vaunt him ahead of Shaq and Kane.
Yes, I'm aware he went in. It's one of the many reasons he shouldn't have been the MVP, buddy. But the idea that you don't tell me that my numbers are wrong when your numbers are wrong, and then say I'm only looking at the numbers. Like, that's not going to fly.
How does it feel now to be wrong? To be that wrong? To be that late to the party? To be that dismissive? 3 years ago, that interview, one of them took place 3 years ago when we had him on the show. And listen, I give him all the credit in the world for coming on. He didn't have to come on because I called him names. But I said, you're not seeing this right. You're not seeing it right. You're completely unglued here. You don't see the value in this player. And I've said that to him. I've said it to who else? Chris Mannix. Who else have we had on the show? Spike. How many of you national people want to come on and spar with us and get your ass beat?
Well, they got Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
They got nowhere else to go with here, especially with Jokic. Like, here's the funny thing. Whenever somebody drops history will look back on my take as and you're like, uh-oh. Yeah. The thing that was obvious to Jokic that I think that made it difficult for everybody else is because when you're such a unique style and one that is not flashy, it's really hard for people to understand it. Moshe, how many times have I said this? It took people so long to come around to Jokic because it didn't look like your NBA highlight film of a superstar. Superstars had the same tapes. They were jumping over 5 people and dunking or hitting a step-back 3 or ball handling or whatever. And Jokic just didn't have the flash that they had. And I think so many people thought, well, it's just a weird coincidence of stat stuffing is all this guy is doing. When it's been brilliance for like 7 years now. And go ahead.
Well, what's frustrating to me is that people would come in with their biases for whatever reason, whatever your bias may be against Nikola Jokic. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, doesn't look right, doesn't feel right, doesn't impress you, whatever. And the refusal to get off of that position despite the evidence in front of your face is what is frustrating to me.
Yeah.
I feel like when you're in that role of a national person, there's got to be some level of objectivity. Now, you could say, you know what, I just don't think he's as good as Kareem. Okay, and you could, argue your way through that. But to say he's nowhere close to any of these guys and blah, that's where you become unhinged, and that's where people like me are able to see right through you. There are guys in this league that I don't like. And there are guys in every league that I don't like. But I will acknowledge, what, that guy's really he's damn good and maybe one of the best of all time.
I don't think that's a hard thing to do.
I'll come off my position when the evidence smacks me in the face time and time and time again. But some of these guys, despite the evidence being there, they refuse to actually even remotely change their tune. And that's why we, around these parts, got so defensive for so many years.
Yeah.
Is because, dude, we can see through you. We can see your biases. Yeah, for me, it was that way.
For me, it was very simple. You're not watching the games.
I mean, or maybe you're not watching the games.
Liars.
Okay.
They're a lot of these national types, and I'll call them out, and I don't care if they think, a lot of them have actually confronted me on this. I don't care. You don't watch the games. And I don't blame you. Many of you who live on the East Coast, the Nuggets on Christmas night, that game started at 10:45 on the East Coast. Just say you didn't watch.
Nobody would blame you.
Yeah, don't wake up the next day and you didn't watch Joker like we did. We invested in it daily. We saw it. So you don't know what I know. I know more than you on this subject matter. Listen, it's okay. I'm smarter than you on this certain subject matter.
Sure.
I'm better than you on this topic. Accept it.
Yeah. It's just, I also think what plays into this, and he went to it, because the NBA is like this. Whenever you compliment a current player, it always has to be put in historical context for people. Oh, if he's so good, is he as good as Hakeem? It's like, oh, I don't know. You can give it a minute. Also, who cares? He's really good.
I just feel like, I guess maybe this is boomer in me coming out. By the way, I'm not a boomer. I'm an Xer. Doesn't matter. But people confuse opinion with fact. It's okay to have an opinion, say, I don't even like this guy. But you can't deny the facts that are presented in front of you. You can't hold on to it and keep denying. People they back themselves into a corner, and we have a real problem in the society today where people, they just can't admit that they were wrong, or they can't move off a position which might even be absolutely ridiculous and everybody can see it, but they refuse to move off it and they pretend like it's absolute fact. And you're like, what are you doing?
I'll give you a perfect example. Here is an undisputable fact. No one can like Jordan Bennington. Not a single person on earth. It's impossible. And if you think otherwise, not only it's not an opinion, you are factually incorrect.
You think even Blues fans, though, they're faking it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, they're faking it.
On a personal level? No way.
Well, it's just, but you know what I mean. It's like people. It's and it doesn't apply just to sports. It's just life, man. People just they hole up in their bunker and they refuse to move off it, even though they probably know they're wrong. And I'm sure that Nick Wright, even 2 years ago, probably looked at it and said, God, this guy's damn good. But I had this position, and I have to keep defending this position, continue to defend it. Otherwise, I'll look silly. No, man, it's better just to cut bait and admit you were wrong and move on.
When we return, Adam Schefter breaks down the weekend that was in the NFL next. Rally House Football Monday. Rally House shop every team in town. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car Accident Union Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. I almost forgot it. It's been a minute. Adam Schefter joins the program. Hi, Adam.
Gentlemen, what's going on? Happy New Year.
Adam, this is so classic. Brett has been out for 5 weeks because he had another kid. And he's got to keep looking at his notes to figure out what the hell is what.
Yep.
Oh, this is hysterical.
Used to have that all in
it's
there.
It's great.
How many kids we up to?
2.
Congratulations. Boy, girl, what do we got there?
2 girls.
Yeah.
Yep, another girl.
One is 32 and the other one is 3 weeks old.
That's exactly right. Adam, always appreciate the time. And look, over the weekend, with the Chargers loss, that seals the Broncos for winning the AFC West, the first time a non-Chiefs team has done that since 2015. The question now becomes, when the Broncos play the Chargers this weekend, do the Chargers have the incentive to go all out, or is there a chance you think they rest up Justin Herbert and just get ready for the postseason?
Look, Jim Harbaugh is always quirky with these things, and I would think that he's going to be thoughtful, but I don't know what incentive they have to play certain guys here. So to me, it's not going to be a surprise if Herbert doesn't play, but I don't know that yet. We haven't heard from him just yet.
Yeah, the only incentive is if he's trying to play a particular opponent in the first round of the playoffs. I mean, that would be it. I mean, and how much does he value also keeping a healthy, upright quarterback? Maybe he thinks his hand injury is not that big a deal. What do you think he thinks?
No, well, again, Jim thinks differently than most people. Okay, we'll start there. But I just think the most important thing, Justin Herbert's gotten pummeled. And so to me, it's most important to get him some rest right now. To me, but it's not my team.
Yeah, well, I guess, Adam, when you look at it, though, with every team having a flaw, I mean, do you think that coaches genuinely want to try and pick their opponent in the postseason? You incentive to win? Yeah.
No, I don't believe – no, like, what are we talking about also? It's not like – no, I don't believe they really care about that, by and large. Now, in the NFC, if you got to play one of the NFC South teams, I mean, I could see some thought to that potentially, but I think coaches are more interested in doing what's best for their team. And to me, what's best for their team right now is to rest Justin Herbert. That's me, not my decision. Like, why does he need to be out there for seeding? They're in. I don't know the scenarios of who they would or wouldn't play. I don't know if they could improve their seeding or not. But to me, I don't see a lot there to gain.
If you had to handicap it, if I gave you Broncos, Patriots, Jags to represent the AFC or the field, who would you take?
I probably would take the field because I just Josh Allen looms dangerous in the postseason to me. He just looms dangerous. And Houston, you didn't mention them. They have the best defense. Houston has the best defense. Buffalo has the best quarterback. So if you're giving me those options, I'll take the field because I get the best of both worlds.
You know what I wouldn't want to do this year, by the way? Who votes on all of these awards like Coach of the Year and MVP? Who handles that? Is that media?
Yeah, media.
Okay, so if you're voting for Coach of the Year and you got a week to play, I'm looking at all the contestants here. I mean, I have no idea what Kyle Shanahan has done to a banged-up San Francisco squad. Liam Cohen in Jacksonville. Hell, Sean Payton here in Denver. Mike Vrabel in New England. Mike McDonald in Seattle. I've never seen
Ben
a
Johnson.
list. I mean, so many candidates.
Ben
You're
Johnson,
right, Ben.
yeah.
I mean, good luck voting on that one.
I mean, to me, honestly, the case for Vrabel, Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, and Kyle Shanahan, like those four guys. Like there are other guys. Sean Payton's been great. Mm-hmm. But there are four guys in my mind that stand out above the others. The Bears lost last night. So, although what they've done is still incredible, like those are the real turnaround stories in the NFL this year. New England, Chicago, Jacksonville. And San Francisco is not a turnaround, but I don't think anybody could survive what the Niners have been through and be in a position going into Week 18 to play for the number 1 seed.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane.
It's remarkable. I want to ask you this, though, because I guess I could do my research, but I think you're smarter than me. I look at you talk about the turnarounds, like the Patriots turnaround, the Jaguars turnaround. Houston's playing good football. A couple of years ago, Stroud was the talk of the town, but a tough one last year. But Seattle's turnaround, even Carolina's, can win the division, and all they have to do is knock off the dog butt Buccaneers right now. When you're talking about these turnarounds, is this a year where you've seen more? The Bears is obviously a huge one. More turnaround for teams that have gone from to pretty dang good than we've seen in a long time. I'm trying to remember when we had, this many teams, 6 teams or more, that actually flipped the script and are playing great ball.
Well, what I would say to that would be that hold on, let me see if I have it or did I erase it. I think here it is. 36 straight years. 36 straight years. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
At least 4 new teams have made the NFL playoffs. This year, the Patriots, Jaguars, Seahawks, Bears, 49ers are all in. None of them made it last year. Panthers will make it 6. So you say you've never seen a year like this, and I would say to you, it's happened every year for 36 years. maybe not to this extreme.
Yeah,
maybe not to this.
That's what I'm thinking. Like Bears 11-5, Seattle 13-3, and the Patriots 13-3, and the Jags 12-4. It's just that they've gone from they're not 10-7 getting in, but 12-13 wins, that kind of thing.
36 straight years. At least 4 new teams have made the NFL playoffs every year for 36 straight years. Okay? So what that tells you is that this league is hard to win in regularly. Injuries are always a factor. The difference between one team and another is not that great. Just not that great. It's still a quarterback coach's league. And when you look at those teams that turned it around, what do they have in common? New England has Mike Vrabel, newly hired, and Drake May, second year. Jacksonville's got Trevor Lawrence, former number 1 overall pick, with a new coach. Turned him around. Chicago's got a former number 1 overall pick, and Ben Johnson. Turned him around. Kyle Shanahan's Kyle Shanahan. He's the man. Like, coaches and quarterbacks. And teams fire coaches on a regular basis. And unless they have a great quarterback, they're making changes. And that's why you get 36 straight years of at least 4 new playoff teams every year.
Wow. You brought up the Panthers. I am very curious to see how that game against the Bucs is going to go and what it means for Todd Bowles. Todd Bowles did that risky thing. He went to the well of kind of calling out his team. He had that moment at the presser. He's throwing out some F-bombs, and they responded by losing again. What do you think happens if Tampa Bay does not make the postseason, or even if they do? Is Todd Bowles' job up for discussion, you think?
I think, look, you make the postseason, you can win in the postseason, go on a run. I think that changes the narrative and the feeling about how you finish. But if Tampa loses at home on Saturday to Carolina, Tampa Bay loses home, and then loses, 7 of 8 games down the stretch? I mean, I think all things are on the table. All options are on the table at that point in time. But that team's falling apart down the stretch this year. Really surprising. Disappointing for them.
Could there be a surprise coaching change out there that we're not aware of?
Just like there are 36 years of 4 new.
Yeah.
It's probably 36 straight years of at least one surprise head coaching change every year.
Yeah. Yeah. Behind the scenes stuff that.
Every year it happens. Now, we know the regular places that are being discussed. We already have Tennessee and the Giants. I think people are waiting on Cleveland, Atlanta, the Raiders. Nobody's going to be surprised there if anything happens. And then, you got some interesting places. I think the loser of Sunday night's game between Baltimore and Pittsburgh, there are going to be questions asked there.
Yeah. I thought about that, and those are two long-time coaches too. That'd be a tough one either way.
Right. Some franchise is gonna be disappointed. Some fan base is gonna be alienated. Some people are gonna be upset. Do I think any of them getting fired? No, I don't. But do I think there'll be discussions with the team that loses on Sunday night? Yeah, I think there'll be discussions. I don't know what comes out of that, but yeah, that we didn't make the playoffs. What went wrong?
What I don't know if you have any inside dope on this, but what's going on between Max Crosby and the Raiders right now?
You know, I don't know why people are like all worked up about it.
Because he was worked up because he went public. That's why.
Okay. What I would say to that is this: if the Raiders are playing for something, he'd be out there, but they're not, and he needs surgery. And they had scans last Tuesday that said his knee had gotten worse, and that he was a threat to make it bad if he didn't have it operated on. So why? I know he wants to play. That's why he's Max Crosby. Like he's a warrior. Highest respect for that guy and the way he plays. Why would you put him out there? So both things can be right. Yes, you can be doing what you can to lock in the number 1 overall pick, and you can be doing the smart and prudent thing and resting your guy. Right? I mean, why can't they both be true?
Is there? I'm just throwing this out there. Is there like an incentive thing that he could hit that maybe he can't now if they're shutting him down that he's upset about?
No, I don't believe that's scary. He got so much guaranteed money. You know, you're not talking about anything incentives that are going to sway things here.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to tank in the National Football League? Like watching the Raiders and Giants yesterday. I'm sure there's a slew of Giants fans going, "What are you doing? Why would you play that hard?"
It's very simple. Yeah, it's very simple. Because while your front office or ownership may privately want you to lose, players' contracts, in large part, are not guaranteed. Players' contracts expire. And the moment you put lazy, unmotivated play on tape, you hurt your own value.
Yeah.
You've got coaches in both places coaching to keep their jobs. They don't care whether their franchise is the number 1 pick. The coaches in Vegas may get fired. Coaches in the Giants staff already, some have been fired and some are trying to distinguish themselves. They want to win. So, it's really conflicting motivations. You know, and ownership or front offices would never, ever admit, "Oh yeah, we want to lose this game." But trust me, through the years, I've spoken to enough teams that are like it's in our nature. Like I'm going to watch my team. I'm going to be rooting for them to win. I'd like to see them win, but if they don't win, I'm going to be good with it.
Yeah.
I've heard that said to me. But the players are always trying to win. Always. 100% of the time.
I get it, but, the three of us put lazy, unmotivated play on tape every morning, and it hasn't affected us one bit.
That's why you get cut tomorrow.
It's Adam Schefter. He joins us every single week. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you, buddy.
Guys, Happy New Year.
Take care.
Happy New Year to you, too. Adam Schefter joins us every single Monday at 9 o'clock. Back after this.
Yep, the year-end sale is going on at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. And right now at Silterhar, 0% financing for 60 months on all new Ford models, all of them, including the awesome best-selling Ford F-150 truck and Super Duties. Commercial tax credits also apply. You can lease a brand new Lincoln Nautilus for just $599 a month. This sale is unbelievable, and Greg Larson and his crew are going to hook you up. They've got hundreds of certified pre-owns to choose from right there on the lot. So shop right now online, save big. The year-end sale is sthmotors.com. Again, that website, sthmotors.com, or get up there at Highway 36 and Wadsworth and Broomfield at Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Double Dipperoo tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Pregame for the Nuggets is at 5 o'clock. It's powered by Ramos Lawn. If you're looking for the Avs and Kings, you head on over to AM 950. Pregame starting at 6:30. And with that, how about a little double this?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Start with the early game tonight, 5:30. Nuggets at Heat, 5 o'clock pregame. Vic?
The Denver Nuggets have beaten the Miami Heat 11 straight times in the regular season. 11 in a row. Pretty hefty win streak. I think it's going to be a close game again, and I want it to be a close game. I know there are a lot of Nuggets fans who are like, come on, can we get a blowout at least? I want it to come down to the very end. Do you know that the Denver Nuggets could very easily be 16-0 on the road? Every game they've had on the road, they've had a chance to win or at least tie at the buzzer. At the buzzer. Golden State, Joker at the shot at the buzzer to win. Missed it. Portland, Joker with the shot at the buzzer. Missed it. Dallas, Peyton Watson, shot at the buzzer, in and out. Orlando, shot at the buzzer, in and out. You make those shots, the Denver Nuggets are 16-0 on the road.
Damn.
I want it to come down to the final shot because I think the more of those you have, the more practice you get. Let's go.
Head over to AM 950 at 7 o'clock. It's Avs and Kings, Moj.
Dude, I don't know how to tell you this, but the Avs at home are unbelievable. 15-0-2 at Ball Arena. 16-0-4 in games. They have fewer penalties than their opponent. What does that tell you?
So hold on a second. I just need to. You mean to tell me we're approaching New Year's Eve and this team only has 2 regulation losses?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Is that what you're trying to make that a fact? That this team, as we approach New Year's Eve, 2 losses without a point.
That is correct.
Only 2 other teams in the league have less than 10 regulation losses.
Listen, the Avs at home are obviously really, really good, and they are the second least penalized team in the entire National Hockey League. So they don't take a ton of penalties, but they've got a 16-0-4 record when they take fewer. That's the key. Stay out of the box against Los Angeles. But I'll tell you what's interesting about the Kings. They got 16 wins on the year. 11 of those have come on the road. They don't like playing at home. They love playing away from crypto. Bottom line is this. The Avs are averaging about 4 goals a game. They're giving up 2.2, right? Or a little less than 2.2. And the Kings, they can't get to 4 goals. So stay out of the box, get to 4 goals, you win.
The Avs have 63 points on the year through 37 games. Off the top of your head, how many teams in the Eastern Conference have over 50 points this season?
I think either none or one. The only one that would be Carolina.
0 is the answer.
Where's Carolina?
Carolina is 49.
Okay, there you go.
And
by the way,
and the Red Wings are at 49.
So the Avs will be at Carolina on, I want to say Saturday. Is it Saturday? They've got a rookie goalie there that is 12-1-1, who's leading the National Hockey League right now in goals against average. Yeah, the Carolina Hurricanes have that kid.
They play, Saturday.
Saturday. So that's going to be a hell of a road trip for the Avs. At Carolina and Florida back-to-back, day off, then at Tampa. Ooh, baby, that's going to be a toughie. But nonetheless, my keys stand at home. You get the 4 goals, stay out of the box, you win.
All right, Moser's keys lasted 7 minutes. I did mine in 30 seconds. Can I add one more key just to balance things out?
I want a tight game. You know what? I want them to be really, really squeaky down to the end.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
Nelly, these keys are supposed to be quick-paced, right? They're supposed to be like fast. Let's get them done in less than 30 seconds. How long did his keys go? How long?
At this point, Moser's the janitor that's been at the same university for like 40 years, and he has about 100 keys, and you're going, hey, we got to get into this room. Oh, let me find out which key is it.
It's supposed to be a fast pace.
Well, if Brett would just shut his hole, then I'd have no problem.
Stopped. It stopped like 20 minutes ago, and you're still talking.
Stop asking me questions, Brett. You see what this is? You see what becomes of it, right?
This is not a key. It's a milestone. But can I add this? Tonight, if Nikola Jokic has another triple-double, he will tie Oscar Robertson for the most all time. You keep hearing that name.
You're kidding me.
Yeah. He will tie Oscar Robertson
right now.
And then Westbrook's just left.
And then
right?
Westbrook's, the only guy left, which he can get to him by the end of the season. He has 16 on the season. Nikola, triple doubles. Do you know that is as many as Jerry West had his entire career?
Insane.
Yeah.
That's the logo, boy.
It's insane.
Keys to the Game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. It's funny. The Heat, what's the streak that they're on right now against Miami, Vic?
11 straight.
11 straight.
Not playoffs, just regular season.
Correct. But even in the playoffs, okay, so
5 games.
15 out of 16, something like that. What do you attribute to that? Is that just weird?
They can't match up with Joker. Adebayo tries, and Joker's just too big. They don't have any. Plus, I think that Miami, they've been unfortunate when they play the Nuggets. They're missing key players. Tonight, they'll be missing Tyler Hero. Adebayo's a game-time decision. Of course, the Nuggets are missing players too.
Yeah, they're missing players.
So there's no excuse.
It's funny. I think Bam is a good player.
I know, he tries.
But he's what?
tries.
He's 6'9" or something like that? He's just not big enough.
He's just not big enough. There's very few. He's just too big.
I'm sure you heard what Jaden McDaniel said, right?
Yeah.
Where he's like, how was it like matching up with Joker when Gobert wasn't out there? He's like, to be honest, I was just the tallest guy left that we had to throw on. I'm like,
pretty much.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know why it makes my heart sing when I hear guys just become so honest about
Like
things.
defeated about it?
Do we have that audio at all, Nelly? Do you know if you can find it? Because he's pulling kind of pulling on his shirt while he's talking. He's like, look, I can't. He goes, I can't guard him. Okay? I was the tallest guy left, and I can't guard him. What do you want me to
why
do?
would you expect
I can't.
to?
Well, no, but it wasn't like he said, you know what? Da, 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 da. He's like, I can't. Nobody can.
Yeah, at the same time.
It's just, it's kind of funny. It's a moment of clarity that's just out there for the world.
Didn't get your thoughts on this because you were gone, but you probably watched that Christmas night game, right?
Yeah, of course.
And you've always sort of been, you loved Anthony Edwards, and then you didn't. What'd you think about his exercise in bad judgment at the end of that game?
It was stupid. It was really dumb, and it hurt his team. Like, I bounce back and forth on him so much because part of me just wants to be like, hey, he's just a guy having fun playing basketball. Is he a little arrogant? Yes, but it's like, okay, show some personality. Yeah. And the other part is you can't be stupid with it. And I think he toes that line way too much.
What was he doing with Joker's hands when Joker went to the foul line?
That's what I'm saying.
What was that? It reminds me a lot of what Moser does during timeouts here, during commercial breaks. When he just sort of sticks stuff in your face. Like, what are you doing? Wait, get out of my orbit.
Watch this video.
Yeah,
Watch this.
You know what I'm saying? It's that juvenile, grow up,
but
attitude. Sorry, Bosch.
Dude, I haven't.
Use an example.
Look, I'm looking at your face right now. Very rarely are you here. I haven't touched you at all today. Have I touched you?
He coughed in my face in the first 10 seconds
of
the
show.
That
was an accident. Have I touched you? Have I touched you?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. There's no touching going on around here. There's no in your face. There's no nothing. I don't even want to look at you guys today. Had a rough start to the morning. It's only gotten worse seeing your two faces.
That's not true. You missed me. You missed me. That just says, I always have to remind myself of how young Edwards is. Everybody in the league's young. Edwards is what, 22?
24.
24? Everybody in the NBA is 24 years old. That's not an excuse. He's just, I think he plays with a youthful vibrance, and it goes over the line sometimes.
Well, you know what it says to me? They're not ready. I crossed them off my list of potential championship candidates. They're just not ready. If you have that mentality when the game is on the line, I don't trust that. Sorry.
When they beat the Nuggets, they were so packed with depth on that team, and it's slowly kind of chipped away. I think it's hard, and I think Anthony Edwards is realizing this, to be a guy who carries a giant burden. I still wonder, and maybe this is me, not sour grapes, but I don't know how else to put it. I think OKC is so loaded with talent that if Shea was forced to carry more of a heavy load, I don't know how he'd respond to it. Maybe he'd be fine. Like, maybe he would. But how many times is he sitting out in the entire fourth quarter?
Yeah, but you know what? He's available, though. Again, he's played every game this year.
Yeah.
Much like Joker. He's played every game.
But I'm saying, like, you need the way that Joker had to put up 56.
I get it. You lean on a guy
20.
that much in every category.
Yeah, doing that every single night.
Every category.
Yes. Could you do that? And that's what I don't know.
Not just scoring. All of it. You
Right.
need to clean up a defensive rebound, clean the glass. Got to have it.
Yeah.
Every category.
Moj, what to you again, this is always kind of the judgment point of the NBA and NHL seasons as we get past Christmas into the new year, that sort of thing. Pick a nit. What are the Avs not doing that they should be, despite winning all these games?
Well, obviously the power play is the easy thing to point to.
Yeah.
The power play currently sits overall 26th in the National Hockey League. Now, again, we were having this discussion the other day. And I said, do you know how many power play goals you'd have to get to just to get to the middle of the pack? But here's your perspective. Just start playing 25% right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you end up in terms of overall power play at the end of the season. Okay? It doesn't matter. Just do 25% from this point on and get yourselves going. Right?
Yeah.
That's one nit that I would pick. On any given night, Brett, I really can't pick too much because I look at Vegas the other night. And I said during the broadcast, and maybe you heard this, maybe you didn't. But I said it felt like they've given up more guys behind them for breakaways and rushes and that sort of thing than they have in the last month combined.
Yeah.
That's a very rare thing where they're not keeping the play in front of them and doing the right thing. It's very rare that happens. It's rare that a team is going to score 5 goals on you. That's very rare against this Avalanche team. They're the number 1 goals against average team in the entire National Hockey League. So it's hard for me on any given night. I guess on any given night I can say, you know what? It was a bad second period, not enough energy. They are sloppy at times. I mean, there are times when they
throw
the puck
bored.
around. They throw the puck around like a hand grenade. Maybe they do.
I've used that word several times. I think when you're that good, you let up a little bit. I am fascinated by how Jared Bednar and the leaders in that room are able to keep this level of intensity.
Yeah.
Like the will to win. They didn't have to win the other night. They could. Let's be honest. You're down 4-2. It's the holiday week. You had to travel to Vegas day of game.
Right.
It's loud. That PA system's going crazy. You know how it is there. It would have been easy to let go of the rope when you're down 4-2.
Like, we
you lost it.
Yeah.
They didn't. I mean, that is amazing to me. How this team continually shows poise in those situations when any other team would just say, it's not our night.
I'll tell you this, just to tie it into something else. It's something I felt after the Jags game with the Broncos where a part of me, when the game ended, I was like, good. I kind of liked the fact that they lost a game and just had a little reality check for a second that you're not going to win everything or find a way at some miracle at the end of the game. I don't know how you guys felt about it. But if they just kept winning, let's say they finished the year on what would have been a 13-game win streak, 14, whatever the number would have been. And then you head into the postseason with that, I think that's almost a lot of pressure on you to continue to win like that and be like, I haven't made a mistake, and now I really can't make one. Having just a game every once in a while that goes, okay, we lost one, we're going to be fine. But the Avs, to your point, they're like, no. They had that chance against Vegas, and they just refused.
Isn't it weird how we act as fans sometimes?
Yeah, for
we
sure.
want perfection. Like, here are the Nuggets. They're 22-9, and I'm sitting there going, should have won. They could be, right now, they could be 26-4.
You tend to lose perspective. If the Avs were sitting there, they got 63. Let's say they're sitting there with 52 points. And they're battling for the top spot in the West or whatever. You'd be going, man, that's pretty damn good. It's pretty, they're having a damn good year. I was listening to Spring and Raj talk the other night after the Avs win in Vegas. And they made some very good points. If you're Dallas, you got to be going, we're having an unbelievable year.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on with the guys in front of us, right? And same with Minnesota. For Minnesota, this is a very, very good year. The top 3 teams in the league are inside the Central Division. So you got to keep perspective on how good the Avs have really been. And let's say they lost to Vegas, and let's say they lost 5-4, or even 6-5, but they lost in regulation or a shootout or whatever. Yeah, how would you even remotely begin to complain about that?
Well, this is how.
I mean, you've got 2 regulation losses on the season, man.
That's how we felt last year, wasn't it? When the Avs went on a little bit of a run there, and then you looked at the standings and just nobody budged. Winnipeg stayed there, and Dallas stayed there. And you're like, well, what else can I do here?
Right.
I need help. 303. Go ahead.
There's always those prove-it games, though, right? You want to see the Avs in Dallas.
Yeah.
You want to see the Nuggets in OKC. There's those prove-it games almost unveil more than the rest of the regular season.
Right.
Right? Don't they?
Yes.
They reveal a little bit more about what's at stake.
It just gives you a different perspective to it. 303-504-0925. Shout Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour.
And I will say this, on any given night, you can get frustrated by a game. Like, let's say the Avs 1-0 win over Utah, and Utah's frustrating. The way they play the game, they're a good young team, right?
Yeah. Utah!
Yeah, they're battling for a playoff spot.
Give me 2.
But it's not just that one game. And you're like, okay, well, you fumbled the puck and you did this. Or, for the second period, you kind of laid down, whatever. During the course of a 7-game series, I'm going to love the Avs' chances against anybody. Because anybody can throw up a one-off on you and have an off night. Anybody can do that. Mm-hmm. But over the course of 7 games, you're a good team, man.
Yeah, no kidding.
You're a good team.
303-504-0925. Miss any of the podcast? Our chat with Adam Schefter should be up shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Fact checker next.
The new year is approaching, and maybe improving your health is going to be one of your big resolutions. When you're tired, low on energy, not sleeping well, not seeing progress in the gym, staying committed can be really tough. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can likely help you with that resolution because those signs and those symptoms, it's often low testosterone, and it can cause a host of problems. Do yourself a favor if you're feeling that way for the new year. Go ahead and give them a call, 720-440-7900. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. It takes 2 minutes, and then schedule a consult. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, and most guys wait a year or longer. It's the new year right around the corner, so do yourself a favor and get it done right now. That number again, 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I know we're not supposed to talk about stuff off air that we're supposed to bring on air, but I don't care. I want to do the Mojis as soon as possible, and you guys want to wait. The Mojis is the best of 2025.
I don't know if I want to wait. I think that's, first of all, I think it would be perfect if the Broncos just win this weekend. We do it during the bye week they have heading into the postseason. I think that'd be perfect.
You guys are degrading the greatest award show we have by pushing it back and back and back.
Moser's been silent, by the way, this whole time we've been talking about this. I don't know what the right answer is.
I mean, it's got your name. The Mojis. The greatest of 2025. Roll it.
The worst.
I hate waiting.
So do I.
So what are we asking here? What do you want to do?
Well, I'm asking the listeners. When do you want to
I ain't asking for the world here.
I really think it'd be perfect if the Broncos just won.
If they won next week and then we have an off week, boom, it'd be
because then they have a bye week, it'd be perfect.
But even if they win, what? Did you just? The hell was that?
My tummy.
Jesus. that shakes us back to reality. Never mind. Never mind.
These are things that I miss.
Yeah. My God, this freaking studio just shook.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen soon. That's for sure. I'm not waiting until February.
No,
I'm with you.
no,
That is not
I don't
happening.
care about last year in
Yes.
February.
It's all dependent on the Broncos. Let's see how they do.
Rally House Football Monday. Now, again, to go back to where we started, for the first time since 2015, the Broncos have won the AFC West. And I said, people want to make this nationally, not people here, but nationally. They want to make this about, well, it's the first time the Chiefs haven't won because the Chiefs had a down year. I totally will push back on that. The Chiefs could have had a great year. The Broncos were better. They were just better. You win 13 games, maybe 14. It has nothing to do with what Kansas City did or did not do.
I don't care how you got there. They're already at 13, possibly 14 wins. That is a great season. That is one of the best seasons in Broncos history. Now, we'll see what it does for the postseason, but as far as regular season are concerned, I mean, this has been ridiculously successful.
Yeah.
There's no other way to look at it. I don't care that they play to the level of the competition, and they do. Both games against the Raiders were ugly. Disgusting. All right. You had to struggle to beat the Giants and the Jets, and they both suck. All right. You also completely tooled the Green Bay Packers. You beat the snot out of the Cowboys. You win on the road and beat the Eagles. Look what the Eagles, they beat Buffalo. I mean, listen, there is nothing to be ashamed about. That is an amazing accomplishment this season.
I loved that Packers game just because it showed your defense didn't quite have it. Your offense had to do something to make up for what they didn't have. And I don't know how many times you've really seen that this year. Look, they've had games where the offense has played well, but in those games, they've kind of felt like blowouts. Now, there's been moments. I guess the Giants game was a little bit of that, but that was just in the fourth quarter. It's just to have a game like that instills some confidence within your offense that they can go out and do. And make no mistake, I know it was like Parsons is hurt in the middle of the game. Green Bay's defense is good. You did that against a good defense, too. It's funny. Bo Nix, he is certainly better now than he was early in the year, which makes, in turn, the offense better. To what degree, I don't know. But it kind of feels like, because this happened last year, too. Is Bo just kind of a slow starter to the season? Does it just take him time to get into the rhythm of things?
It's also Sean Payton's resume proves that they get better as the season goes on. It's not just Bo. You know, it's been a weird season schedule-wise as well. Look at all the Thursday night games. Thursday night is not conducive to being sharp, for the Broncos especially.
Right.
Look at their Thursday night affairs this year. Did they play 3 Thursday night games?
I think they did.
That's
a
season first. That's never happened. Wait, they played the Chiefs and the Raiders on Thursday night. Who else did they play on Thursday night? Help me out.
No, just 2.
They played the Raiders on Thursday night.
I just said Chiefs and the Raiders.
Oh, yeah.
But there's also the weird game coming back from London, and that was the New York game, which is not, look, it's not a Thursday, but it feels weird.
It was weird because they didn't have much time to prepare.
Right. So both of those you could add in. The actual game in London where they played the Jets and they won 13-11, that was terrible. And then coming back from that when they played the Giants and they were down 19-0, that game. But they've been able to overcome some stuff, that's for sure.
Well, they better win now. Have you seen the schedule next year?
Why are you looking towards next year?
Yeah, well,
it's 13 wins.
You're talking about it's going to get a lot harder.
Well, sure it is. You know,
here are your home games inside the division, right? Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers. Bills at home.
Yep.
Which is good. Dolphins at home. Rams at home. Seahawks at home. The AFC South champion, Jacksonville or Houston at home.
Yeah.
Road. I mean, there's only one muffin there, and that's the Dolphins, and who knows what they'll be.
So what? You'll be a year better. Bo will have another year under his belt. You're out of that dead money from Russell Wilson. Let's go.
You're already out of the dead money because you're spending the cash.
You know what? That doesn't scare me. You trying to scare me? So what?
Well, you focused on next year. They got a chance to be the number one seed here. Enjoy the moment.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. I'm just saying I hope they get while the getting's good because – you're playing a first-place schedule next year. It's going to look a lot different. Maybe you'll go 14-3. Maybe you will. I don't know. I'm just saying I look at what the opponents are stacking up to be, and as of right now, it seems daunting for anybody.
I'm going to assume the answer here is you guys have heard nothing because Sean Payton says nothing about injuries. Is there any update to Dobbins that I've missed about when his timetable return is?
Super Bowl would be great.
I got some info that he could be available in the playoff run.
Okay, because that'd be huge.
Yeah, but that's a surgical procedure that
right.
Who knows? They got to take some nuts and bolts out of his foot.
There's one thing that has been obvious, and I think Harvey's been okay. He's had like moments here and there. But there was a consistency with Dobbins running the football that just doesn't exist anymore.
Patience.
Yeah.
You notice that.
Yep.
Patience at the line of scrimmage, waiting for the hole to develop. It's a different feel now.
And I think Harvey can eventually get it because he's super athletic. I mean, you asked the question earlier. Audric Estime really got his first run of the year with New Orleans last week, and he had a good game. He had 94 yards. Would he be playing right now if he's still on the roster? I don't think he would be.
That being said, the Broncos have not relied. I mean, listen, Dobbins had a pretty damn good start to the year. But it wasn't like mind-blowing, and it wasn't like they had to rely on it to win every single week. Even after he went down, they continued to win. So I'm not necessarily concerned that, the running game isn't going to be what, because they've been winning without a good running game or a high potent running game.
University of Colorado Board of Regents approved a new contract for a new AD up in Boulder. Fernando Lovo, who is the AD at New Mexico, just signed a 5-year deal. He will be the highest paid AD in CU history. He's going to make $1.2 million per year plus incentives, and he will have the job of navigating this NIL era. And to that I say, good luck.
Good luck.
Who has more power, him or Prime?
What do you think?
I think it was Prime and probably still is Prime, but that's going to dwindle in a hurry if they don't win games next year. Don't you think?
He's got a locked-in contract, guaranteed. I mean, I'd say that's pretty powerful. What's more powerful, $10 million a year or 1.2?
10. But I still, I wonder. We talk about navigating the NIL world. The Dion thing of I'm a really good recruiter needs to happen this offseason.
I wonder when they make a decision like that. We always say, if the Nuggets make a move, do they talk to Nikola Jokic?
Yeah.
Does CU talk to Prime about that move, or do they do that independently?
I think they talk to him. I think you have to. He makes too much money. If this is Carl Durrell, probably not. But I think with Prime you have to.
He's coming from New Mexico, right?
Yeah.
What's been going on down with the Lobos?
What are you talking about?
Did he kick butt down with the Lobos?
He spent time at Florida and Houston and Ohio State, and he's been with the Jags in the NFL. Like he's been around it.
This is a new world for AD.
He's young, dude. He's 37.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's a young dude.
It's a new world. You are navigating a world that we don't know.
World.
Can you imagine handing that job to an oldie like us? What do we do?
I'll give you $5. You can tell me that song, where it's from. It's a whole new world.
I know the song. I just don't.
Brand new place I've never been.
Oh yeah, that's. Hold on a second. Hold on. That's a cartoon.
It's a cartoon.
I want to say something to you with
What are you
that.
going to say?
I don't know. What am I going to say?
Why are you doing the sound?
It's
What are you
not
saying?
Annie. It's not Annie.
No, what is it?
No. You say what you were going to
God,
say.
I thought it was Frozen.
It's Aladdin.
Aladdin.
Oh.
God dang it. Why am I
dare you.
losing it? Frozen.
Take that L on the way
Aladdin
out.
got frozen too, and everybody freezes.
Cartoon watching nerds.
Aladdin, that's right.
Uh,
Princess Jasmine.
I heard we have a special fact checker here. Go ahead, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Now that Brett is back, I can give you boys your Christmas gifts. And Vic and Moj, you boys need to open your gifts on the air because they're kind of inside jokes, and it wouldn't make sense if you were...
This isn't a gold locket with your picture in it?
No, and you don't have to worry about the card for
Does
now.
that apply to me too?
You can open it if you want, but theirs won't make sense unless they open it on the show.
Okay.
Yours will.
Mine's box.
All
Did you wrap
Your
this
name
yourself?
and lights
I did.
sports.
Yeah, Moj, so I got you a string of lights because every time you travel on the road, you always have terrible lighting. So I
I
got
will
you
actually
a
use
sports
this.
light.
Oh, that's great.
It's a cup that says touchdown. Coffee
Touchdown.
Cup. Touchdown.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Hey,
touchdown.
Watch it again, magnify it. My goodness. That's a touchdown. Toenail. Touchdown. Come on. Touchdown. Baltimore. What a play. Touchdown. Stop it.
Let me remind you guys. It was the first game of the year, and that was Vic's analysis of the first NFL game of the season.
That was like 2 years ago.
That's
I
why
think
we
it's
need
2
the
years ago.
emojis, man.
What did you get, Moj? What is that?
I got it says sports, and it's a light up. It just says sports.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm
So now
gonna
you
put
can
it up.
light yourself when you're in some random hotel in Vancouver and Vic's just giving you the business.
Nelly got me gift cards to DoorDash and Starbucks. Thank you very much.
You're going to need those.
Here's the thing, Nelly. I didn't get anything for you.
Well, you never get anything for
anybody.
That's okay,
I'm not
man.
a gift guy. I don't know what it is.
I mean, these poor kids.
You know what he does? Here's
never even-
what he does. He makes
You are
kids
the worst gift
and
giver I've
drinks
ever
beer,
seen.
and that's it. He makes children and he fornicates and drinks beer. This is awful.
Let me ask you, serious. Have you ever given anything to anybody?
Here, take my trash.
Jeez.
Take my trash. All right.
It's unreal.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and
Coach
Kane.
is
Have a
here.
wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow.
Everybody
See ya.
shush down.
Love you.
Touchdown.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House shop every team in town. The morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. And you guys, 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. A double dip on Altitude Sports Radio starting at 5 p.m. on 92.5. You'll have the Nuggets and the Heat, their second game of a 7-game road trip, obviously coming off the 1-point loss as they had a fourth quarter lead evaporate over the weekend against Orlando. Second part of our double dip tonight, 7 p.m., a 6:30 pregame show on AM 950. The Avs at home against the LA Kings. I'll take you guys through your pregame and intermission reports out there with Connor McGahey. Avs and Kings again, AM 950, Nuggets and Heat on 92.5 starting at 5 p.m. But we welcome you back into the morning sprint. And Coach, coming off a weekend on the call, how was the Snoop Dogg Bowl?
It was a blast. Snoop Dogg, again, 2 years running now that I've been a part of this event. It's a crazy deal because, of course, when you're living in Denver, Colorado, it's a pro sports town with football teams this year that were wildly unimpressive.
Collegiate football teams.
Collegiate, excuse me. You hear about college football bowl games, and you're like, yeah, they just do away with all of them. And then you hear Vic Lombardi screaming at the clouds about Notre Dame, and they did the right thing. Although I'm starting to think that Notre Dame looks like a bunch of idiots now for not playing a bowl game because they're going to get nothing accomplished. At the Snoop Dogg Bowl, 38,000 people attended the game. And I know that doesn't sound like a crazy number. That is a massive, massive number for what you think. When you watch a lot of these college bowl games, you're saying, oh, there's probably 800 people in there. It's friends and family. It was an event, man. It was fun. The kids, the Miami of Ohio and Fresno State football teams, they were all excited to be there, and they were competing their tails off. College football bowl games, especially for a group of 5, it's not dead. I'm telling you this right now. It's not dead. It was a lot of fun. Now, I did call a game that had like only field goals and 1 touchdown.
That's not great.
Final was 18-3. It's an interesting scoreline there.
Not quite the game that we saw last night between Chicago and San Francisco.
A little bit different.
Which
was the exact
awesome.
opposite. It was really fun. Defense optional in that game last night.
You get possession, you scored. It came down to a last-ditch effort from Caleb. Doesn't really happen for them, but I mean, Christian McCaffrey, the 140 yards, 5 touchdowns combined for Brock Purdy in that game. The Niners are 12-4, still have a track to the number 1 seed coming up this weekend in Week 18, right? The Rams and the Seahawks are the de facto 1 seed championship game. Whoever wins that game will end up walking away at the first round bye in the NFC. There's only one playoff spot that is perfectly locked in right now, and that's the 7 seed in the NFC with the 9-6-1 Green Bay Packers. Everyone else can jockey for different positions. There's a billion double-digit win teams. We don't have the AFC West championship game like many people were hoping. The Broncos kind of back into their first division title since 2015. How do you feel about that?
Back into it with the best record in the National Football League?
Right, it feels a little odd, right? Because you're coming off of a weird win against Kansas City.
What are we doing, though? Backing into a record right now that's 13-3 with a very good chance of being 14-3. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that the narrative surrounding the Broncos that you backed into it because it was a weak AFC West. It wasn't that weak. You had Patrick Mahomes with better statistical output through much of when he was healthy than he had last year in a 15-2 season, regular season that culminated in a Super Bowl appearance. You didn't back into jack squat.
I suppose backing into in the sense of you didn't have to go out and get it. LA ended up losing. Yeah. So you are just de facto Week 17 AFC West champions?
Right. Like you sat on your couch and you won.
No, you don't passively win 13 games.
Right.
That doesn't happen in this league.
It doesn't happen really at any level of football. I'll tell you that. It's hard. Winning's hard.
So as it stands right now, Broncos and Chargers in Week 18. West is locked up. Denver still needs that game for the 1 seed in the first round bye. The Patriots locked into their first division title since 2019, thanks to Josh Allen's wide throw in I've heard it called a monsoon. What the weather that you saw in Buffalo was, do you know what it's called?
It's called Buffalo.
It is called Buffalo. It's called, why would you want to live there?
It's called just regular Buffalo weather after August 31st.
They played in a wintry mix.
Wintry.
Horrible. That sucks. And Josh Allen misses, was it Shakir in the end zone on the 2-point conversion?
Yeah, it was wide open.
For a guy who many people, including myself, go, that's the best quarterback in football. I know it's a wintry mix. I know it's a monsoon. You can't miss him by that much.
No, especially if you pronounce it correctly, it's wintry.
Wintry mix. A wintry mix.
You know what's funny, man? Is do you want to know what that throw that Josh Allen missed was almost identical to? Here in Denver, John Elway, watched the documentary, by the way. Phenomenal.
Really good, isn't it?
Really good. I think it skipped over a couple things, but it's all right. So it's a biopic. It's a positive biopic. There was probably some things omitted that weren't quite so great about his time at the Denver Broncos, namely the post-Super Bowl championship and the subsequent 9 years that followed.
Got a lot of crap for that, but
not on the documentary.
You got to 2 Super Bowls and you won one of them.
Yep, that's right.
So if you decide to leave we're searching for a quarterback for the better part of a decade out of that, I go, well, since 1984, quarterbacking was pretty damn good in Denver because of you.
You ever heard one of my good friends, your good friend, all of our good friend, DMac, ever criticize John Elway? Period. Yeah, that's happened a few times. Have we ever heard it with regards to the evaluation process of Josh Allen at the Senior Bowl? What did Josh Allen miss? Do you remember this? So they were individual doing work. They were throwing into a net. And it was like a red zone drill. And John Elway saw Josh Allen not just miss the hole,
but miss the frame.
Missed the entirety of the net. You know what he did yesterday? He missed the entirety of the net with the game on the line and a chance to win the game. And I love Josh Allen. He's a great talent. I'm not going to sit here and disparage Josh Allen because I would love to have him on my football team.
You could have. John made a mistake.
But he is yet to make one of those throws in really critical moments.
100%. And Orlovsky's going on this tirade right now on ESPN talking about how the Bills have enough to make a Super Bowl run because of the specter of Josh Allen. I heard Schefter talking about it with the guys in the morning as well. It's like the specter of playoff Josh Allen. And I go, that's the knock against Josh Allen, is that he hasn't done it there. It's the same exact thing that Lamar Jackson has in Baltimore, right? The only other AFC quarterback right now who, he's not in a playoff position this year that can go, well, I've kind of done it in the playoffs, not named Patrick Mahomes, is who? It's Joe Burrow.
Yep.
All of these other MVP level quarterbacks in the AFC haven't been able to get through. Yes, you have the witch. Don't you dare play that drop, KJ. You have the witch for all of those years having to go through Kansas City and the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. But like the specter of Josh Allen in the playoffs, that doesn't exist yet.
No.
And I love that player.
So the Denver Broncos have a chance on Sunday to be the outright league leader in win total. Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, well, no, the Patriots would also be 14-3 with a win coming up this weekend against Miami.
Okay, so yeah, they head-to-head. So the Broncos are going to own the tiebreaker because the Raiders lost by
in week one. How crazy is that?
Yep. So I have a good friend that I was traveling to be on the call.
Seahawks could also be a 14-win team if they beat San Francisco in week 18.
So a good buddy of mine that works for VSiN out of Circus Sports Casino, and VSiN's that it's been on 950 before here. So he was on the sideline of the broadcast that we had for the Snoop Dogg Bowl. So of course, like, this guy's a really good numbers guy, probabilities. He's unbelievable. Tim Murray's his name. Give him a follow on the Twitter machine. But I was talking to him. I called him on the way in. I was just thinking about this. 14 wins for the Denver Broncos. The preseason win total was set at what? You remember?
10.5?
9.5. Now, the Broncos were heavily juiced, meaning that it was a heavy favorite with the market, the betting market, that they would win more than 9.5 games. They would be on the over side of that. So I said, in DraftKings, when you can slide win totals and probabilities over and see the odds shift, I was like, okay, what if you were to put 13.5 and bet that?
At the beginning of the season.
At the beginning of the season. I didn't get that exact number, but the number that he was able to extrapolate from BetMGM in August was, what are the odds the Broncos are going to have the best record or tied for the best record in the National Football League? What would you guess?
35-1?
It was 20-1. And that's not as much. That's not as much as I thought it would be. He told me that the Broncos were a wildly popular favorite with real sports bettors.
All three of the teams that could possibly have 14 wins this year, I think you could say the same exact thing.
Patriots
they
were sexy, and I yelled. I was like,
they were
why?
lottery pick, brother.
I'm like, why? Same thing with the Seahawks. Darnold, Mike McDonald, his defense, like everything looks good.
But he doesn't have Kevin O'Connell.
Okay, so then I was comparing this. What do you think would have been the better preseason odds in, say, August 1st? The Broncos to have the best or tied for the best record in the National Football League, or Indiana University winning the Big Ten?
I would say the Broncos had longer odds.
Indiana was 40-1 to win the Big Ten.
That makes sense.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, Ohio State's there, right? You have a behemoth in the Big Ten. You have multiple behemoths in the Big Ten. Obviously, Oregon moving over. Penn State was supposed to be a really good team this year. They weren't.
Because I was all fired up and talking to Tim Murray, betting extraordinaire. I was like, man, the Broncos have wildly outperformed expectation. He goes, no, they haven't. A lot of people would argue that they've done exactly what the betting market ultimately thought they could do. I'm not saying that they predicted them to win plus or minus 9.5. Right now they're at 13.
They're at 13. It's the seventh time if you add the 14-win season and this current season that is not yet over. The seventh time they've had 13 or more wins in a season, right? They went 14-2. They won the Super Bowl in 1998. They lost in the Super Bowl in 2013 after going 13-3. They lost in the division round in 2012. I think that was the Colts loss, if I'm correct, in the divisional round that year. Was that the Colts loss or was that the Ravens loss?
No, Ravens was 2012.
Okay, so the
Colts
Ravens
was 2014.
Ravens lost in 2012 when they went 13-3. Conference championship in 2005 when they lost to Pittsburgh after going 13-3, and they had conference or division championship losses in 1984 and 1996 as well.
Speaking of the Patriots, have you seen any of those graphics that are out there about wins over teams that currently have a winning record? Patriots have one win over a team with a current winning record in their entire journey to 13 wins. 12 of their wins are against teams that are sub 500.
Their only win has to be against Buffalo?
Buffalo.
That's it.
The New York Football Giants, they have exactly double the amount of wins over teams with a winning record that the New England Patriots have.
How about the Giants screwing themselves? It's almost impossible to win that game, right? Everyone's trying to lose that game. You want the number one pick as bad as you can possibly get it. But the Giants looked, as compared to the Raiders were like, yeah, we don't want to play football today. At least the Giants were like, we're going to play Jackson Dart, let him throw for a couple 100 yards and run around. Wan'Dale Robinson's going to have a 100-yard game. They beat him by 24 in a toilet bowl.
Raiders are just,
I'd be so pissed off.
The Raiders
if I was a
understood the
Giants fan.
assignment way better.
Oh, they sure did.
Mike Kafka did not understand the assignment. He was trying to get the interim head coach bump.
We'll take a look at the NFC and AFC playoff pictures, what jockeying can happen coming up in Week 18, whether or not players are going to play, whether or not they should play. That's the big question for Harbaugh and the Chargers is, well, do you sit down Justin Herbert, who's been pummeled for the last few weeks and does have an injured left hand? We'll get into that on the other side. It's the Morning Sprint. Coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy on 92.5. At long last, a coronation, a triumphant fanfare. He was first at the beginning of the season. He was first in the middle of the season. He was first at the end of the season. And finally, after week 17 in the NFL, the very best fantasy football player here at Altitude Sports Radio walks away with the dominant championship win. Congratulations to who? Well, yes, me. Yes, me. And all of you peasants here at Altitude Sports Radio, bow down at my feet. I don't know what I win, but I told you I was better, and I proved it.
Well, apparently you win 15 seconds of self-glazing on
sure
these
do.
airwaves. So really proud of you. Clearly you just you admitted to all of us that, well,
I'm a nerd.
No, you're not afraid to glaze oneself, whether it be on the airwaves or in the privacy of your own home. Oh, yeah.
Well, self-pleasure on a Rally House football money. Thank you, KJ. Thank you. That's the last you guys will hear of it. I just had to gloat a little bit.
I was dead dog average, just about a 500 outfit.
It's all good. I understand it.
All good.
All right, AFC playoff picture and NFC playoff picture. We already talked about Broncos at 13-3. They clinched out the West. Now the Patriots and the Jaguars still available for the 1 seed, right? If Denver loses and the Patriots win, Pats are the 1 seed with 14 wins. If both Denver and New England lose this week and the Jags end up beating the Tennessee Titans, they would jump all the way from the 3 seed to the 1 seed and garner a bye. Broncos with the Chargers. Patriots play at home against Miami. Jaguars at home against Tennessee. The only division in the AFC right now that is not locked up is the AFC North. That is to be decided for the 4 seed Pittsburgh at home against Baltimore in Week 18, a de facto AFC North championship game. Do you play Lamar Jackson after what Baltimore did in Week 17?
Because Tyler Huntley was running that pill too.
He looked solid.
Well, he fit into the narrative of Derrick Henry masterclass with a quarterback that is willing and healthy enough to run, which is the original design of the Baltimore Ravens. But problem being is that Lamar Jackson's body has fallen apart as this year's progressed. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. Snoop's a good player, man. He's not bad.
I think he gives you a better chance.
He does, and this is a huge, huge moment for Baltimore.
Week 18, that game, I think that ends up wrapping up Week 18. That is the 6:20 game on Sunday night. Yep, that is the Sunday night game on NBC. Ravens at Steelers. Ravens are 3.5-point favorites on the road.
Who's
in
winning?
That game? Steelers.
I think so too.
It's so hard to bet against Tomlin in big situations like that. And if it happens to be Huntley, yes, they looked better, the Ravens as a unit, than they did with a hobbled Lamar Jackson for the last 10 weeks.
Did you watch?
They have the better quarterback, the Steelers, at this point.
Did you watch how bad Aaron Rodgers looked in that game against the Browns?
I know.
The Browns are appointment television for me right now.
Why?
I just like watching Shedeur Sanders play football.
Because it's chaos.
Yeah, he did some really good stuff early on. Like the corner out that he threw to Harold Fannin with a ton of pressure, and it was a complete duck. It was a wobbly, wounded duck that was unbelievably accurate. He stopped the Harold Fannin right in his tracks. The DB
he also
over-pursues
ended Harold Fannin's season. That wild double reverse adjustment catch, and now he's gone because he gets hurt on it.
It's pretty good.
Harold Fannin's great, and you were on the kid from Bowling Green so early in the draft process last year. It was a really good tight end class.
Yep.
And the fact that they didn't find a way to get him.
2 in a row?
2 in a row.
Yeah. Maybe,
now, I thought
maybe even 3 in a row if you include Sam Laporta.
I think last year's class is deeper than the previous 2. Now, Laporta
Theo
and Bowers.
Johnson's really good. Yeah, I mean, the 2 years ago, Laporta was 3 though, right? Laporta was before Bowers.
Yes.
But I mean, 3 years in a row, you have, I wouldn't say generational tight ends yet, but you're knocking on the door.
No, all pro guys.
Yeah.
All pro level. You can't throw generational in there. I like how we're kind of backing off of that term a little bit. But
as
all
a
pro
society
level.
Or just me and you?
I hope that it's me and you, and then we start to bleed out into society.
Impact change?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I like that too.
We're impactful people. What a joke. All right, AFC wildcard 1 right now belongs to the Texans at 11-5. They play the Colts week 18. Chargers, aforementioned, against the Broncos in week 18 are 11-5, locked into a wild card. They end up losing at the end to Houston, and the Bills 11-5 with their last-second 2-point conversion failure. They'll play the Jets in week 18. So still a little bit of jockeying, but if the playoffs were to start right now, Houston travels to Pittsburgh as the 5-4 matchup. The Chargers travel to Jacksonville as the 6-3, and then Buffalo and New England would play at Gillette, the 7-2 matchup in New England. My question to you, if you are Harbaugh and the Chargers, you probably want to play Justin Herbert this week and try and win that game to lock yourself into likely the 6th seed going to Jacksonville, right? You don't want to go to New England if you lose and the Bills win.
Alex, did you suggest that my football team not compete to win a football game on Sunday?
I do.
I don't understand that. Doesn't make sense. Don't think that's in my vernacular. Resting guys to not win. Could be the 5 seed instead of the 7 seed. It's pretty simple.
You can't be the 5 seed. Houston plays Indy this week. Houston ain't losing to Indy.
Today is the day that the Los Angeles Chargers have a chance to get better. Go out and compete and win against the Denver Broncos. And I can continue my dominance over Sean Payton. 4-0. If I win on Sunday. But my guy, the greatest quarterback that the game has ever seen, Justin Herbert. There's nobody in the history of this game that's played better football than Justin Herbert.
I love your Harbaugh so much, man. Harbaugh's just gotten Herbert pounded week in and week out coming out of this injury. Like, he took 5 quarterback hits against Dallas. He took 6 quarterback hits against Kansas City. He took a combined 10 the previous 4 weeks combined. Like, he is constantly getting hit. And for a guy that has an injured left hand, now, he looked fine.
Do you think that left hand, when he takes that glove off, the, what do we call it, the hamburger helper glove?
Yes.
When he takes it off after one
the
of these
Mickey
games.
Mouse glove.
Yeah, when he is getting, like, tattooed and obliterated, do you think it's just like, it actually just looks like a butcher shop? Like, it's just sitting out there, like, with, it's got to be a wreck. He is getting hit. So he played, 3 days after he had surgery on it?
You probably, I don't know, man. I would think about sitting him, but considering Buffalo likely beats the Jets and Houston likely beats Indy, you're toying with, if you don't start him against Denver, you're toying with the 7th seed and going to New England. If you're the Chargers right now, do you want to play New England or Jacksonville on the road?
I'd rather play New England right now.
You'd rather play Pittsburgh, but Houston ain't going to lose to Indy.
No. Yeah, I'd probably rather play. I'd rather play New England right now. Drake May hasn't yet proven that he can win in a tightly contested big spot.
And Jacksonville beat the living crap out of you in the middle of the season.
That happened.
35-6.
And also Trevor Lawrence is, man, that's a way more seasoned player than Drake May is. And his ups and downs of his career, having been in some of these spots before, he's more dangerous to me. Liam Cohen's more dangerous as an offensive mind to me than Josh McDaniels is. And hey, Brock Heward, my buddy, gave me a little life hack about how I can remember McDaniels and Heward.
A pneumatic device?
Mike McDaniel is singular.
Okay.
Why? Because he's one of a kind.
All right.
Josh McDaniels is plural. Why? Because he's had so many damn jobs. Plural jobs.
Okay.
McDaniels.
One of a kind. I like that.
Yeah.
It's a good
So with that
pneumatic
logic,
device.
with that same exact logic, if we're going to use almost like SAT prep, is if A plus B equals C, then Mike Sanford should be Mike Sanford's plural, like McDaniels, because I've had a million jobs.
You have had a million jobs. Well, you're kind of a plural. There's a junior in there.
Yep.
Kind of a plural.
Second.
There's a numeral.
Different middle name.
More than one.
I'm going to start just going to just a Roman numeral
Like
2.
Sanford 2.
I'm just going to go by Deuce.
Coach
PS2.
Deuce. If you walk in with like leg pads and just a MS2 on them.
Yep. Coach Deuce.
Doesn't exactly have the same ring as like a PlayStation controller on your thigh pads.
I'm going to walk into the first team meeting of the 2026 season over at the high school I coach at and say, men, today I have given the name Coach Deuce.
Coach Deuce.
And everybody from here on shall call me Coach Deuce.
Do we think after Week 18, the AFC playoff picture looks as though it does right now? Denver at the 1 seed,
Woo!
Houston against Pittsburgh on the road, LA against Jacksonville on the road, Buffalo at New England.
Raj, you nervous about Sunday with the Broncos?
Yeah, because I don't know what you're going to see, and I think that's a really difficult week for a coach, for an entire staff to have to deal with. Like, are you going to see the real version of the Chargers?
Well, I've worked for Jim Harbaugh.
The answer is probably yes.
He is the ultimate meat Richard. I mean, the guy is a meathead. He is going to do nothing but go for this completely. By the way, why does my microphone smells like old beer?
Yeah, they smell terrible.
You know, somebody spilled beer on my studio mic.
I just think it's a bunch of gross dudes spitting into a microphone all the time. It's smelly.
Because Vic Lombardi's not a big beer guy.
No, he's more of a vino dude.
Tyler Polumbus is not a beer guy.
No, he's not.
He's not an anything guy.
Just a lot of halitosis in that seat.
Is
man.
it me?
Might be you.
Because I love 1 beers.
Might be you.
Just spitting frosty
You got 2 more
beverages.
days to enjoy those 1 beers.
No,
then you're going on
I extended it. We're going to January 12th now.
75 squishy.
75 bag of milk.
75 my memory foam mattress. All right, NFC right now looks like this. Seahawks at the 1 seed. However, they do play on the road at San Francisco.
Did we ever achieve what we're going to the AFC picture? What I were going to say with the AFC picture? All I said is that I'm nervous about the Broncos in the 1 seed.
Answer my question.
Broncos, they need to get this win. This is a huge game for Bo Nix, huge game from Sean Payton. Frankly, this is a huge game for Vance frickin' Joseph. This is a big game for Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper in the pass rush. Like I haven't seen the game in recent weeks that would tell me you are ready to go do this. It's a great opportunity to go show that you are ready and have the confidence going into the postseason that you're ready, and also get yourself a little bit of rest. It's the right amount of rest too.
The Green Bay game didn't tell you.
Yeah, that was good.
That's a good team. It's a playoff team.
You broke Green Bay.
You broke Green Bay.
Yeah, you broke Green Bay. But then 2 since then, man, hadn't been so sexy.
The Kansas City game in November 16 is a little bit too far removed. That is pre-bye.
Yeah, it's the post-bye defensive performances outside of Green Bay that don't get me just fully juiced up. In terms of the pass rush, because that's who you are. That's your calling card. That's what makes you special. And I want to see a return of that this Sunday in Power Field. Pin your ears back. Sick them. And go get after Justin Herbert. Try to see if you can remove his hamburger helper glove and see if there actually is raw meat under there.
I do expect the AFC playoff picture to kind of stay the same here, considering...
I do too. I think the Broncos are going to win.
I think the only team here, because the only teams that play each other outside of the North, and again, that is whoever wins that is the 4 seed locked in AFC North champion, whether it's Pittsburgh or Baltimore. The only teams outside of that game that play each other, it's Denver and LA. I think New England beats Miami. I think Jacksonville beats Tennessee. I firmly believe that Houston takes care of Indy and they make the Rivers experience 0-4.
I think he's done, isn't he?
Oh, is he not playing Week 18? They're going to give it to Riley Leonard?
It was a little bit of it's kind of a swan song after.
Okay, cool. Even so.
After the Jaguar game.
They're not going to, Riley Leonard ain't beating that Houston defense. And the Bills will hammer the Jets, who were just terrible. 5 touchdowns for Drake May in that game.
Dude, the Jets, man.
I was making fun of the Chiefs being an XFL team.
The Jets.
The Jets are horrendous.
Do you realize this? The Jets became the first team since the 1972 New England Patriots to lose 4 straight games by 23 or more points in one season. Aaron Glenn might get yo'd. Year 1 dunzo. Because what's he supposed to be?
Your year 1 coach is Liam Cohen, playoff team, possible division champ.
To me, I know he won't get this job. He's the NFL coach of the year.
Mike Vrabel.
It's been great.
Now he's not a first-time head coach. He is a first-year head coach.
Right. Year 1.
Year 1
division
title.
Division title.
Possible 1 seed.
Yeah, and most likely the best record in the National Football League regular season.
Ben Johnson.
Tied for it.
division champion.
And that's going to be, he's going to, did he lose the coach of the year last night?
I don't think so.
Dude, Shanny's
great, but it's not like Ben
dealing.
Johnson looked bad last night. Look,
Dude, Brock Purdy last
the Bears'
night?
offense was humming. That would lose him the job or the award.
Dude, it's stiff competition this year. Like, Sean Payton has a team that hasn't won an AFC West division in 10 years.
And he's not in the conversation.
We're not even, and he potentially going to finish up the season 14-3.
They could, if all things shake out, they could be the only 14-win team in the league. And he's not going to get a vote, which is nuts.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Your other first-year coach is Kellen Moore.
You know
Aaron
what's crazy?
Glenn.
Do you know who the odds-on favorite is for NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year? Tyler Shuck.
Come on.
Yes.
Who are the other?
He is the betting odds. So that was another one of the conversations I had with my buddy from Vegas that works for VC.
RJ Harvey, man. Touchdown machine.
Tyler Shuck. Dude, they've been on this torrid pace
in
New Orleans
at the end of the year.
They've won, what, 4 straight?
Four straight.
Kind of smoking it right now.
All right, so Kellen Moore, the next best first-year coach out of this group. Aaron Glenn, trash. Pete Carroll, trash. Brian Schottenheimer,
Eberflus got him on the defensive side of the ball. They were so bad.
Mid. So he and Kellen Moore kind of in that same situation. Like, choose one of them.
Yeah.
Kellen probably has the higher ceiling than Schottenheimer does. He feels like more of a keep it in between the navigational buoys type of head coach. Kellen Moore is make my offense great.
Yep.
Aaron Glenn could get booted. Pete Carroll could just go, I'm done. I'll retire.
It's over.
Schottenheimer's not getting fired, and Moore's not getting fired.
Correct. And Liam Cohen he has my vote. Not that I'm a member of the voting, but he's the NFL Coach of the Year.
Pretty successful group of coaches, right? Out of, 7 hires, you get 3 division champions.
That's really impressive.
3 division champions, 1 team that's going to be either number 1 or number 2 pick in the NFL draft. Another team that's going to be the 2 or the 3 pick, the 1 or the 2 pick in Vegas. And then a couple of middle of the road teams in Dallas and New Orleans that, if things had gone their way, or if New Orleans had found out that Tyler Shuck was actually the guy that they need to be playing the entire season, they could have maybe won the South this year. It's a pretty solid group of 7 coaches.
So I listened to DMac, and I think it's Moser. There's a lot of people in this market that think that Liam Cohen has the most punchable face, and they hate him and they despise him. I kind of respect him. He's done a really good job finding motivational tactics by twisting the words of Sean Payton. That's good coaching. It's not bad. He didn't go, he wasn't, I thought he was class after the game himself. He just took offense as a franchise to being called a small market team and used that.
He's less offensive than Nick Sirianni is.
Yeah, that guy's punchable to me.
AJ Brown wanted to punch Sirianni in the face after they win. Did you see that?
I think Mike Vrabel's a bit of a punchable face.
Well, he's just a meathead.
Yeah, but
he's just a big linebacking meathead.
He also at the Senior Bowl 2 years ago, I'm just trying to park my car, and he just sat there and pulled up next to me.
Oh, there's a personal beef.
Yeah, he pulled up next to me in his rental pickup truck, which, talk about a meathead. Who gets a rental
pickup truck?
And he just looked at me. It was when he was fired. He was out of a job, sitting there at the Senior Bowl.
Great point.
Just stared at me. I'm like, what's the matter, Mike? You good, Vrabes? Should have just punched him right in the face.
Renting a pickup truck that's a weird move.
It's a life choice. That's
a compensation move. I'm a big, strong man. I need a pickup truck. You go to Home Depot, you picking up 2x4s?
Big rental pickup truck guy.
It's bizarre. Get a Civic like the rest of us. Double dip on altitude tonight, 9:50. You'll have the Avs and the Kings. They'll be playing at home at Ball Arena. Pregame starts at 6:30 p.m. And then on 92.5 right here, the Nuggets, their second of a 7-game road trip. They'll stay in the state of Florida, taking on the Miami Heat tonight. 5 p.m. pregame show on 92.5. That's Coach. I'm Raj. KJ's behind the glass today on the Morning Sprint. Saw Luke Combs years ago. I don't want to be that guy, but like years ago before he blew up and got big, and he would only play this song at concerts because he hadn't recorded it yet. And that thing hits. It slaps live. Luke Combs.
Luke's good.
Luke's good.
You know what my wife and I were talking about yesterday? We were had a little date night, mini date night around town.
Nice.
Good
on you.
Went to a great dive bar. Great dive bar. It's called something Tavern. It's
nice.
Really good.
That narrows it down.
It's a great place, man. You should go to something Tavern. Really fun.
Just go find a tavern somewhere, duck in.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, we're listening to country radio. She's like, gosh, country radio sucks right now. Like, it's such a like late spring into summer concert series type of music. December, January, February of country music is so bad because you're just playing the same songs over and over that were released in
It ain't warm enough
May,
to talk about
June.
Daisy Dukes.
No. And like, I don't know if the beer needs to be 34.1 degrees
That's
right now.
too cold.
Okay? Like, I get it.
Do you know the origin of 92.5 here in Denver? What it was?
Country.
92.5 The Wolf before we took it over.
People right now on the Safeway Twitch feeder are talking about how would I go back to college football coaching right now for a bag. Like Mark Moser gets the booster club riled up at Sac State to get me the job at Sac State.
Who's got doesn't a former NFLer have the job at Sac State right now?
It was Brennan Marion. I don't know. He's now at CU. I have no idea. There were some rumors.
Or is it their basketball coach?
Yeah, that's Bibby.
Mike Bibby. Okay,
Yeah.
I knew there was some sort of like former star.
Mm-hmm. So I'm like, no, I wouldn't do that. But right now, I would love to be the daytime host on a country FM radio station. I would do it today.
You trying to leave me?
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Be fun, man.
Happy birthday, Sean Payton turned 61 today.
Oh,
happy
God.
birthday.
You know what? Screw it.
Are you going to do it? No, we retired the candle. The candle died after the loss to Jacksonville. You can't just be willy-nilly and light that thing just because the dude turned 61 today.
It's St. Sean, man. You have to honor those that have come before us. Those that are
so
going
this is an
before us.
offering? Do you have a nickel or a quarter to pop in the slot?
Yeah.
Like we're at a church?
Yeah, I'm like at the grotto right now.
Yeah, that's what we're at.
What do you think? Should I go $5?
$5 seems a little. I thought you were going to burn the $5 bill.
$5? How about 10?
If 10 means they win this coming weekend against the Chargers and they lock in the 1 seed, I'll take it. I'll take it. You can fall. The question was asked on the text line just a few minutes ago. How far can Denver fall with a loss? They can't fall farther than the 3 seed. They could possibly fall into the 2, but I don't expect Jacksonville to lose this weekend at home against Tennessee. The candle is now lit for those of you who are missing the candle because
And
it is Sean
adorned with
Payton's
$5
birthday.
bills at the bottom of the candle on the sides.
Maybe that's what we were missing. We were missing an offering.
Yeah.
A tithing.
It's a good, just kind of an honorarium, if you will, for Pastor Sean.
I'll fish my alligator arms out of my sleeves and get my wallet a little bit later. They can fall as far as the 3 seed. They could possibly be the 2 seed, but again, don't expect Jacksonville to lose to the Titans this week. Now, if they lose and Jacksonville wins, and the Patriots lose, as we talked about last segment, Jacksonville is the 1 seed. Pats, I don't expect to lose as they play against Miami, but they have done that in the past, right? When Denver won the 2015 Super Bowl 50, New England lost to Miami that final week of the season, helped Denver secure home field advantage. Patriots then have to travel to Denver for the AFC Championship game, and 2-point conversion to Gronk goes by the wayside. You end up going to the Super Bowl and walking all over Carolina. The NFC can fall this way. Whoever wins the Seahawks and 49ers game in Week 18, you're the 1 seed. Now, the 7 seed, wild card 3 is locked into the Packers. The Rams, I'm assuming the Rams win tonight.
Packers are the only playoff team right now that are completely locked into their fate.
The only team that is completely locked into their seed. They will be the 7 seed in the NFC no matter what. Even if they beat Minnesota in Week 18,
And
they'll
they're
be
probably going to get who?
They will. Well, they're probably going to get San Francisco. San Francisco's buzzing.
I thought they'd get the 7
Oh, sorry,
seed.
the 2 seed.
They'd get the Bears, right?
They would get the Bears on the road.
And if Jordan Love's healthy, I actually like the Packers upsetting the Bears now.
What a great game that is.
Awesome.
Great rivalry game to kick off the wild card weekend.
They've split this year, right? It's 1-1?
Yeah.
Awesome.
That'd be awesome. Okay, so as it stands right now, Chicago would be hosting Green Bay, the 2-7 matchup. Now, the Rams, assuming they beat Atlanta tonight, and then they beat Arizona in Week 18, they would be 13-4. The Rams could jump up to
3 seed.
They could jump up to the 5 seed if San Francisco loses to Seattle in Week 18. So there's so many scenarios that makes your head spin in the NFC. But as it stands right now, Seattle the 1 seed. Your 5-4 matchup is San Francisco traveling to Carolina. Now, Carolina hasn't locked in the South yet. That is a de facto NFC South championship game on Saturday. Carolina and the reeling Tampa Bay Buccaneers are still alive. If Tampa wins that game, you will have a sub-500 NFC South champion hosting one of the hottest teams in the league.
Rams.
A combination between the Seahawks, the Rams, or the 49ers.
It's going to be a bloodbath.
A bloodbath. Whoever is the road team in that game is going to mop the floor with Carolina.
So really you have in both the AFC North and the NFC South really, really bad football teams.
Two walkovers.
That are going to be home. They're going to be hosting a home playoff game.
Yep.
Good or bad for the NFL?
It's good. It's good. You have to lock in a division champion getting into the playoffs and hosting a game. Winning your division has to matter at some point, right? It must matter. Now, I suppose
you get into the dance.
I suppose you could put a caveat on it, an asterisk, and that is all division winners north of 500, you get to host a game.
I like that.
Now, if you're sub 500, you don't get to. We're going to flip the 4-5, and then you have to go to, if it stands like it does today, you would have to go to San Francisco, assuming Tampa Bay beats Carolina over the weekend.
Eye test today. What do you like out of the NFC right now?
San Francisco looks really good,
Dude.
and Kyle Shanahan's in his bag.
Brock Purdy looks every bit worthy of his salary today.
Yeah. I mean, 5 touchdowns against a good Bears defense.
He's been doing it in back-to-back. The guy's unreal right now. He's unconscious. He's doing it against good teams. He's not just doing it against the lowly New York Jets and the Raiders. I mean, he's doing it against teams that are playing for very significant outcomes.
Now, the reason why I feel that way about San Francisco is because they beat a good Chicago team. And they beat it on the strength of Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy and their offense. Where in past years, yes.
What's the word on Kittle? Is he hurt? Because he was on the sideline in civvy clothes.
That I don't know. I don't know enough. I'll completely admit that I don't have the background on what Kittle's doing right now.
Yeah.
If LA hammers Atlanta tonight and they look back as the dominant LA Rams team that has been here for 90% of the year, maybe that answer changes tomorrow.
George Kittle inactive last night, but not on IR, ankle injury. So he'll be, boy, I'll tell you what, that probably makes the game against Seattle that much more important. Because if he's not healthy for that game, then you get the bye.
Yep.
And now you have a smoking hot Brock Purdy.
I say San Francisco, my concernometer. Let's say the Broncos get all the way to the Super Bowl. Who would you be most scared to see in the Super Bowl? In this order, as it stands today. And again, this could change 24 hours from right now.
Can we say most likely to be in the Super Bowl is a little bit different than who I think the Broncos match up better against?
Of course.
Because I actually think that the team that would be terrifying for the Broncos is the Rams. The Rams terrify me.
San Francisco, LA Rams, Seattle in that order for me. Those are my 3 scariest teams in the NFC.
And I think it's a pretty big cliff after that.
Cliff to Philly? Cliff to Chicago? Chicago stood shoulder to shoulder with San Francisco last night. A cliff? Why do you think there's a cliff with Chicago? What's your trepidation of being like, this is real?
I don't fully trust Caleb Williams.
Okay.
I think he's a guy against a defense like the Broncos have that'll pass rush like they do. He's a negative play waiting to happen. And I think Ben Johnson's done a nice job of mitigating that. But Matt Stafford throwing the ball on time to just a slew of dangerous weapons scares me a lot more. The Bears, to me, still feel like a fun story, not a terrifying team that's going to win the Super Bowl.
It's Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. It's a double dipperoo with the Nuggets and the Avs. We'll get into that and more coming up in hour 2. Join us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. Make sure you guys are here all day tomorrow for another Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to the Avs and the Blues on New Year's Eve. You can tune in all day for keywords on the 20s, and you might win a pair of tickets. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. You can find them in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Avs and Blues New Year's Eve. You can win tickets to that game. So make sure you're tuned in all day tomorrow. Today, we've got a double dip. Avs on 9:50, despite playing at home at Ball Arena against the Kings. That'll start at 6:30 p.m. And then right here on 92.5, Nuggets and Heat at 5 p.m. for your pregame show. So a little truncated version of Kreckman and Lindahl.
Who are the Heat even rolling out there anymore these days? KJ?
Still Bam Adebayo, who is still too small to defend Nikola Jokic. They're the 7 seed right now. They're just barely over 500 at 17 and 15. Now, the issue is for Denver, and KJ and I were talking about this after the show on Friday, was you go off on this 7-game road trip for Denver with all of these injuries. If Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown don't find a way to come back, and there's a possibility that they come back somewhere on this trip, you're going to run into issues like you did against Orlando down the stretch. You had a big lead, it evaporated, playing younger, inexperienced guys or guys who aren't expected to have that type of impact role in your team. You're going to run into those things where it's like, you just fall short. Now, Vic had a really good point. Almost all of Denver's road losses this year have basically come at the buzzer or via big-time road fourth-quarter lead, shrinking and evaporating at the end. They could be a 16-0 road team. I think they bounce back.
Bam Adebayo right now is he's day-to-day, but probable for tonight's game against the Nuggets, and according to Anthony Chang of the Miami Herald. And then Tyler Hero has been out to toe. That's what he has. Remember when Sean Payton said, it's a toe?
It's a toe.
He's progressing well in his recovery. So no Tyler Hero, Bam Adebayo most likely. But, this squad, Norman Powell, he's averaging 23.7 points per game. He's having a good season, the old Clipper. And then Andrew Wiggins, he's averaging 16.4, and Jaime Jaquez Jr. So there are worse rosters out there in the NBA. You get a healthy Tyler Hero that was playing really good basketball 6 games into the season before he got a toe. He was at 23.2.
It just happens to be where you are at this point in the season with this many injuries. You're going to play against right around the dotted line. Like, are you one of those top 6 teams in the East? You're going to play those types of teams like Orlando is currently, like Miami is currently. With this many injuries, you need a monster night from Nikola paired with a above average night from Jamal Murray or a really good bench performance from Hardaway Jr. going hot from 3. Like, you need him to go 4 of 7 from 3 coming off the bench and playing limited minutes. That's what you need. You need Spencer Jones to come off and hit a few threes in the game. You need Jonas Valanciunas to not be sick and pull down 9, 10, 11 boards. He doesn't have to put up big points, but he has to be a big rebounder, specifically on the defensive side of the floor. That's what you need to win these types of games without 3 starters in your lineup. Now, I think they bounce back. Nikola's doing historic things over his last handful of games. He's coming off of 34, 56, 29 points in his last 3 games. Obviously, one of those being the greatest Christmas Day performance in NBA history. I do think they bounce back. I think they get the win tonight against Miami. Is this the night that the Avs lose, finally, in regulation at home? I don't think so.
No.
Their game over the weekend, their win against Vegas.
So impressive.
So impressive. I know Vegas didn't have Jack Eichel, and they didn't have Shea Theodore, and I think William Karlsson wasn't playing in that game either.
But even just to have the intestinal fortitude to go down around Christmas time, you're playing essentially during the Christmas break.
You're traveling that day.
Yes, and you go down. Was it 3 goals or 4?
You were down 2-0.
Yep.
4-2.
4-2.
And then 5-4 with under 3 minutes to go. And they pull the goal yet again. Dude, the Avs are better at 6-on-5 than they are 5-on-4. Now, the power play is slowly getting better, and it's creeping up there. It mainly happens because Gabe Landeskog net front. It's slowly getting
history of hockey.
What's up?
Has anybody ever just randomly in the first or second period pulled the goalie and gone 6-on-5?
Not from what I can remember. The craziest thing that happens is, do you remember the name Sergei Fedorov? Old Detroit Red Wing.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer. Wore those crazy white Nike skates.
Same era as Yzerman?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Sergei Fedorov, 91, amazing hockey player. He was Evgeny Malkin before Malkin came into the league. And it's funny, both Russian players. Fedorov was unbelievable. Fedorov a little bit faster than Malkin, too. Fedorov coaches in the KHL in Russia, and he pulls his goalie every single overtime in 3-on-3. When they get possession, he pulls his netminder, they go 4-on-3, and they go on a power play.
That's awesome.
Now, the issue is, if you get scored on while pulling your netminder in overtime, you don't get the point. You forfeit the point.
Is that a K? Is that a K or is that a...
It's an NHL rule.
Really?
It's also a KHL rule. If you end up getting scored on, you get 0 points.
Wow.
With your netminder out. So it's basically a safe gap. It is punitive, but it's a really ballsy move. And Patrick Wall was that coach when he was here in Colorado. Was the guy, he was pulling goalies with like 8 minutes to go in the game when you were down by 1 or 2. What do I have to lose? I've got a power play. Let's make it a 6-on-4. Avs are really good 6-on-5. They get another goal at the end of regulation, get that thing through, and 3-on-3, they're getting better. Nathan MacKinnon had 3 grade A scoring chances, and lo and behold, what do? They win the skills competition. I didn't think they were going to win a shootout this year. They are so bad in shootouts.
Matt Cannon, boy, that was good.
It was. Nathan MacKinnon was toying with Carter Hart, and that was a feel-good win on a travel. You should have won that game.
Yep.
That's a scheduled loss.
Didn't have your 9-iron in your
No,
bag.
you didn't have your fastball.
Yep.
You sure didn't.
Let me ask you this. So this week we're gonna watch the outdoor game, the Winter Classic, right?
Yeah, down at Lone Depot Park in
How
Miami.
about that? Florida Panthers are hosting the New York Rangers, and so they'll cover it, correct? Like,
what do you mean?
Marlins Park will be, because they have a retractable roof.
It's probably covered. I don't know.
Don't
what
they
the
have
weather
to?
Is.
I
don't know if there's a lot of sun. Yeah, you probably
from a
have to.
temperature perspective. Wouldn't you have to cover it?
I don't know what the temperature is in Florida right now.
I mean,
was it 75? They probably have to cover it.
It's been 80 here, so I'm guessing it's at least. We're
Sure,
in damn Colorado.
it'll be covered.
So ESPN just recently, today actually, they released an article about where the next Winter Classic should be held. University of Utah.
It would be Utah and Colorado, probably.
Which would be pretty
Utah
cool.
Maybe Utah and Dallas.
And the University of Utah Stadium, Rice Eccles, pretty awesome backdrop with the mountains right there.
You know what's really cool? You should host a Winter Classic at Empower Field. But I think you're guaranteed to get a Winter Classic.
New stadium.
When they knock it down and build a new one.
And
Guaranteed.
it'll be great because you can bring the game that's made famous in Canada to the UK. And ban him, yards! We got some sticking puck here! To ban him.
Stupid. It's the best. The outdoor game that Colorado had against Dallas or against Detroit, was it 2014? At Coors Field was great. The one at Air Force Academy was terrible because that place is designed to both keep you in it and keep you out of it. So the logistics around the Air Force Base was a nightmare. The one at Coors Field was dope. I remember that being awesome. Aside from the crazy win that day, they'll get another outdoor game.
They were saying number 2 should be the Rideau Canal in Ottawa.
Oh yeah, that'd be sweet.
Yeah,
with Parliament in the background.
Yes,
that'd be awesome.
Really good.
I've always wanted to do that skate the river.
Oh yeah,
be sweet. We also have college football coming up. A couple of days.
2
college
days.
Football playoff. 2 days from right now.
This is going to be a lot of fun, man. As bad as some of the first round matchups were, and you screaming at the clouds because they got it wrong. Last year, when Boise State had a first round bye, even Arizona State, and I know they had a good game against Texas, but they had the first
Great
round
game
bye
against Texas.
This feels like they're going to be. These are going to be 4 games in the quarterfinals that are going to be good games.
Miami against Ohio State. That's the 10-2 matchup.
I actually think that's going to be a good game. I think that's going to be a good game.
Buckeyes are 9.5-point favorites. That's New Year's Eve, the Cotton Bowl at Jerry World.
Are they good enough offensively? Talking about Ohio State, truly like dynamic enough to win by 9.5 points? I mean,
that's Ohio State in the playoff. They always show up, dude. Every year that I think they're not going to show up, they show up.
Mm-hmm.
And I always think a team out of the ACC is going to be fake. I think Ohio State covers the 9.5.
One thing I'll say about Miami, man, even though you can say that they're going to be fake, they spending that bread in the front door and the back door.
Number 5, Oregon against number 4, Texas Tech. Oregon 2.5-point favorites as
Good
the
football
5
game.
seed in that game. That is
Where's
New
that
Year's
at?
Day, the Orange Bowl at Hard Rock Stadium.
Okay. I like it. That's a real neutral.
Super neutral.
Very neutral.
Easier for Texas Tech to get there, obviously.
For sure.
Number 9, Bama against number 1, Indiana. 7-point favorites for
Rose
the
Bowl.
Hoosiers in that game. 2 p.m. New Year's Day, the Rose Bowl.
Also very neutral.
Number 6, Mississippi against number 3, Georgia. The Bulldogs are 6.5-point favorites in that game. 6 p.m. New Year's Day, the Sugar Bowl in the Superdome. That's a home game for Georgia. I don't know. It's kind of an SEC matchup. Mississippi ain't hard to get there, but I feel like that'll be a home game for Georgia fans.
Yeah. Gosh, Ole Miss, it's such a weird time for them because they're still pretty dang good. And Trinidad Chambliss is a good quarterback that can make some things happen. But, you know, you're dealing with the Lane Kiffin departure situation. And Lane Kiffin just continues to post pictures of 19 to 23-year-old women in hot
so
yoga
bizarre,
studios.
Dude.
And
Read
apparently,
the Sharon Moore room.
Yeah, read the, there's a lot of files that are out there in this current. You don't want to create files.
No, you don't.
Stay away from files. I don't like.
Receipt Street's going to get you one day.
I'm not a big fan of files. Keep me away from a file.
KJ's NFL notes every day at 11:20. We'll do that on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Rally House Football Monday rolls along on 92.5. Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emy with you guys on the morning sprint. At 11:20, we go through KJ's NFL notes, the biggest stories on the gridiron. Mr. Granderson, what do you have?
Well, the story of the day, obviously, is the fact that the Broncos are officially AFC West champions. So, congratulations to them. Yeah! Sean Payton talked about this morning whether he delivered the message to his team about the AFC West title this morning when they had their morning meeting, or did he just kind of downplay it? And he kind of explained exactly why he downplayed it.
It's a good question. Look, the equipment guy, Flip says, text me, what do you want me to do? And I said, just put them in the lockers. We actually didn't even talk about it. And I don't know if that's something I should have or omitted. Yeah, I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly. And
what's wrong with this guy?
We just didn't really.
It's his birthday. The AFC West champion shirts are ugly. Those are beautiful. I haven't seen them in 10 years here.
My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
That was his first goal for this team, was win your division. So I was kind of hoping that he was going to be a little bit celebratory, but knowing that you have to beat Los Angeles in Week 18 to guarantee yourself the 1 seed and the first round bye.
Hold the shirts until after the game.
Yeah, hold the shirts until then. It's okay if he's a little curmudgeon-y about how they look. Those things aren't built for a 61-year-old man. They're built for NFL players in their athletic primes between the ages of 23 and 30.
But Sean Payton likes Jordans. I think he enjoys a flat bill. We even heard from him remember when he didn't wear the throwback D, which I do have some little bit of news. Did you see that the Broncos social media accounts all changed their profile pic to the D?
Oh, they're playing the throwback Ds.
They're gonna go D. We're gonna get the D on Sunday.
Oh, yes!
Mm-hmm.
So LA probably plays in their white with yellow bottoms.
With the yellow bottom jeans and the boots with the fur.
I think it's apple bottom jeans. I hope they don't play in apple bottoms. That would be quite the look.
I haven't. I know it's a hockey term.
Like a Cooperall thing.
I've never really heard football pants called color bottoms.
They're lowers. They're bottoms.
Pants.
Yeah.
Pants.
They're pants.
They're going to wear their yellow pants.
I understand. Yeah, like you don't want to celebrate that because there's still very much work to be done in the regular season. It feels as though the AFC West Championship party or celebration should be held once the regular season is over.
Also, once you don't get swept by one of your AFC West opponents.
Completely agree with that. It does feel a little, and I saw the New England Patriots did their whole post with everyone wearing the hats and the T-shirts and stuff like that. It feels a little Major League Baseball-y to me, where you pop champagne every single playoff round.
That's just because baseball players love to get ham-hocked.
I kind of hate that, though, about baseball. Like
yeah,
you win
for
the
any
wild
opportunity.
card round, you're popping champagne. You
Yeah,
win
they
the
just want that
divisional
liver
round.
They want that
you're
liver to
popping
quiver,
the
man.
champagne.
They want that liver to start panicking.
You pop champagnes for AFC championships and Super Bowls in this league. It's a little bit like simmer down there.
Yeah,
baseball.
that's really
Cool
that's what Sean's saying right there.
Yeah,
he shares your sentiment.
Keep the Dom Perignon on the ice, and we'll see it by the time the Patriots travel to Denver in January.
Be honest, when you listen to Sean Payton's little morning presser today, or when Sean Payton gave his answer to the question about Quinn Minor's involvement in drawing off Chris Jones
on
offsides
Harrisburg.
On Harrisburg.
To play Harrisburg.
When you listen to that entire press clip and then the one we just listened to, does Sean Payton feel a little AI? Like, I feel like he's an AI voice. You know those AI voices? Like, hey, make me a Sean Payton post-game press conference after a big win in which he essentially sounds really grumpy.
Give it 2 years. You're not going to be able to tell the difference.
It truly is. He sounds so AI.
KJ, let's keep it rolling, brother.
I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
Well, Sean, I understand you're not in a celebratory mood this morning, but I would advise you to be because your 2026 opponents have been officially confirmed, and you got a tough slate ahead of you. So obviously you have your 3 division games, Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers, but at home you have Bills, Dolphins, Rams, Seahawks, and then whoever is the AFC South champion, because now you'll be playing a number 1 division winner schedule moving forward away. Obviously, Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers. Then you have Patriots, Jets, Cardinals, 49ers, the winner of the AFC North and the winner of the NFC South. So that's potentially 10 games versus 2025 playoff teams. How much pressure does that put on the Broncos to make the most of their potential Super Bowl run this season, knowing how hard their road will be to get back to the playoffs next season?
Yeah, you certainly got to get it done. I don't know if it's added pressure because you're not looking forward to 2026 as a player or as anyone inside that building, but Mike and I sitting here in front of microphones, I was having the conversation before we came out of break. Who do you want to win the AFC South and the AFC North this year? Based on who you want to play next season.
I would rather have Houston win the AFC South over Jacksonville because guess what? You beat Houston on the road and you kind of got the brakes beat off you by
binary.
Jacksonville at home.
Makes sense to me.
I don't really understand binary. And then just
there's
the term.
It's you lost to them, therefore you don't want to play them.
Oh,
You
okay.
beat them, therefore you want to play them.
Then is this non-binary? Pittsburgh and Baltimore? Is either one of those binary?
It is kind of gray. Like, I look at both those teams and I go, you're going to beat either one of them next year.
I like Pittsburgh because the threat of Lamar Jackson doing what he did to you a year ago is still always there.
If he's healthy, Lamar Jackson drastically changes who the Ravens are. You want Pittsburgh to win that division because I think Pittsburgh has a greater chance of being far worse next year, and you get to play them on the road. Tough place, but I've got 7 wins circled here. Chiefs, Raiders, Dolphins at home, Raiders on the road, Jets and Cardinals on the road, and Pittsburgh on the road. I got 7 wins already.
You're playing against 10 current playoff teams, meaning like 10 of the games are against teams that are in the playoffs
right now for this 2025 season.
And then add 2 more for a team that was in the Super Bowl last year. 12 out of 17 are pretty juicy matchups, which is, I like it. I'm excited for that. It's kind of to the victor go the spoils, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's why the Chiefs, the NFL is set up to be NFL, acronym not for long. If you are as advertised and Bo Nix is the quarterback that's going to continue to take the next right step, and you have locked down most of your defensive players for the future, then you should be okay to get to 11, 12, 13, or 14 victories.
I love
that schedule.
I love looking at that schedule and going, I have 7 wins already. I think depending on when you play Kansas City next year, if you get those games early, I can circle Kansas City with 2 wins. But if you get them late and Patrick Mahomes is healthy, I don't know.
What about the Raiders all of a sudden with Fernando Mendoza? Live on Univision.
I really hope his family comes to that game.
I hope his mom's there. She is a rocket.
KJ, what's next?
I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
Last night after beating the Chicago Bears, the San Francisco 49ers put themselves in prime position to be the favorites to not only be the number 1 seed in the NFC, but to be the favorites to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. But the Seahawks won't go away without a fight, and Kyle Shanahan stands his ground about what's to come as the 49ers and Seahawks look to get it on, as Berto would say. Coming up this weekend, it is going to be 49ers and Seahawks.
You're 1 win away from the bye in the first seed. What did you say to the guys in the locker room afterwards?
I mean, we've earned this. This is the game that we want. We love that it's here. We'd love an opportunity to never leave here again this year, and we got that opportunity Saturday night.
There's a reason why the 49ers are my scariest team in the NFC if the Broncos get to the Super Bowl, because that makes the Super Bowl a home game. And I don't love playing on the road in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They're red smoking hot.
They are scalding hot. I feel like everybody in the NFC West is essentially hot. I mean, they've all had
the
really
NFC
good.
champion has to come out of the West. Rams, Seahawks, Niners, or the field?
I mean, the Eagles offensively are still bad. They're a bad offensive football team.
I'm not taking the four remaining teams.
The Bears they don't seem mature enough yet.
I
I'd say they
agree with
can't. They can.
They can.
They're just not there yet.
Yeah, if you give me the combination of Chicago, Philly, Carolina, and Green Bay, and you get all four of those teams versus the three reps from the NFC West, I'm taking the West 10 times out of 10. The NFC champion is in that division.
Right now, oh gosh, would you say that the hottest quarterbacks in the NFL today all come from the NFC West?
Trevor Lawrence and Drake May have something to say about that.
Drake May's loss against Buffalo in the last 3 weeks still looms
He
to me.
just carved up the Jets. I know they suck, but he carved up the Jets.
Who hasn't been carving up the Jets?
I don't know. The Broncos played some pretty bad teams and didn't carve them up. They didn't carve up Kansas City.
It's because they played them in Benham Yards in the UK. Early morning.
There's not really that feel
Bloody Mary.
There's not really that feel on the opposite side of the ledger, though, right? On the AFC, I think it's more of a crapshoot in the AFC of like where that champion comes out of. I think it's almost guaranteed that the NFC West champion or the NFC representative in the Super Bowl comes out of the NFC West. I have no idea where it's coming in the AFC. I just know it won't be from the AFC North.
It's going to come from Mile High City, baby.
Better believe it is. Coach, what's next?
I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
Thank you, Raj, for anointing me as a coach.
Everyone's a coach here.
I
you know that.
appreciate it.
My wife's a coach.
Yeah.
Coaches me a lot.
Yep.
Raj, your wife's a coach?
Sure is.
Caitlin, Coach Caitlin, let's go.
Browns defensive end Myles Garrett, he obviously didn't break the NFL single-season sack record Sunday, but he said Pittsburgh had their pursuits on the history of stopping him, not necessarily on their pursuits of history of going back to the playoffs. Quote, I mean, to an extent, I feel like they were more worried about keeping me away from Aaron Rodgers than getting a win, and I think that's what came back to bite them. So they'll have to fight it out with Baltimore next week, but I'm just proud of the guys for fighting and getting this one. That's the main thing, and I'm always going to keep it at that. And quote, could the Steelers' potential misplaced focus cost them a spot in the playoffs?
It absolutely could. I watched that game, and you want to talk about chip help? There were like at times 3 different humans that were signed to Myles Garrett.
I can't blame Pittsburgh for that.
They do have
that dude is an alien.
They have a quarterback that is old as balls too, and you don't want him taking.
Name another player on Cleveland that scares you.
Man,
you
just got to hold up that watch right now and say Shedeur Sanders.
I wish him the best, and he is
baby.
fun to
Hold
watch.
it up.
Shedeur Sanders does not scare anyone in the NFL at this point in his career. I hope he gets to a point where he is a player that you have to actively game plan for.
You know, put some respect on that man.
Saw a really funny tweet yesterday.
I'm done now. Thank you.
Jerry Jeudy needs 14,032 yards to break the single-season NFL receiving record because that's what he wanted to do this year. No one on Cleveland scares you. Myles Garrett does. My whole game plan should be to stop Myles Garrett. It just so happens they end up losing the game.
It was weird. Did you see the final stats in that game? Jalen Warren, running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, had like 60-some yards on just 12 carries. I'm sitting there like, you scored 6 points. Your running back's averaging nearly 6 yards per carry.
It's a very Denver problem.
Why don't you tote the stone with that cat?
RJ Harvey his last game, 7.1 yards per carry and only got 12 touches.
Shoot, the last 2 games has been Jaleel McLaughlin. He's been toting it too.
Yeah, Shedeur 1 touchdown, 2 picks. His second half was not great. 37 quarterback rating. He doesn't scare me right now. Myles Garrett does.
All he does is win, man.
KJ, what's next?
Holds up to watch.
I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
Well, Friday after we got out the air, there was a story that kind of took on a life of its own. And it started with Fox Sports' Jay Glazer reporting that Max Crosby was going to be out of the game this past Sunday versus the Giants. And obviously Max Crosby and the Raiders, they have kind of been at odds about this because his knee injury has been taking place since a game in October. Excuse me for not remembering the game. But nonetheless, Max Crosby was mad. He was not happy about it. So he goes on social media, Instagram to be more specific. He posts videos on his IG story about him jumping on a trampoline and him shooting jumpers in the gym, kind of just trying to get the picture out there that, hey, I'm good. I'm okay. They sat me without my consent. He still will need to go on to have knee surgery at some point, which is why the Raiders are taking the side that they did to put him on IR. But it's kind of led to a little bit of a convoluted situation. Adam Schefter kind of has a little bit of a different take on it, and he's just trying to figure out exactly why everybody's making a big deal of it.
I don't know why people are like all worked up about it.
Because he was worked up. Because he went public. That's why.
Okay. What I would say to that is this. If the Raiders are playing for something, he'd be out there. But they're not. And he needs surgery. And they had scans last Tuesday that said his knee had gotten worse and that it was a threat to make it bad if he didn't have it operated on. So why? I know he wants to play. That's why he's Max Crosby. Like, he's a warrior. Highest respect for that guy and the way he plays. Why would you put him out there? So both things can be right. Yes, you can be doing what you can to lock in the number 1 overall pick, and you can be doing the smart and prudent thing and resting your guy, right? I mean, why can't they both be true?
I love that Max Crosby threw up the double birds and was like, I'm leaving the facility. If I can't play, I'm not going to be here. This is crap. It's what I love about that player. He wants to be on the field 24/7. I know Moj and Brett and Vic took it one step further and went, well, are they holding him out based off of possible incentive bonuses? The answer to that question is no. Max is guarantees. He doesn't have any incentives in his contract this year. It brought me down the list of players on the Broncos that have incentives going into Week 18. The only one who's really close to one is Jonathan Cooper at 11 sacks. He has 3 to go until he hits his first of 4 escalators on sacks this year.
So his escalator was based on 11?
11, 12, 13, 13 in a playoff berth. He can max that out at $2 million.
Wow.
Yes. So, right, that comes out to $250,000. No. Is that $500,000? $500,000 each?
That's crazy.
So he could get 3. Now, Jonathan Cooper, with all of the double teams and the chips on Benito and Zach Allen.
It's like, I'm going to get 5 of these bad boys,
go get
man.
A couple.
I'm $2 million richer.
Go help him out.
You imagine if you got 5?
Talanoa Hufanga has a $1 million maximum interception bonus. He has 0 on the year. He would need 3 to hit his first. He could be a first-team All-Pro. Probably not going to happen this year. That would be a $500,000 bonus for him. Dre Greenlaw is not going to hit any of his. Evan Ingram is not going to hit any of his. You want to hear Evan Ingram's escalators?
Does it have anything to do with having his face removed from a milk carton?
Yes. He has 416 receiving yards this year. His escalators start at 700 yards, 800 and 900. Maximum possibility based off of yardage $625,000. He has 47 receptions. His first escalator on receptions starts at 60. He would need 13 catches this week to hit 60. Not going to happen. And his receptions plus the playoffs would be 80 and a playoff reception bonus. He could hit 80, but he'd have to have like one of the greatest playoff performances of all time.
Did you see Trey McBride and what he was able to do? 117 catches this year. Former CSU Ram and Fort Morgan High alum ends up setting the all-time tight end record for receptions in a season.
Nice.
Eclipsing former Cardinal receiver Zach Ertz at 116, who was at Philly at the time.
Evan
Ingram is third in that list of all
really?
time. Yeah, Evan Ingram has his 2023, just 2 freaking years ago. His 114 catch season was just 2 shy of the all-time tight end record. Where is that guy?
Some other incentive notes, considering the Broncos play the Chargers. Justin Herbert does not have any incentives that he could hit during the regular season. He has playoff incentive bonus. Mekhi Becton, obviously being injured, won't hit any of his. Najee Harris being injured won't hit any of his. Keenan Allen is one of the guys that, like, you'd think if you're going to rest your vets and rest your starters, you would rest an older Keenan Allen. However, he is just 9 yards short of breaking in another $250,000 in terms of reception yards this season. I would expect at that point Keenan Allen to play in this game. Now, Vegas, with the Broncos being 7-point favorites in this game, Vegas doesn't think Justin Herbert's playing. And for that matter, if Justin Herbert isn't playing, you sitting like a Marion Hampton as well?
So what happens in that case for Sean Payton? If you roll up and all of a sudden, you know, the inactives list for the Chargers is pretty deep.
And you see, instead of Herbert, you end up seeing Trey Lance, and instead of Marion Hampton, you end up seeing, I don't know,
Do you
Hassan
remember,
Haskins.
you remember when Trey Lance went nuclear in the preseason against everybody? Every preseason game, he was just, and of course, Jim Harbaugh was getting all the credit for being the ultimate quarterback whisperer.
You got to play him, dude. And I do remember Trey Lance doing that. You have to play your starters. The 1 seed is the only thing that matters.
So you just go freaking balls to the wall.
Yep.
We're playing against the best version of the Chargers. And then if you get a big, then you make some decisions.
Yes.
That's ideal.
You do right. You make the decisions based off of, like, honestly what New England didn't do over the weekend.
We already have, I mean, there's already historical context for this last year with the Chiefs. I mean, Bo Nix and the Broncos treated that thing like they were playing the 1985 Chicago Bears. I mean, they went nuts.
The 1 seed means everything.
I think it was a little bit different this year. I think, like, even my prediction of the game against the Chiefs was that the Chiefs were going to run out a very similar overall feel to what we saw last year when they were 15-1 going into week 18. The Chiefs were actually just basically playing football with everybody that was healthy, except for Chris Oladokun was playing instead of Patrick Mahomes or Gardner Minshew. That's really it.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Double Dipperoo today. Nuggets on 92.5 starting at 5 p.m. Avs at home will be on AM 950. I'll have your pregame show starting at 6:30 this evening.
and then improving. The one area that has to improve is that turnover margin, and that can happen. We did a collective the last 25 years, Super Bowl winners. It's something like 114 in the plus. There's been one Super Bowl winner in the last 25 years. I'm just talking about when the playoffs begin. If that makes sense. When the playoffs begin. The Rams recently were the only -2 turnover team. The rest added up to some crazy number. And so that's something we've got to improve on.
Sean Payton in his Monday Zoom presser talking about the Broncos being in the negative in that turnover margin. This year, the regular season, your leaders in terms of turnover plus minus, Chicago, a massive lead on Houston, 22 compared to 14 for the second place Houston Texans. You drop down to Jacksonville plus 12, LA, the Rams, and Pittsburgh at plus 11 each. That's how Pittsburgh is leading the division. You're plus 11 in turnover ratio. And Aaron Rodgers hasn't really thrown that many picks. I think he has 7 this year. Not an interception guy. Drop down to Tampa Bay at plus 5, Philadelphia at plus 5, Denver, according to FoxSports.com, at -5 right now. They are right next to the Tennessee Titans at -5 in the ratio, but also the San Francisco 49ers.
A bit shocking that you have the Niners and the Broncos that low.
And the Seahawks.
Seahawks right there at 23 as well. In terms of turnover margin, it's an interesting take because the Broncos defensively, they get after the passer, they sack them, they create negative plays. Ironically, like the amount of sacks, it reminds me almost inversely of, do you remember how Shedeur Sanders would just get sacked at CU?
Mm-hmm.
And like blindside, obliterated. And the ball just never got dislodged from him. It was like almost inexplainable. That's how I feel a little bit with the Denver Broncos, that they just don't get that strip sack fumble with the amount of sacks that they're creating.
Maybe I'm beating a dead horse here. And actually, it's not maybe. I know I'm beating a dead horse here. When I stood on the table at the beginning of the season going, I want Von Miller here now in the offseason. I want him here now, not because I think he'll be an impact player on this team, but because he does one thing better than almost anybody in the history of pass rush does.
The old SSF?
Strip sack.
Fumble.
You won a Super Bowl because of it.
Strip sack fumble.
Strip sack fumble. I don't even care. You could have signed Von Miller to a deal where he didn't play a single snap this year, and I think it would have mattered. That is the one gripe that I've had season long about the defense. They don't really take the ball away. They're stifling, and they make sure that, and recent trends haven't been this way for the Broncos over the last 3-4 weeks. They ensure that drives that look like they're destined for touchdowns end in 3 or less, but they don't really take the football away. Vaughn would have helped with that, man. Pass rush summit king.
You know what else stinks in terms of turnover margin? Other man coverage or match coverage teams like the Washington Commanders, like the Cleveland Browns, with their pass rush and their world-leading sack master in Myles Garrett. The Minnesota Vikings, Flores. Like Brian Flores is that guy defensively in terms of creating havoc. He plays so much dang cover zero and man coverage. So what that means basically is that defensive backs, they're turned away from the quarterback. Zone coverage outfits typically create more takeaways. Now, on the flip side of that, the San Francisco 49ers are a heavy zone team, and they're 25th right now in terms of turnover margin.
It's so weird seeing Seattle, San Francisco, and Denver in spots 23, 24, and 25 at -4 and -5 respectively.
3 of the 4 hottest teams maybe in pro football right now?
Sure. Yeah, even though with the loss with Jacksonville cools you down a little bit, you can certainly say that. They're 7-1 since Halloween. It is a who's who of crappy football teams from spot like 15 on down. Miami, Cincinnati,
some crappy
New
team,
York.
Some crappy team, Kansas City.
Yeah, crappy team. That's a bad football team.
It's a bad football. How good does that sound? God, it sounds good to say that.
The
craptastic Kansas
my favorite
City
thing
Chiefs.
that I steal from Nate Kreckman. The dog butt Kansas City Chiefs. Feels great. But outside of those 3 teams, Seattle, San Francisco, Denver, Tennessee's below them. Las Vegas is below them. Cleveland, Dallas, Minnesota, Washington, and the New York Jets. It is a who's who of teams that aren't sniffing the playoffs, and somehow Seattle, San Francisco, and Denver have done it. And it is off the backs of a bend-don't-break defense, and for the most part of the season, your quarterback's not being careless with the football.
Well, breaking news here.
What's that?
Marcus Freeman gets a beefed-up deal to stay at Notre Dame, so a lot of the rumors circulating that he would be involved at the New York Giants. He is indeed going to stay at Notre Dame.
At Notre Dame, even though they're throwing a fit about the college football playoff.
Throwing a fit about the college football playoff, trying to end the bowl season as we know it. And to that, I'm going to actually hang up some double birds in the direction of Marcus Freeman and the Notre Dame football team that decided not to play in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. Could you imagine how great the Notre Dame authentic 24-karat gold helmet would have looked with some Pop-Tart confetti sprinkle mixed in there?
I saw an AI-generated version of it. It was sick.
It was so good.
That was a good game. The Pop-Tarts Bowl was a good game.
Georgia Tech and BYU. BYU comes and storms from behind. Bear Bachmeier going nuts. We haven't even talked about it. Kyle Whittingham, now the head football coach of the University of Michigan. Michigan? He guy's a Utah man through and through. He's never really coached outside of the state of Utah. Played at BYU, coached at BYU, and then he's been at Utah since I was freaking 18 years old. I might have been younger. I think it was like 15 when he started there. It'd be interesting. I think it's a good Band-Aid for Michigan because of all the off-field stuff, but it doesn't feel like a long plan.
It'll be a super fun week of both college football and NFL football. We've got New Year's Eve and New Year's Day college football playoff games, Saturday divisional championship games in the NFL. Like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who have one win since Halloween, could win the division at 8-9 with a victory on Saturday. That is insane to me. You know how many wins the Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets have combined since Halloween? 51.
Jeez.
And the Bucks have only beaten the Arizona Cardinals since then. And they can win the division and host a playoff game.
Do you remember earlier when we said that it was impossible to find a 5-7 team or a 6-6 team that would play in the J-Lab Birmingham Bowl? Well, that day is today. Happy Birmingham Bowl game day to all that observe. Georgia Southern versus App State.
Looking forward to that one.
2:00 p.m. Eastern time on ESPN, starting in 5 minutes.
Oh, it's a double dipperoo on a Rally House Football Monday. Avs on AM 950 starting at 6:30 p.m. I'll have your pregame show alongside Connor McGahee. They're at home at Ball Arena against the Kings. And then on 92.5 starting at 5 p.m. after a truncated version of Kreckman and Lindahl, you will hear Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets take on the Miami Heat. Nuggets on 92.5, Avs on 950. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to you at 10.
Oh, what's up, boys? Gorgeous day, man. A little chilly. Tyler, what's good?
Hi.
Scotty's setting up. I see his hotel room. I'm sure he'll be with us here in a second. In Miami.
Welcome to Miami.
Welcome to Miami. I'm just laughing at Sean Payton, man. That dude is a friggin' hoot. That guy, he was having some fun today, man. He was laughing with good old Zach Stevens, and he's talking about the hats and the T-shirts. This was awesome.
It's a good question. Look, the equipment god, Flip says, text me, what do you want me to do? And I said, just put them in the lockers. We actually didn't even talk about it. And I don't know if that's something I should have or omitted. Yeah, I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly. And we just didn't really talk about it. The focus was on this week's game and the Chargers and the seeding ramifications, really trying to educate them relative to what's going to be important here down the stretch.
We don't need their stinking hats and T-shirts.
Yeah, well, it is really anticlimactic when you fall into a championship without playing a game.
Yeah.
It's super anticlimactic. Like I actually don't even know what you would do with the hats and the T-shirts. Seriously, so they're in your locker. What are you going to do? You're going to put them all on and take a group photo inside the locker room, I guess?
Well, that's what the Patriots did inside of like an airplane hangar or something.
But at least they were together as a team where they got it. You know what I mean?
Listen, bro, I don't have any problems with it whatsoever. But you could, if you wanted to, rally everybody to the field house or something, have tables set up. You could do that.
Nah, it's a work day, man. We got a number one seed to go after.
Hey, Scott, welcome to the show. Scotty.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler. Well, hold on, Scott. You got to take a peek at Tyler. There's got to be some sort of story going on here because this is as low as I've seen you in a long time.
Yeah, no story. I don't know. I was looking in the mirror. I was doing a little bit of trimming, and I was like, you know what? It's coming off. No story.
Wow, this was self-inflicted?
Well, it was intentional.
But you did this. You didn't go to the barber or anything
No,
like
I didn't
this.
go to the barber. I just
decided
it was coming off.
Wow.
And the irony is I didn't even do it for Christmas. I didn't even do it for like family activities. I got through all the activities and then I took it off after.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just an impulse or just going with the flow?
It was time. I was ready for another change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or he slipped while trimming it and shaved that right side of the mustache completely off and went, God dang it, and then had to do that.
No, but every time I do it, I do regret it. Like instantaneously, I almost regret it.
I gotta admit, it's low.
Oh yeah.
It's not gone. It's not gone.
Yeah, but it's about as low as you can go.
It is about as low as you can go. So what
Would
stopped
you?
you?
Put a one guard on it or something?
I think it was 2.
What stopped you from just taking it literally all the way?
Oh, well, I'm not insane.
Okay. All right. So there was a limit.
Yeah. This is the limit.
Are you going to go get it tidied up by the barber, or are you just going to...
What's there to tidy up?
You got some neck stuff. It's not as sharp as it would be if you went to a barber to do it.
Oh no,
That's all.
well, I didn't shave underneath. I suppose I could do that, but yeah, I don't touch an actual razor very often.
Okay, all right. You happy with it? You good with it, or
sure?
Do you instant regret I miss it already?
No, I do usually regret it the second I do it, but
okay,
that's all right. It was just an impulse decision. Decided to go for it, and the good news is I look good no matter what.
Yeah,
so
there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Scotty, how's Miami, my friend? How's your road trip going?
Good. Warm, and now we get leave tomorrow and head up to the coldest places in the country, right?
You're going to
Toronto, New York, Brooklyn, Boston, Cleveland.
Yeah. Yes. So enjoy while you can. Is it Miami-like weather there? Are you getting
Yeah. I actually sat out. I didn't sit in the sun, but I sat out by the pool, about 75, 76, sunny. Read my book. It was nice.
The loss to Orlando was terrible. That was awful, dude.
That's bad.
That sucked. And then you get the LM2 report. At least the
Last
NBA's, yeah.
Last 2 minutes report, which is stupid, but yeah.
They do that, though. And, Jamal Murray was fouled and should have gone to the line for free throws on the inbound pass.
I said it in the first minute of that fourth quarter. The referees lost control. I've seen it 1,000 times. All of a sudden, you start calling a little too many fouls.
Yeah.
And then you got to even up. And then in the first minute and 10 seconds of the fourth quarter between both teams, there have been 6 foul calls. 6. And I told Marlo at that time, I said, Chris, we're in for a quarter, a whole bunch of free throw shooting quarter. And Alleman called it in that post game the longest fourth quarter he's ever been in, because I think they shot 17 free throws and we shot 9 or 10, something like that. So it was a poorly officiated game. The NBA's got a refereeing problem. They
all got a referee problem, all of them. All the
yeah, the NFL's had a whole bunch of miscues lately too, haven't they?
The NFL? Anything in particular stand out to you?
That offensive pass interference on Evan Ingram was pretty garbage.
Anything else stand out to you?
Well, they went back. Did you see the video? Did you see the video of the pass interference they called on Surtain in that game against Kansas City? I mean, that was kind of BS. I just think they guessed at a few things.
Let me bring you up to speed on Jamal. To make him as I've seen posted, I think DNVR had it, the Jamal star. Gonna be rough. Gonna be tough, man. 14th in fan voting. 14th. Golly, man. Behind a bunch of dudes that he's having a better year than, but golly, man, I don't even know one of these dudes at all. This is my bad. Talk to me, and I'm sorry I don't. I should if he's actually got the 7th most votes. Denny Advia
Portland's having an unbelievable year.
God, I have not paid attention. Is it better than Jamal?
First Israeli-born player. Yeah, he's helping keep Portland even.
He's it.
Yeah,
huh?
he's very good.
All right.
Yeah, he's very good. But and I wrote you back. He was never going to win the popular vote. He wasn't going to get voted in as an all-star. They only take the top 5 from the fan voting. It's the other 14, I guess it would be, right? The other 14 that will be selected by coaches. So he wasn't ever going to get in
that way.
I didn't think that
right.
buying the vote, so that doesn't surprise me at all.
Any other stories from the road that we should be aware of after that kind of rough loss? And I don't know how spirits are or how they're faring there. Any reports about CB or AG? Anything we should know about those dudes?
Well, both of them worked out hard before that Orlando game and are on this road trip. And I said before we left, I think you'll see at least one of them before the end of the road trip. I think they're going to be awful cautious on Aaron Gordon because of the soft tissue. You won't see Cam because they didn't even bring Cam on the road trip.
Right.
So
well,
he's
Cam
not even here.
Cam we know is 4 to 6 weeks and they'll look at it. So that could easily be 2 months. Which everybody is kind of
with
like
Denver it'll be 2 months.
Well, probably, right? I mean, if history serves correct. I was disappointed with Orlando. You can't hold a lead. Listen, I think any win at this point is going to be rough. Joker's doing Joker things. People are, finally coming around on Joker, which is a riot to me. That I'm seeing.
Oh, it's crazy! Like people, if you get on the social media, it's like people. Oh my gosh, this guy!
It's unbelievable.
We've been trying to tell you this. Here's what I thought the Orlando game, because they didn't play horrible. The turnovers, the points off turnovers killed them. But I thought what really struggled, and if you go back and look, like their starters were all plus 16, plus 10, plus 14, and I think combined your bench was like a minus 45 in a 1-point game.
Yeah,
and the problem is it's the bench's bench that is having to play right now.
Right.
And all this depth we talked about at the beginning of the season, which helped Denver win games because there wasn't such a drop-off between starters and the bench coming in. Now we're back to last year. Now we're back to starters go out, and then you hold, and then Valanciunas hasn't played great in the last 2 or 3 games. I was told last night that he's been sick, but no one knew.
Okay.
But he also doesn't. He's not getting to play with Tim Hardaway and Bruce and those guys in combination. And now he's playing with, Zeke Najee and Jalen Pickett.
Okay, all right. Well, hang on for dear life. You know what I'm saying? So tonight it's Nuggets at the Heat, 5 o'clock right here on 92.5. Meanwhile, Avs hosting the Kings. Blackwood in net has burgundy pads, some new burgundy pads to break out here tonight. The Avs won an unbelievable game over the weekend, which was crazy, winning a shootout. They won a shootout. How about that? They actually won a shootout. Nate McKinnon, who was shooting fourth. They had him out there fourth, but he scored a
Turns out he can make a shootout goal.
It was a sick goal, man. He's going full speed, puts on the brakes, doesn't stop, picks a spot, got it done, beat Vegas 6-5. They were down 3 times. They trailed 3 different times. Twice they trailed by 2 goals, and they came back to tie it up and then win in the shootout. So they're absurd.
And don't you think, to me, the Golden Knights, and they knocked them out of the playoffs, 3-4 years ago, but they're just in that same rivalry and fear factor as Dallas.
They're right there, yeah.
I think the Knights and Avalanche would have a hell of a series. I got to watch the Elway on the flight out to Orlando.
All right, right on.
Good, right?
Yeah, it's really, really good. But I felt like John's mom, if you have to play Dallas in the playoffs again, do we really have to?
We have to.
Do we really have to go down that road, that path one more time?
Well, sadly we do. And sadly it has to be in the second round because of the stupid way the NHL is set up.
Do you know?
But I'm not afraid
another one of my experts. So you know why the playoff rules are like that?
No, I don't. Really?
Because Canada could never be represented in the postseason.
That's right. Yes.
When you started doing it the other way,
Right.
and so they screw around with the
Right.
seedings
Right.
in hope to get Canadian teams into the postseason.
Oh, interesting.
It's a way to get Canadian teams deeper. Correct. You're right about that. Forgot about that one. Yeah. Let's Jimmy Jam things for Canada. Appreciate it. All right, listen, let's get into the Broncos and the seeding and the scenarios. And Sean was a hoot today talking about ugly. The hats are ugly. Have you seen the hats?
I have. They are ugly.
They are ugly.
He's not wrong.
He is not wrong. They are. That is the thing about Sean, man. He says things that tick people off, but very rarely is he just wrong about those things. He had a feeling Bo Nix was special or whatever. It turns out pretty good. Had a feeling that this was a Super Bowl worthy team. Okay? Turns out he was right. Says the hats are ugly. All right. He's not wrong. They're ugly. They are ugly. So we'll show it to you on the radio. We'll describe them to you. And let's go over what we expect to happen with the seeding and how this is going to play out and what Harbaugh is likely or not likely to do now that we know where everything stands. That's coming up next. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with the new year right around the corner. Improving your health, that's got to be probably one of the bigger resolutions. Very common, but perhaps if you find that you were tired and low on energy in 2025, you're not sleeping very well, and it was a year of frustration rather than excitation. Word? Maybe? I don't know. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help with that resolution, okay? These symptoms are often signs of low T. So the solution is relatively easy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, 10 questions, just takes a couple of minutes, and you go from there. They'll draw your blood. They'll have results within 30 minutes, and then you consult. Do I want this? Do I not want this? What do I want to do? You get a medical consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Most men wait a year or longer. No need. Don't go another year with low T. 5 locations up and down I-25. Okay, here we go. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching it probably like everyone else, and dude, it ended up being a close game, hard-fought game, and then I think the immediate focus shifts towards Monday meeting, which we just had, relative to our approach this week. Normal schedule, Sunday 12:25 or 2:25 start time, and this game's very much like a playoff game.
All right, that's Sean Payton earlier today about what lays ahead in front of the Broncos and what to expect. What was your reaction just watching the games yesterday and how everything unfolded?
Well, we got a hell of a treat to finish off the day, didn't we? I mean, my gosh,
Yeah,
that 49ers-Bears game of the year. That was unbelievable. They just couldn't stop scoring.
Yeah, that's great.
Every single drive, somebody is scoring, and it comes down to the wire. Dude, that was a blast. What else? Sunday's games were kind of bad. Bills sucked. All of a sudden, you're not so afraid of the Bills anymore. I mean,
okay.
I've been trying to be honest about the Bills all year long, and yet at the same time, be like, do you still want to face Josh Allen in the playoffs? I don't know. I'm just starting to get the feeling the Bills are just not a very good football team.
Okay.
What else?
How do you think things sorted out for the Broncos with the Chargers losing?
Well, feels a little bit anticlimactic, to be honest. You get the AFC West championship and you wake up to some hats in your locker room, and all of a sudden week 17 means a lot to you, but it means nothing to them.
Let's start there. Does it mean nothing to them?
Well, more or less, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
They can go for 5 to 7. It depends on who's in your seating and what you think you can do.
Wheel? Yeah, that is the big question. Like, how do you think Jim Harbaugh will treat it? Like, the reward of beating the Broncos is likely, if things play out the way they're favored to, you just end up playing the Broncos again the next week in Denver. That is the most likely scenario if you beat the Broncos. The Broncos would be a 3, you'd be the 6. The Bills would be the 7, and Houston would be the 5. And the spreads are crazy with all the games that are like Jacksonville is 12.5 favored over Tennessee. Houston is favored by 10 over Indy. Denver, frankly, is favored by 7.5. But I mean, just for the sake of the argument, let's assume the Broncos actually lose this one. The Patriots are favored by 11.5 over Miami. You see where I'm going here. Even the Ravens and Steelers, that actually doesn't matter. But everything that could impact you if you're the Chargers, it's not a reasonable concept that you're going to go up to 5. Not really. You're probably going to be, if you win, exactly where you are, and you'd be facing the Broncos. Now, if things go chalk, if all the favorites also win, the next bet for the Chargers is they're the 7 and they're playing in New England. So, what would you prefer if you're Jim Harbaugh? I mean, how and I would too, by the way. But to what degree? I guess I would ask you guys that. Like, what degree would you put your guys out to just try to play Denver again?
It's weird, man, because here's like, you got to think about it game plan wise. There's a lot of different angles. I'm not even sure that Denver is that great of an option either, because if you play the Broncos, you just go through a full game plan. Did you play your guys or not? If you do play your guys, well, you do show some of your stuff. You show what you think the Broncos are good at, what they're not good at. And then you got to play them again. And it's like, all right, well, now we got to come up with a radically new game plan when we already used our best stuff. So I don't think for multiple reasons, I do not think they'll play their starters. Even if they wanted to play Denver, it's just like they're not going to want to show what their game plan is going to be anyways.
Scott?
Yeah, that's the dichotomy of it. You play out to win it, boom, 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 and you win or lose whatever it is. Then you got to come back the following week. There's no hidden agenda, but there is a confidence gain from doing it once. I think Jim Harbaugh. We talked about it last week. I don't think he's a sane man anyway. I think he's just coming in here guns blazing, going to try to do whatever he can to win the game.
Well, you might be dead on, Scott. I mean, he literally might not have it in him to rest his starters.
I was going to ask, what do you think Harbaugh would do? Like, where do you think his head's at?
I have a feeling he's going to come in guns blazing.
Okay,
that's what I think.
That feels like the Harbaugh thing to do, but when you really think about it logically, it just doesn't make sense to play your guys. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Especially if you're going to play Denver again.
Right. That's the reward. Likely. I mean, you'd have to have some major upsets. Like, is Houston going to lose to the Colts? Knowing what's on the line for them?
If the Chargers win it, they're going to be back here next week, right?
Likely.
Well, then in Harbaugh's thing, I guarantee he's looking, do I want to go all the way to New England and play New England?
Right.
Chances of cold weather. In fact, we'll be there in a week, right? And the weather's all nasty and have big snowstorms, all that. Do we want to go out as California boys, go all the way out there, or go to Denver where it's a chance of being about 55, sunny, and nice? And a softer team to beat.
What do you
want to do?
Oh, a softer team to beat? Really? Broncos are a softer team than New England?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they can't score.
Okay.
Well,
you score 24. You score 24 in Denver, you're liable to win.
Yeah, that's
true. Or false?
It's true. And I mean, I like Bo Nix. I like where he's at right now, but he's not Drake May. Drake May is a legitimate MVP candidate still today. There was a little window in there where it looked like he was backing off, and it looks like Matthew Stafford is going to run away with it. Statistically, I think Stafford's got 6 or 7 more touchdowns than Drake May. Drake May is playing stupid good. Stupid good.
Okay. Listen, I got to agree with, I would think the Chargers would prefer their odds by just coming back to Denver. That to me seems, it's in the division. The weather's been ridiculous out here, frankly. It's been great, Who knows what it's going to be like in Foxborough.
But here's the thing. If you're the Chargers, I don't really care enough either way that I'm trying to influence things. I'm just doing what I think is the best situation for my team and the health of my football team.
Well, and then
I'm not playing or not playing my starters based off of trying to get either Denver or New England.
Okay, because they gave up 5 sacks to Houston. Their offensive line has been beat to shreds this year. They're hanging on. Herbert's got that hand injury that he's wearing hamburger helper gloves still. That they are not going into this game a super healthy team. And they did just give up 5 sacks to the Texans, and the Broncos defense sort of, profile similar to the Texans. And I don't think the Chargers are going to play a wonky offense or defense like the Chiefs did. They're just going to be who they are. So you run a lot of risks if you're Harbaugh, and you just, do what you need to do to actually beat Denver in Denver. You do. You run a lot of risks in that. And what are the benefits of just getting a week rest and treating this like a bye week that you're not going to get anyway? This is it. This is your only chance to get a bye week going into the playoffs if you're the Chargers.
Yeah, I think it honestly gives you the best chance to succeed in the playoffs by sitting down some guys and getting some rest, making sure Herbert doesn't get killed, make sure that he's alive, all those sorts of things. It gives you your best chance whether you play Denver or New England.
Hey, if you're the Chargers, you're playing a wild card game on the road one way or the other, right? How do we want to go into that game?
Do you want a 5-hour flight or a 2-hour flight?
Well, then you can make that argument too, Scott. You're right. You can make. I think it's a really interesting
one time zone or 3 time zone changes.
You're right about that too. And I would think that the weather, the chances, now it's Colorado, so anything can happen, right? In 2 weeks, who knows? But I think the odds of better weather are actually here in Colorado than in New England. You saw what Buffalo was like. What a miserable set of, rain, sideways, wind. They don't trust their kicker. I guess that's why they went for 2, I think. I'm really not understanding what the logic of going for 2, except
They're just trying to win the game. What do you mean?
Well, their kicker had a extra point blocked, and I don't know if they really trust him. He's been,
that wasn't on the kicker, though.
Okay, whatever. Their operation got the kick blocked. They didn't trust their operation. Listen, you have a chance to win, fine.
Well, it's true, but they're at the end of the game. They got a chance to win it. They'd sucked the entire game. They hadn't been able to move the football all day long. Here's your chance. One play away, you win.
Yeah. Well, they had to play.
And the play worked. Bad throw, wasn't it?
Bad throw.
It was a tough throw, but it's a throw that Josh Allen makes a lot.
Yeah. So these are the compelling questions going into this. I don't think the questions for the Broncos are all that complicated. There's just too much on the line and too much to benefit.
Oh, there is nothing to debate. You got to win the football game. Even if the Chargers came out and you saw the pregame report and they had 17 inactives from their starters, it doesn't change anything that you're doing. You're not sitting down Pat Surtain. You're not sitting down anybody. You're just going out there to win a game.
Here is a little Sean Payton from earlier today, Chargers.
Yeah, there were 2 third down calls, which was unusual. Good calls by Houston. I don't know that there were any great adjustments made. I think they dropped coverage on one, and then there was a pretty good design on the other. And then I think, it became at that point, it became a battle of field position. Surprisingly, probably one of the best kickers that we've seen in the last 20 years missed a field goal in a PAT in rarely fairly benign conditions. That's something that no one would have counted on. But 2 good defenses playing. It felt like a playoff game. Watching it.
And the Chargers just kind of wilted, man. I don't know, man. You're at home. You have a chance, if you win this game, to play for the AFC West the next week and home field and all that sort of stuff. And it just came up. Oh, man. The whole Chargers going to Charger thing. All right, boys. So how do you think it's set then for the Broncos for the playoffs? What do you think?
Should be beautiful. I mean, you're one freaking win away. You're one win away from getting everything that you could have ever asked for and being in a beautiful position to go fight for a championship. Look, the Chiefs game was if you are accustomed to this style of football, I guess you walk away from it and you're like, okay, cool. You did a lot of good things. You had 4 good drives offensively, strung together 14, 15 plays. But if you're a worrywart, you're walking away from that thing like, oh, God, thank God we got a good chance of this number 1 seed, because if you don't get that number 1 seed, you don't have a fighting chance going on the road.
Hi, I'm Worry. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ward, if you want. I thought that was a boring game, but I haven't talked to you guys
for
since
sure.
then.
Yeah.
Defensively, I thought they played pretty good, though, Tyler.
They were fine.
I mean, was it bounce back defensive game from what they had?
I guess. I mean, I'm a little bit reluctant to call it a bounce back game when you got a quarterback that nobody even knows where he went to school.
But they also to that last drive had 56 yards through the air, so it wasn't like they weren't doing what they were supposed to. And I think 10 of their 13 points were because of short fields that Denver gave them, right? An interception and a long return.
Defensively, my only concern is what's happened to Jonathan Cooper and Nick Benito? Where are these two dudes? Because they have been missing in action.
We found out today sacks don't matter.
Well, I've been telling you that for a long time. The pressures are more important than sacks.
Oh, well, here you go with your boy Sean Payne on that same thing.
Yeah, Sean. Nick Benito, after a hot start, hasn't had quite as many sacks here, hardly any lately.
I'm not worried about the sacks. Not worried about the sacks. Worried about caging the quarterback, rushing him properly. So we're not focused on the sack numbers. Those can actually be numbers that help a quarterback climb up in the pocket. So a lot of it maybe has to do with who we've been playing relative to the quarterback position. But I'm not interested in the sack numbers.
Okay.
Well, so what he's saying there specifically in regards to last week's game against the Chiefs is there's only one way that quarterback's going to hurt you, and he's going to hurt you with his feet. So they're sacrificing the ability to rush the passer because they want to box rush this guy, and they want to make sure that nobody is giving up any alleys for him to sneak out. So that's what he's saying based off the quarterback that you're playing. I mean, if you rush high, if you try to run the hoop, then you do you vacate a big hole for him to try to sneak out of. That being said, I thought you were leading towards the line of pressures are more important than sacks, and I would agree with that. But when we're not getting pressures or sacks from those two guys, it's a little bit concerning.
Well, didn't they have 5 sacks on Lawrence the week before, and still kind of got beaten that game, and a couple of times that they didn't have what Sean just called a box rush, and they let him get out of the pocket. Then he hurt him with the legs 2 or 3 plays also.
Yeah, I mean sacks.
So maybe there was more of a focus on. Let's get pressure, but let's make sure we stay in our lanes so these quarterbacks, as Tyler just said, ain't getting out and beating us with their feet.
Well, Herbert
Which is key for if you play Herbert this Sunday.
Yeah, he's not quite as mobile as Lawrence. I mean, he can run around a little bit, but he ain't like Trevor Lawrence.
Couple good plays.
Yeah, he can move. I mean, sort of. He's another one of these big dudes that, you can scramble for 5, 6, 7, 8 yards if you have to. Lawrence, I think, is more of just a threat. Plus, Herbert, they're trying to probably protect a little bit because his hand is hurt. If let me just run this past you guys. If all the favorites win, okay, and everybody's like a heavy favorite. Broncos 7.5, Patriots 10, Jacksonville like 12, Houston's a big favorite, and Buffalo's a big favorite too. So if everybody just wins, that means. And who do you like? Do you like Baltimore or Pittsburgh? You tell me. Who do you like?
Probably Baltimore right now.
You like Baltimore, Scott? You like Baltimore or Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
You like Pittsburgh? All right, we can run both scenarios.
Did you see that performance from Derrick Henry? Oh my gosh, dude, that was an epic all-time performance.
All right, Texans against Pittsburgh. Who do you like?
Texans.
Scott?
It's in Houston, right?
Nope, it'd be in Pittsburgh.
Ooh. Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. All right.
Scotty's a Pittsburgh guy.
Texans against Baltimore. Texans. All right. Tyler?
Yeah, I'd say Texans.
Okay. I'd say Texans for everything, but that's fine. You like Bills at Patriots. Who do you like?
Patriots. Landslide.
Scott?
Bills.
Whoa.
Okay.
You just being contrarian today? Is that what you're doing?
No.
All right. You like?
Hold on. I got to challenge you on that one a little bit. Where are you getting Bills over the Patriots right now? Break that one down for me.
Well, it's 3 weeks away, and the reason I'm saying that, I think once the regular season is over, the real season begins, and this is new for the Patriots and new for the quarterback, and I think it's a chance for the Bills to kind of reset. I felt like the Bills, and I'm not sure they're as good as they've been in years past, but I just felt like the Bills were playing to just get to the postseason. Well, you got what you wish for.
All right, let me make
you got what you wish for. Go win it.
Let me make an adjustment on that because I got a little over my skis on that because if the Chargers lose and the Bills win, the Bills are a favorite. Let me do this again, although that's an interesting take. Chargers against the Patriots. Who do you like?
Patriots.
In New England?
Yes.
New England.
Okay, fine. Bills against the Jaguars in Jacksonville.
Jags.
Bills.
Okay, Scott. All right, Scott's going to stick with the
Scott,
Bills.
they went 54 minutes without being able to get a first down yesterday.
That's fine.
54 minutes.
All right, in Scott's scenario, in Tyler's scenario, it's the Broncos against the Texans at home. In Scott's scenario, it's the Broncos against the Bills in Denver. Who do you like in that one, Tyler? I'll go with you. Broncos or Texans?
I actually think that's a decent matchup for the Broncos. I mean, it's a very similar football team because it's a defensive-oriented team, but at least it's not a team that offensively is going to put up 1 million points. So I'll take the Broncos at home.
Okay, Scott, you like the Broncos or the Bills?
Well, going the Bills now?
Well, that's your scenario.
Okay.
That's Scott's scenario. If he's got the Bills beating the Jaguars, they're the lowest seeded team, and if the Broncos are number one, you'd be hosting the Bills. I favor the Texans scenario, but I'll play along with Scott here. So who do you like, Bills or
Bills.
Broncos? You like the Bills?
Bills.
Okay, fine. Under your scenario, Tyler, the Broncos just beat the Texans. So Scott's scenario, we're kind of done. Scott's got the Broncos losing to the Bills at home, and the season's over. Okay, it was fun. Under your scenario, you just beat the Texans. You have the winner of Jacksonville, the Patriots. Who do you like, Tyler? And Jacksonville would have to go to New England. Who do you like in that one?
Probably the Patriots, but I'm really tempted to take the Jags. Really tempted.
Yes.
I want to see the Jags. I still want to see their record. They haven't played a lot of cold weather games. I want to see, and I think that's been real for a lot of years. I think they struggle in New England. I'll take New England.
Okay, fine. So ultimately, I'll just give you.
I mean, I've got to come down to what everybody thought it would come down to, anyways, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean,
Broncos against
an old rival,
the Patriots.
Let's go. I mean, what's old is new again. You get to face off against the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. You got an old rivalry. It feels like a new rivalry.
Yep.
You got two new young quarterbacks. It would be a dream come true, just from a fan perspective. And
who you got winning?
Oh man, why you got to put me on the spot there already?
Because that's where we're at.
Hey, before while he's thinking about finishing up who's in the AFC Championship in my thing?
You already got the Bills beating the Broncos. You got
so we could get an AFC representative for the Super Bowl, can't we?
We don't care after that, Scott. We're on to who the Nuggets are playing.
Oh my God! Well, let me play the stupid card. I got the Broncos.
Well, you got the Broncos eliminated by the Bills. We're moving on, man. Life it was a good season.
Well, who would the Bills play in my scenario?
The Bills would be playing. The Bills would be playing the the Patriots. The Bills would be playing the Patriots.
I thought they beat them in the first round.
No. It's there'd be the Chargers losing the Patriots. The Bills would be beating Jacksonville in your scenario. So they'd be playing the Patriots in your scenario. You got the Bills going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Tyler, Broncos against the Patriots.
I'm not going to be a buzzkill right now. Put me on the spot in a couple weeks, and maybe I'll give you proper analysis on it. But yeah, let's go. Broncos and Super Bowl.
I think the Broncos are going to the Super Bowl. I agree with you. Looking at all this, and I'm trying not to be a homer here, But I think all the favorites.
I
swear
worry,
to God,
dude.
I swear to God.
I worry a lot about that Patriots game. I mean, that's a damn good quarterback, and unfortunately, Josh McDaniels is a dang good offensive coordinator, and our defense has been slipping.
Well, I have the Jags beating the Patriots, though. I have the Jags coming back here.
Oh God,
not the
I think I'd
Patriots.
rather play the Patriots than the Jags.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I don't blame
I'm
you.
hoping the Patriots beat the Jaguars.
I agree with you on that too.
But you got to beat the Jags either way.
Yeah, because I can't stand Liam Cohen. And
Okay, that's great analysis.
Well, that's.
But we're not being homers or anything. I hate Liam Cohen. I'm not biased. Liam Cohen sucks.
Exactly.
I'm not biased. Listen to me.
Exactly.
No taxes on tips.
Perfect. That's,
or income.
That's where I'm at. All right. Well, that's what it boils down to, and we'll see how it plays out. But it's not. There's no bias. Broncos, take care. They Broncos destroy the Jaguars. You know what that means? They win by 3. So that's the Broncos kicking ass. It's PhD here on 92.5. I'm looking at the text line. It is funny this time of year. You do get the sky could always be falling sort of vibe, you know. Remember the Mark Brunell game? The Broncos team was 5 times this one. Oh, well, we can remember that game. Yeah, it was a nightmare. Yeah, we all
That's
got
interference call against Denver that would have turned out to like a pick 6. Instead, they went back and called interference on the guy who ran through the receiver, intercepted the ball, and changed the game. Went downhill from there.
Was it at home or on the road?
Oh,
home.
Oh, that's a. Scott was on the call of that
Home.
one. That was a legendary one.
Oh, is this the what game was it?
It was a 97 Jacksonville Mark Brunell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott, that was. Well, they probably did take the Jags a little too lightly. What was the vibe?
John Elway talked about it. John Elway said it was the worst loss of his career.
Yeah. Let me ask you a big question on that one, though. I was always told that because of that loss, not only were the Broncos motivated and went on to win the Super Bowl the next year, but it really propelled them to 2 Super Bowls because of that. Do you believe that? Do you think that loss actually was a little bit of a fire starter for them to win 2 in a row after that?
Oh, I think it was a fire starter. I don't know about 2, but I think the second one was they were in a groove, man. They were in a groove that year. If you remember, they won the first 13 games of the season and then got beat on kind of a fluky play against the Giants, blown out by Miami, and then won their last game to win 14. But Ed McCaffrey told me after that game on a Sunday, he sat around just blues all evening, and Monday he finally said, I'm going to go into the facility and work out on Tuesday. He said, I went in there, and there's probably 40 or 50 of my teammates.
That's crazy.
And he said, that's when I knew we'd be okay because guys were just as PO'd as he was. And the work started basically 30 hours after that loss. They were getting back in the weight room ready to go. So, yeah, I think it motivated for the next year for sure.
Here's a little Sean Payton. Now, did you catch Sean being funny on Twitter over the weekend?
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. I was trying to figure out why he was involving himself in that one.
Was it
just an NFC South thing?
There were 2 things. There was the NFC South thing, where it was like, hey, it was about an article about how great the Rams were, and he did like
from a Falcons perspective.
Yes, he did an upside down smiley face to that post because, of course, he goes to the pass interference and the Saints and the Rams and all that goes back a little bit. But there was another post too. Zach Stevens from DNVR. Sean Payton and the Broncos achieved their first goal. A lot being made about the goals. The first goal of winning the AFC West. And so Sean gave that a smiley face because Zach was, going above and beyond to talk about the first goal. So today, Zach asked a question.
Coach, first off, congratulations on winning the division, but you mentioned you have your eyes set on the next goal of getting the best seed possible. How important is it?
The second one.
The second one. How important is it to get that home field advantage and potential number 1 seed?
Well, just historically speaking, it's extremely important. Every study would show you, and there's a number of reasons for that. These games are 3 hours long. The first,
all right, and then he goes on why we all know why it's important to be the number 1 seed. But that was Sean kind of, that's lighthearted Sean.
Sean had time to kill this weekend.
Sean was sitting around on the couch like all of us, just sort of watching games, looking at Twitter. It's kind of like he's, one of us sort of moment from Sean Payton. Guys like that? You like the
Yep, I'm sure he was just like a whole lot of people that day.
Jeez.
I bet he was.
Well, however you enjoy
Blanche, bring me the Mickners.
Blanche. Well, however you enjoy your day off, Scott. Who are we to judge how somebody has a
I have no judgment in that. I'm just,
you
don't think that was maybe a motivation?
You think that's what was going on? You think he was just like, Twitter.
I actually couldn't figure out until you just explained it to me why he was giving that upside down face. Because I thought he was giving an upside down face like to the Falcons, like good luck becoming the Rams. I didn't realize it was about the pass interference.
Oh, yeah.
Call.
Yeah.
That's what it was about?
Yeah. You know, today in the conference call, too, he made a reference to the Broncos, and he said they, like in the past, like they did this, they did that.
I think that's pretty normal.
Yeah, it's still 3 years in, and it's not a
No, but you separate
unconscious we
yourself
thing.
from your regime versus previous regimes.
It wasn't our hump.
No
You
doubt
might
about
separate
that.
yourself from previous regimes. You just don't separate yourself from your past regimes in another city.
No, he doesn't want to do that either. So he carries that, and he separates from the Broncos then and now. I don't know. Listen, I think these are all just characteristics of Sean. It's not a negative. The guy's a damn good coach. And, how about the fact that him and Parcells 5 times with 13 or more wins in a season, only 2 coaches who have ever done that in NFL history. I mean, that is who this dude is. But he's also the same guy who says...
Did you see that there's...
Seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
I mean, it's that guy, too. It's that guy who did no celebration. He didn't even mention it in the team meeting today.
I think that was the right move. I honestly do. I mean, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go pop some balloons because we got some AFC West hats sitting in our locker.
What do you do?
Nothing.
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 You don't even
I mean, it's one thing when you win a game and all of a sudden they hand you the hat on the field and everybody's celebrating.
Yeah.
You put that thing on.
Yeah.
But when it's like you just fall into it over the weekend, what are you gonna do? Throw a after the fact party?
The way I look at it, it is what it is. When they kind of got to back into it this way. Great, okay. The funny thing, him making fun of them being ugly and everything else, I guess he just now pissed off one more branch of the NFL league offices that now don't like him.
No,
either.
but they really are ugly.
They are really
I wouldn't buy that hat if I had money to waste.
I wouldn't
Dude, I
either.
bought hats that were championship hats and stuff like that, and they're all waste anyway.
$38 for that ugly hat.
No, I've still got like 8 brand new, unworn AFC West championship hats.
Oh, you could probably
I don't even know. I don't
those.
even know what to do with them. They've been sitting in my closet for 10 years.
Facebook Marketplace, dude.
Save one, put it in plastic, and donate the others.
Fake all sorts of Peyton Manning autographs on them and just,
there you go.
Sell those things left and right. Yeah, the Patriots had a different tone in their celebration, but the Patriots were together.
Yeah,
they were on a bus.
Way different because they were actually watching the game together. They celebrated it together.
Yeah, and then Vrabel got them all, I don't know where the buses were going, some sort of hangar or something before they got on a plane, I think. And they took a picture, and they all put the shirts on. They seemed happy.
Comes down to this. Allen looking to throw. Preston
Yeah, but that's different. They're all together, right? And Vrabel gave him a rah-rah, and they're all, getting on a plane and, whatever. I'm sure the Broncos would have done something like that.
I mean, it was probably worthy of like a passing and mention in passing in the team meeting. Like, hey, congrats on winning the AFC West championship, but we're moving on. So even something like that.
I gotta say though, man, what other coach in the league would rip on the fashion stylings of the hat and t-shirt?
Well, he ripped on the Broncos when they had to wear the blue slacks.
Right. He's fashion forward, that Sean Payton.
I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
All right, do you guys like that the Broncos didn't celebrate at all? I mean, at all.
No.
Nothing.
I do.
You can celebrate Sunday.
So you like it?
Oh, so you like that they didn't do anything today?
Yeah, I like that they did nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. Go win that game Sunday and celebrate then.
Exactly. Who cares about the AFC?
Have a block party out in the guys' parking lot.
I assumed we won the AFC West about 4 weeks ago.
All right, cool. We've been here before. This ain't no big deal. We're not going to celebrate this.
No.
Do you celebrate being the number 1 seed if you win Sunday?
Yeah,
you do something there.
You do. That's worthy of a celebration for sure.
Something there, right? I got to admit, I started laughing out loud when I heard Sean say that today. It was a riot. I actually think it's kind of cool.
If we're baseball, we'd have goggles on a random Monday.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, it'd be ridiculous. All right, well, let's get to where everything lays, and let's catch up with the Nuggets to see what's what. We'll give you an update with the Avalanches. They just eviscerate apparently everybody.
One quick a note that history continues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 15. Do you realize this is the 15th straight year that either Kansas City or Denver has won the AFC West?
That's crazy.
15 years.
That's
It's
crazy.
either been Denver or Denver had a nice run, or it's been Kansas City.
I mean,
15 years.
We'll get into the other games this week, but did you guys catch how the Raiders just laid down to the Giants too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Didn't you expect
Isn't
that?
that? I mean, you should be advocating for it.
You think about
it's the right
Cleveland,
thing
too.
to do.
We need to talk about that today.
We'll get into all of it coming up. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you'll be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. And what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair starts regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, here we are. Tonight, it's the double dipperoo with the Nuggets at the Heat. And then we've got the Avs and the Kings. That's down at Ball Arena. Wedgwood will be between the pipes. So we got you covered on 92.5 for the Nuggets and the Heat, the 9:50 pregame at 6:30 for the Avs and the Kings, and you go from there. Scott is in Miami with the Nuggets after I thought that loss sucked, actually, against Orlando there, Scott. I know the refs got it wrong, according to their last 2-minute report. Murray should have been at the free throw line, and that would have given the Nuggets a chance to take the lead and hopefully win. Who knows? But how did they get there in the first place is the big question. You know, what are the Nuggets doing that they're being scattered with these leads?
That the bench is having to play.
Bottom line.
I think it's that simple.
Okay.
Here's my biggest fear. Is you guys remember the year after they won it, Murray got hurt and went down for 30 games, it seemed like, that year. And Reggie Jackson had to start.
Yeah.
And I remember Chris Marlowe telling me a story. He walked down with – and Reggie was playing pretty good at the beginning of that. And he goes to Reggie, he goes, man, how you doing? This is great. He goes, man, this is horrible. He goes, what? He goes, I didn't come back here to play 37 minutes a game. He said, I'm dying. And if you remember the second half of the season, he had 0 legs.
It was
I
gone.
just hope they don't do that to, Hardaway, who's in great shape. I mean, he's in phenomenal condition. But, they're playing those guys. They're playing guys you brought in here to play 18 minutes. The Minnesota game, which I don't know if you guys talked about that game at all. But that Minnesota game, I think the least amount any starter played was 41.
Did we talk about that game? Yeah, we talked, we talked about that game. That was
but think
unbelievable.
about it. I mean, you got guys in there that you kind of hoped was going to play 18 minutes a game. We're playing 41, 42 minutes. And I just think eventually that's going to wear you out. And the one thing that I think really was part of their success was that they did do such a good job with their bench and expanding it and making it deeper. And I was reading a stat today. I'll pull it up a little bit later, but they're not up there at the top as far as games missed per game or injury or games missed due to injury. But if you look at starters' injuries due to missing, they're up there at the very top.
Okay, well,
and I think I really, really do that. I think that's a big one. I mean,
what would you be happy with for this road trip in terms of a record over 7 games?
4-3.
I think I'd be happy with 3-4. Tyler,
what do? We go Heat, Raptors, and then what?
Heat, Toronto, Cleveland, Brooklyn, Philly back to back, Boston home.
Gosh, I mean, the front end of it isn't too bad, right?
Well, you let one slip away, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, but Orlando is a playoff team.
They are.
Miami's playing a different style. They're missing with injuries right now. Also, Toronto's rebuilding, but the funny thing, the teams that you're playing the next 3 or 4 are like put the foot on the gas pedal and let's go. Let's see if you can stay with us.
Yeah.
And with a shorter bench, that's worrisome.
Yeah, they should get 4.
4?
Yeah.
I'd be thrilled with 4 at this point.
They should get 4, though.
You always want to be positive. Listen, you win 3 or 4, you've had an okay road trip, but if you win 4 or 3, anytime you're above 500 on a road trip, you got to feel pretty
I would
good.
be jubilation. I'd be putting on an ugly hat and T-shirt if they could win 4 out of 7 on this road trip, which now would be.
I mean, what'd you do today? So you already think they're going to win today?
I don't know, man. I hope so.
You got the ugly hat and T-shirt on.
Wow. Hey, by the way, can I give some props to Bo Nix? Did you see what he's doing, man? He's selling his overdogs thing. He's selling it for charity. Like he's got hats and T-shirts. Remember all the critical things when he was selling merch on his, Well, now he's selling the stuff and it's all going to charity. And I think it's going to like animal shelters or something like that.
The Denver Rescue Mission.
Denver Rescue Mission. Oh, okay. Denver Rescue Mission. That's different. But
a little bit.
That's all right.
Different.
Sorry. But anyways, the point is, he's doing the overdog thing, which is kind of funny. I'm gonna go buy I'll buy an overdog merch for something as long as I know it's going to something kind of cool. It's going to a charity.
He should have called it Bover Dogs.
You saw him with Kurt Herbstreit. He doesn't like dogs.
We
right?
talked all about
We
that.
talked about it last week, Scott. I thought that was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
What's your take on that?
Who could be afraid of a golden retriever?
Yeah, but I tell you what, I was afraid of dogs for a while when I was super little, but I had a German Shepherd chase my ass up over a fence, and I jumped, and he nipped at me, got a pair of my pants, and I was afraid of dogs for a little bit. But we always had dogs, so.
Herbstreit asked him if he's been bit, and he said no. He said he'd never been bit or anything.
He said he hadn't been bit, but one nipped at him pretty good, he thought.
He got freaked out when he was a kid. We found out a bunch. Listen, by the way, we found a shocking amount of people who have been sort of traumatized by dogs when they were younger that are kind of afraid of dogs now. Like, Scott, the text line kind of lit up with stories like that. Our own Vic Lombardi says he's afraid of dogs, and he has a dog, which the Queen of Chicken must rule that roost, I suppose, if you're afraid of the dogs and you got one.
I was afraid of dogs forever, especially bigger dogs, until I had my first one, then it changed. Now I like dogs.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I think it's weird.
I can see somebody but just being like kind of, they're not a dog person, so they're annoyed. But Bo is like afraid, like freaking out about it.
And everybody knows what a golden retriever, even Bo Nix knows what a golden retriever is. It's
weird,
a breathing stuffed animal.
They are about one of the most docile, friendly dogs in the world.
Yeah, but I guess last year it jumped up. I mean, there's a video of it jumping up on Bo, and
it was playful.
No, I get it. I just find
Hey, if you got a dog that jumps up on people, you ain't got that dog controlled.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, his old dog.
You need to do some work.
His old dog that died, he used to run that thing around without a leash on at NFL games. That dog was under control. This one's still a pup, I guess.
All right. We do have a fun back and forth with Skip.
You get to take the dog on all these road trips. I got a little issue with that.
Oh, talk to us.
Keep the dog at home.
Okay.
On the road for 48 hours.
All right. So you think Herbstreit's out of line having the dog with him in the first place?
Yeah, I think it's a gimmick that's run its course.
Okay.
But I also don't like. I don't like
Scott hated stuffed animals. Also,
I also don't like players doing interviews and bringing their kids up to the stand.
Okay, that's a very popular move, especially in the playoffs.
Yep.
I think the Herbstreit with the dog thing is interesting. Like, it's tough to be critical of dogs, and everybody loves golden retrievers, apparently, except for Bo Nix. But it
love to have a golden retriever saying that.
It is interesting. Like, Herbstreit, should everybody be able to just, bring their dog? Because a lot of people have dogs. But Herbstreit gets to do that, and that's his thing.
Yeah. Well, when you're on top, man.
That's the way it goes?
Rules are different for those folks.
Different rules for different folks, huh? It would be.
I don't think the I don't think the grandpas holding the sticks on the sideline for the first down markers get to bring their dogs.
They do not.
Oh, so when he flies commercial, does he bring it on the plane with him?
He doesn't fly commercial.
Well, he probably did. Tyler's probably right. He probably.
He puts out a video every week of his dog on the private jet
on the PJ.
Yeah.
He is the king of the castle, man. Herbstreit's he's up there. It is a funny point though. Like, should we all be able to bring dogs with us?
Sure.
To the workplace?
The world would be a better place.
We all just could bring dogs to the work. Yeah. Wherever we go. Just
you guys would love Samson.
Football field.
No.
Dogs, can you imagine?
I'm bringing Samson tomorrow.
Bringing Samson in?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I think you should.
Samson. Yeah, go
bring
for
him
it.
in.
Bring him in.
Bring him in the rest of the week.
Yeah, sure. The hell?
I'm bringing him in 2 weeks, Scott.
All right, I got a little piece here. Skip Bayless and Aqib Talib. I think this is the ultimate argument about the Broncos. I think this is the ultimate back and forth. So what side do you land on? Here's Aqib and Skip.
You're going to have the biggest letdown you've ever had in your sports watching life.
Really, Skip, I know how you feel. But we really beat the shit out them the whole game.
Really?
Like, not even close.
Well, the score.
Like, we got 3 drives with they had 57 yards passing, Skip. Like, was we really struggling?
How did you let them hang around with 57 yards
Because they got a
passing?
good defense. It's a division game. They're going to come play their fucking hardest. It's the NFL. NFL, you got about 15 games a week. Only about 4 of them is going to be blowouts.
You're playing a quarterback who doesn't belong in the National
Football League. And he looked like that,
League.
Skip. He had 57 yards passing. You act like we ain't dominate him.
You've won each of the last 7 games by only 1 score, so you're not exactly streaking into the playoffs. Last year, Kansas City went 13-0 in 1-score games during the regular season, and then because they had home field advantage, which you may have, you may have it, and Kansas City got to the Super Bowl, and your Philadelphia Eagles exposed them.
So what was the Philadelphia Eagles record in 1-score games? They was like 9-1 in 1-score games. They dominated in 1-score games.
You got
as well.
exposed, and I look up, and it's 40-6. When you least expected it, you get exposed. That's what's going to happen to your team. You're cruising for the bruising. You're going to have the biggest letdown you've ever had in your sports watching life is going to come in the playoffs.
Okay, fun argument here. Are the Broncos cruising for a bruising, like Skip said? They're like a paper lion that's just not real. Or is this just how they are? Like, they might not win, but they're not about to get blown out. And Akib's basically saying, Akib's making the argument I kind of made. Like, you really did kill the Chiefs except for the scoreboard when you look at everything else. And Skip's saying, you're about to be exposed, man, and it's going to hurt because your team just ain't that good.
You're not going to get exposed if you get the number 1. So handle your business against a Chargers team that probably isn't going to be playing their starters anyways. You get that number 1 seed, they're not getting exposed. You play at home, things are going to be different. I do think if you went on the road, it could be a rough go.
Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be rough either way. But I'll say this to Skip. Kansas City got exposed against Philadelphia in the Super Bowl, but guess what? They went there for the 4th time in 5 years.
Well,
you caught them at the end of their run.
Yeah,
this is like a team just starting their run. You got to believe if they can somehow keep the defense together and keep their defensive coordinator, which I don't think they will. The offense has got to get better. You're going to have the 28th pick or the 29th pick. Get you a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Win ahead of schedules. Nothing. Listen, this year is wide open. This is the one year a suspect offensive team could win a Super Bowl, and Denver could be that team.
Okay.
I don't know if they can go on the road and be that team, though.
You just watched the Elway documentary. Were the Broncos in the first 3 Super Bowls with John Elway exposed eventually in the Super Bowl?
Well, and it goes back to this. And, gosh, who do we have on? Was it Zappolo said it? That first Super Bowl they went to, that was John Elway's MVP year. I mean, he put that team on his back and absolutely carried them.
Giants.
The next couple they went to,
Washington was the next
defense.
One. Washington,
and we're up 10-0. They had a chance to go up 17-0, and they negated a fumble. And then what did he say? Was it 35 straight points? Well, that's your offense not moving the ball very well.
And then the Niners is a blowout from start to finish.
Yeah, but you still scored 28 points or something like that, 45-28 or something like that
against the Niners. Niners was like 55 to. You got killed by the Niners, bro. Like that. I thought it was like
I thought it was 58-24 or 48-24.
It was in the 50s.
You got killed.
You got killed.
But I know that I think they scored in the 20s. That was the one game I thought they scored a little bit. But I don't know. It didn't matter. No, I thought John Elway carried those teams to it. And he even kind of said it. He said the turnaround for them was when they got Terrell Davis, an unbelievable running back. He didn't mention his names, but you brought Alex Gibbs in, who got the perfect rules, right, Tyler? You got the perfect rules and the perfect lineman for those rules to run what Alex Gibbs and Mike wanted to do, and they just – I wish you could go back and watch all 32 games of that 97 to 98 year and just watch how they ran the football, dog. Man, that was some glorious, glorious stuff.
Do you believe the Broncos – are going to be exposed in the playoffs?
No, I mean, I think that's what we were just talking about, more or less. I mean, it's the same thing. You handle your business this week, and they're not going to get exposed because you've got a good defense that gets to play at home, and the likelihood of somebody coming into this city, and you might get beat, maybe, but your defense isn't going to get exposed. I do think, by the way, you get Nick Bonito, you get Jonathan Cooper back at home, you get that crowd noise. I expect it to come back to life and look like it has for the far majority of the season.
Okay. Why do you say that? Why do you?
Because defensive players feed off of crowd noise.
Okay. All right. I'll tell you this: the Chargers' offensive line has been kind of a mess the whole year. I mean, they have been putting it together with Band-Aids and Scotch tape there on the offensive line.
Are you talking about this week, or are you talking about a playoff game? I mean,
I'm talking about this week, and I guess I'm just talking about this week. I don't think you're going to see the Chargers again. I think you're about to beat the Chargers, and that'll be it for the Chargers. I think the Chargers will be the 7th seed, and I think they'll get destroyed by New England. I think that's exactly how it's going to go.
Listen, I just, and I understand what Tyler's taking a while ago. Les Vrabel, thanks Drake May, has got a bigger arm and looks down the thing. But you do know that New England played like the easiest schedule of all 32 teams.
Sure.
Right? I think Denver was 3rd.
That sounds familiar. I mean, you play who you play because of where you finished the year before.
I understand that, but now you ain't playing, you ain't going to play anybody with less than 11 wins probably.
I would agree with you on that. I don't think the Broncos are going to run into the Steelers or the Ravens, because I think whoever the 5 seed, which I think is going to be the Texans, will beat the Ravens or the Steelers. I do believe that. I don't care. I think the Texans are just better than both of those teams. Both of them. And we'll get into, in about 5 minutes, we're going to get into all the games from over the weekend, so we can go into detail with that. But, yeah, and I think that Bills-New England game will be really interesting. If it goes how it should go this weekend, that would be the matchup. So we'll see. We'll see on that. And then you got the Jaguars.
The only thing that scares me is if you've got to beat a team 20 or 30-27.
Who would that be?
Can you put 30 on the board? Well, it could be Buffalo.
It could be the Patriots.
It could be Jacksonville. It could be New England. Could be San Diego, maybe. Who knows? Can you put at least in one game 30 points?
Well, then you'd have to look at their defenses. How's the Jacksonville defense? I don't think you're going to have to worry about that.
What did Jacksonville's defense hold you to last week?
I mean, I think you can. What was the score against the Packers?
It's 27,
okay, something like that. Not quite 30 points, but
Packers in the playoffs?
The Packers are in the playoffs, I think.
Are they?
Aren't they?
Are they? Are they?
I believe they are. Wait a second. Yeah, they're in. They're clinched. Yeah. They're clinched and they're the 7th seed.
Why, you insinuating the Packers aren't good?
Well, I don't think maybe it was as good as you thought.
I mean, they didn't look great this weekend. I'll give you that.
Yeah, the shine is off the bloom a little bit there with them. But
I worry about their offense more than their defense, and I know Tyler's had more concerns the last 2 or 3 weeks with their defense. I think as long as you can keep Sean Payton out of the defensive play calling, you'll be fine.
Are the Broncos, you're cruising for a bruising? I don't think so, but I understand why that's a national narrative about the Broncos. Like, they're just wait and see. You've been getting by the skin of your teeth, and it's coming for you. But
let me ask this. Has Denver left points on the board almost in all those one-score games? Would you not say that Denver's left points all over the field?
No doubt about it.
We certainly left points on the field this weekend.
No doubt about it.
Right?
No doubt about it.
That's where, if they – listen, I thought Bo played an entire game, 4 quarters of bad football. The last 2 quarters of Jacksonville and the first 2 against Kansas City. And then the second half last week, I thought he looked pretty good against Kansas City. But the first half, he was and again, and it goes back to what Tyler said in training camp and then said again the first 2 or 3 weeks, he started getting those happy feet again.
Yeah.
If Bo can stay away from dancing in the rain, if we can just keep him out of doing the singing in the rain, just sing. If we can keep him away from that, there ain't no reason they can't go to the Super Bowl.
Well, let's get to what happened this weekend and how that sets up for the Broncos. Our NFL weekend recap comes up next. All right, let's go over the games and see how things shake out in terms of how it relates to the Broncos. We start with the Patriots beating the crap out of the Jets.
May inside, it's Diggs, it's a touchdown, and that catch is worth $500,000 too.
All right, well, we got a lot of incentives being paid off one way or the other. But Drake May was unbelievable. So were the Patriots. 19 of 21 for 256. Basically a perfect game from Drake May with 5 touchdowns, and you could sit on the sidelines and just watch Josh Dobbs finish it up. Okay, is this how good the Patriots are or how bad the Jets are?
Well, we watched the Jags do the same thing to the Jets a couple weeks ago, right? We watched Trevor Lawrence have the greatest quarterback game of all time against the Jets, threw for 5 touchdowns, ran for 1 as well. It's both things can be true. The Jags were a good team, and the Patriots a good team, and the Jets suck.
Scott?
Jets stink. And are they going to get the first or second pick somewhere in there, right? They're tied with
I think they're third.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Raiders got that on lockdown right now.
Yeah, it'll be yeah, they just stink.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're
they're right there. I mean, the Giants are 3-13, Cardinals are 3-13, and the Jets. I mean, they all suck. We'll get to the Raiders and the Giants in a second. All right, let's move on to the next game, and that's the Texans. I mean, you know, it was a boring game, but they took care of business against the Chargers.
Stroud trying to get it through the air. He goes deep for Higgins. Caught. Higgins. Touchdown, Texans, 75 yards.
All right, what did we learn about the Chargers in this game, boys?
Well, they got offensive line issues. Justin Herbert's still banged up. Herbert is like, he might be the greatest could have been quarterback of all time, but he really might not ever be anything.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know what to say. I'd take Herbert in a heartbeat if I needed a quarterback, but man, he does find a way to just be okay when you need him to be at his best.
Scott?
Yeah, but they got a crap offensive line, and what did they get to him 4 or 5 times in that game?
5 times, 5 sacks.
But you see the 2 or 3 times he escaped and made plays. I mean, dude, if they get an offensive line, I think the Chargers could be scary.
I think I think it's remarkable what Harbaugh has done with this team. Period. I'm really not afraid of the Chargers guys at this time this week. Period. I don't care if Herbert's playing or not. I don't care if they're going full tilt. I mean, I think the Broncos are a 7.5-point favorite. I don't know if that's Vegas telling us they think that Harbaugh is going to rest Herbert.
Oh, it's definitely Vegas telling you that. The line wouldn't look like that if Herbert and the starters are playing. There's no way.
I like the Broncos over the Chargers one way or the other. So I don't think it even matters. I think the Broncos will take care of business.
We always seem to struggle against the Chargers, though. Always.
This one feels different. I don't know.
If you're for real, then what you're saying is completely right, Darren. If there's cause for concern, it'll be iffy.
By the way, as terrible and as quirky as those short weeks are, man, the upside of these mini bye weeks, if you can win, if you can get through, it's pretty awesome. Doesn't it feel like a long time since the Broncos have played at this point?
Mm-hmm.
As a player, does it feel like that too? Man, it's a nice little break here.
Yeah, the Thursday night games, it's a love-hate situation. You hate it when you're playing in it, but the second it's over, you love the long weekend.
We move on to
then if you can win this week, then you have another long bye, and you got a chance to be going into the playoffs as healthy as you've been since week 4.
Pretty damn good. No doubt about it. Okay, the Jags, it was a close game. Hey, Phillip Rivers gave it a shot. It was a good competitive game against the Jaguars.
The last couple weeks. 1st and goal for the Jags. Quarterback draw. Trevor Lawrence, second time today. A rushing touchdown. First time today, Jacksonville.
Game was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I actually didn't think the Jags looked particularly great in this game. The Colts are not a very good football team. They really took it down to the wire. Trevor Lawrence did have another good game. Threw for 263 and 1 touchdown. But that game should have been a blowout from the Jags.
What the biggest thing now is what's the message on Phillip Rivers? I mean, is
Nothing.
there a Disney movie coming somewhere down the line?
There was a cool moment. I mean, he brought
About
his
3 losses.
he brought his high school team out there, which was kind of neat. That all the kids were at the game, which was pretty cool.
It's I will say this. I think it's more a tell on the current quarterback play than it is anything else. The fact that Phillip Rivers can come in and look like that.
He did all right.
These quarterbacks aren't built the same. Although there are some quarterbacks like Mac Jones. My gosh, like that dude, if he didn't miss half the year, that guy would be in the MVP conversation.
Do you think Phillip Rivers plays in the meaningless final Colts game, or did the Colts
Sounds like they've already made their mind up that he's not going to.
Okay, which makes sense, right? Like
it would be cool if they let him out there to start, run one play, and then substitute him right there and just let the whole crowd give him a standing ovation.
That would be cool.
Do they keep him on the team?
No.
They cut him, right?
He's done.
Yeah.
You mean before the game?
Yeah.
No, they don't cut him.
He goes into the game as the backup quarterback.
You don't do that, Phillip. I mean, you absolutely keep him on.
You just keep him to hang out and just sort of be there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Last game of the year.
But you start Riley Leonard and Phillip Rivers as your backup quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey, they ain't no question. Hey, he may still get in if he's the backup.
I don't know why he'd be on the team at all, aside from being sentimental, I guess.
If nothing more, you keep him on there for respect. Absolutely. Because he came out, listen, they may have lost those 3 games, but you're going to hang those 3 losses on Phillip Rivers now?
No,
he played?
not at all.
He was phenomenal.
Come on now.
Not at all.
I thought he was phenomenal too. So, listen, if you were to cut him, and just because of things, then you are a low-class franchise, and I hope nothing good ever happens to the Colts.
I agree.
We move on to Orchard Park, New York, where the Eagles in some inclement conditions got over by 1 on the Bills.
Allen looking to throw. Pressure throws. Incomplete. Don't see a flag. Eagles going to hold on.
Do you like the decision to go for 2?
I do, because you sucked. I mean, you were terrible the entire football game. By the way, the afternoon slot also sucked yesterday. You only had 2 games going on. You had a bad Bills game, and then you had the Giants versus the Raiders. So there weren't a whole lot of options of what to watch. I watched every single second of the Bills game. I kept waiting for them to make it interesting. I guess at the end of the day, with 5 minutes left, it got interesting, and it was pretty fun to watch the last few minutes. But they had no choice but to go for 2 because they knew that they couldn't go win in overtime.
Scott?
Yeah, I'm with him. And what Tyler said a while ago, they had 55 minutes of no offense or 54 minutes of no offense.
Couldn't get a first down.
And then you finally get a touchdown late to pull within 1. I'm with them. I go for 2. And if he makes a better throw, they win the game. And you're sitting there going, oh, my gosh, really?
All right, we move on to a really fascinating game. I don't think they're going to put it in the Hall of Fame or anything, but the Steelers losing in Cleveland.
Here's a 2nd and 8. This pass to Fannin. He caught it, and he rolls in untouched. Harold Fannin Jr. with his 71st catch of the year.
So Shedeur Sanders gets a win, 17 of 23 for $186, a touchdown, 2 interceptions. The second one, I mean, awful. A QBR out of 100 of 37.3, a quarterback rating of 75.6. But meanwhile, let me introduce you to Aaron Rodgers, legend, with a QBR of 19.6, and really a whole lot of nothing from Aaron Rodgers in this particular
but what did he
game.
do with the game on the line? With the game on the line, and you got a 2-minute drill, and you're backed up. That dude, he went the length of the field. I mean, it was 2 good passes. Pat Freiermuth was the big one that got that thing started. They had 0 timeouts also. There was like a minute 43. You had to go the length of the field, 0 timeouts. Got down to like the 5-yard line with 40 seconds to spare, and they just couldn't punch it in.
Okay. What does this game say then about the Steelers, Shedeur, and in the future for Aaron Rodgers, I guess, and Mike Tomlin?
Well, I mean, they're all short-lived, if that's what you're asking.
All of them?
All of them.
Shedeur short-lived?
Well, Shedeur has definitely not done anything to say that I'm the future quarterback.
Didn't do it in this game by getting the win.
You know what? He hasn't done anything maybe to say I'm the starter. It depends on what they're able to do in the draft. He's at least say you better let him compete, legitimately compete for next year. And I think what else he said, although big thing with Shedeur is the baggage, right? The everything and bing and bing. And do you want to? But he could play 15 years as a backup quarterback, make $5-6 million a year, and be fine. You know,
he definitely has not been bad.
Maybe get to San Francisco or someplace that refurbishes quarterbacks, and all of a sudden you can get a Sam Darnold contract.
There are moments when Shedeur looks really good, actually, and then there's moments when he, has his dad put his cowboy hat over his head because he's throwing a dumb interception. There's those moments too. I think he would be, at the end of the day, a very frustrating quarterback to be your lead guy there in Cleveland.
I'll tell you this.
Yeah.
If he were drafted higher, his performance would have been enough that you would want to see it through.
Yeah.
But because he's a sixth rounder, he didn't do enough to wow you to be like, yeah, we're not going to draft a QB.
I thought, listen, he's got an arm. He's got good enough. He's good enough. He can keep plays alive. I like some of the stuff he really does. And then he looks like a rookie quarterback that still struggles to read defenses properly.
Yeah, but if we're being honest, it's not like Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick, has looked that great this year. Of course he is not. The best quarterback of the bunch has been Tyler Shuck.
All right, last one.
He has. He's actually been good, man.
Last one to go through, Niners and the Bears.
Use check in motion. Still Purdy with a clean pocket. It's complete. It's Jawan Jennings to the pylon. Touchdown! The Niners take the lead.
Would I be crazy to say I think the Niners are going to play in Santa Clara at a home game in the Super Bowl?
No, God, no. That's not an insane take at all.
Because that's how I think it's going to shake out.
Mac Jones, I mean, you had the take of Trevor Lawrence a while ago. If you just took right now, Mac Jones is playing as good of quarterback as anybody in the NFL. It's actually stupid what Mac Jones has been doing. I really like the Bears as well, by the way. In the future with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, it looks fantastic. Caleb made some stupid, crazy plays in that game, as did Mac Jones.
Are you saying, you mean Brock Purdy?
What did I say? Mac Jones? I'm sorry.
Brock,
Yes, of course I meant to say. Yes, of course I meant to say Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Brock Purdy has been playing absolutely fantastic. So, listen, NFC is still up for grabs, and the Eagles are looking better at the right time, but I could see that happening.
I thought that was the game to determine who's going to win Coach of the Year.
Okay.
All
right.
And I don't know if anybody will appreciate it, but to me, with the turmoil that San Francisco has gone through, for them to be where they are right now, I think is absolutely phenomenal. It's a great division. And Tyler's right. Did Brock Purdy throw 5 again this week? How many touchdowns did he get this week?
Let's see here. Brock Purdy, 24 of 33, 303, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Only sacked once.
Had a rushing touchdown, too.
And a rushing touchdown as well, yes.
And the week before,
2 actually. 2.
So he 2 weeks in a row he's gotten them 10 touchdowns.
Correct.
Either by passing or by
he's been
running.
Crazy good.
Oh my gosh.
Correct.
That's unbelievable.
Worth every last dime that he got paid good.
I think they're going to get to the Super Bowl. I think they're going to. Well, it'll be a fascinating game Saturday night.
Let's see what happens with Trent Williams. That's going to be a huge factor as well. They need him to be healthy.
Well, hey, we're going to have one hell of a matchup Saturday night with them hosting Seattle. And then
I saw a stat over the weekend that Sam Darnold is only the second quarterback to have back-to-back 13-win seasons. The other one is Tom Brady.
That's crazy. All right, good stuff. No dumb questions. 303-504-0925. We'll get there next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I want to use this sound from Bill Cowher and start off No Dumb Questions with whether you agree or disagree with Bill Cowher saying this.
Denver is going against the LA Chargers, right? The Chargers can't win the division. They know they're playing the following week. The question I have for Jim Harbaugh, how do you approach this game?
How would you?
Personally, I would look at this as almost like a bye week.
Yeah.
I can't improve my seating. I can't I'm going to play next week no matter what. I need my guys as healthy as possible.
So you're saying
Justin Herbert would not be on that field.
Yeah.
I can't afford to lose.
You've got no chance. There might be 2 or 3 of your stars might not play.
No. Anybody that's got any kind of nick right now, I need you healthy for the following week because this week it doesn't mean a thing.
So essentially using 2 weeks to heal up.
All right, no dumb question. Do you agree with Cowher on that or not? Would you rest Justin Herbert because you got bigger things to play for?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely would. You got to look at it like, does the seeding really even matter to you? Does it matter that much where you go on the road? Either way, you got to play before you get to either the Broncos or the Patriots. You got to win a game.
Mm-hmm.
And the best way to do that is to have your guys healthy. I'm looking at my quarterback like I'm scared. I'm a little bit nervous right now. My only chance in the playoffs is keeping this dude healthy, and we're getting him banged up. He's already hurt. He's got an injury. He's playing through that. We got a banged up offensive line. I'm resting my guys because I don't really care where I got to go. I just know I got to win a game in the playoffs.
And you got to win a game on the road.
Yeah.
I will say this. I just thought about this. There's also a mental risk is if you go in and say we're going to go in and win this game and don't, and forget about the injuries and everything else, but then all of a sudden you go in with a legit loss going in the postseason, that can mess you up psychologically. Whereas if you kind of take this as a big bye, and Denver wins, or say you even kind of keep it semi-close, which Denver's good at doing. You go, see, boys, we're all right. We all right. Hey, we didn't even give them nothing. They couldn't handle us.
It's kind of interesting.
But you go out there with your starters and lose the game, you might go, oh, wait a minute. We thought these guys were going to be cupcakes.
Also true.
That's a good point.
And another angle is if you are going to play the Broncos in a couple weeks either way, do you really want to go out there and then show them your game plan? Probably not. I don't think that's very smart.
I see where I kind of lean in that way. All right. Let me just go no dumb questions. Do you lose your team if you're Jim Harbaugh, though, if you don't fight for this win?
No.
The team won't care.
No, you definitely don't lose your team.
They would get it. They'd understand.
For sure.
All right. How about the opposite then?
And the starters would actually be grateful.
Would they really?
Yeah.
How many starters could you rest, by the way? Like, how do you get away with it? I mean, you got to play somebody.
Well, you could rest your stars, that's for sure.
Just the stars. So who are the stars on the Chargers, man? Like, is Khalil Mack still a star? I don't even know.
Well, he's old, so he's in that category.
So you rest him.
Keenan Allen, you're resting because he's old.
Right.
I'm probably sitting down Justin Herbert. Okay, so we've got 4 so far, right? Or
yeah.
3?
Yeah.
4.
O'Marion Hampton?
I'm probably sitting O'Marion Hampton,
Probably.
even though he's a rookie. It's just too important.
Yeah.
Offensive line's got to play, although Mekhi Becton I thought was banged up, so maybe not.
So you sit him because he is kind of, you've had issues there.
Yeah. And then that's just on offense. So that's like 5 guys right there.
Yeah, you could do it, right? You could, Derwin James, probably need him. Maybe he gets a day off.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah, you could do it. You could figure it out. And everybody else goes. It's probably, and then you lose what? You lose 30-3 or whatever. You get killed. You're going to get, even the Broncos would figure out how to destroy you. They would. Come on. I mean, Sean's going to go balls to the wall on this. He's going all out. They're not. They view this as a playoff game, and the reward is a bye week.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a playoff game with no negative consequences at the end. The Broncos aren't resting anybody. I think ideally for the Broncos, Scott, you do what the Patriots did. You roll up a big number in the first half, and then everybody, take your helmets off, boys, and we can just sort of cruise into the finish line.
Yeah. I think, you know what, and Tyler can maybe help me on this one. If there is a viable chance that they were to rest guys for this game, before you make that final decision, do you not fine-tooth comb over every single play? Because you're probably going to go to New England, or you might get a chance to go to New England. Do you go over every single game they play and say, hey, can we beat these guys full strength? Or is our best chance to take care of this week and come back here?
I don't think you worry about it. I really don't. I think you just got to get your best squad out there as healthy as you possibly can.
Have you ever played in a game when the other team was just not quitting, but more or less laying down to protect themselves? Have you ever played in a game like that?
Oh, I'm sure I have. I don't know. Nothing's popping up to the top of my head, but
it's got to be just a weird sort of deal.
Yeah.
By the way, Broncos going throwbacks final time this year. Play with the old stuff, which was always the plan. They were all you get to wear them 3 times.
I got a no dumb question for Scott. Scott, is one of the benefits of your 2-week road trip that you don't have to do any holiday decoration cleanup? Or are they going to be sitting there waiting for you?
No, I was told that they did a bunch yesterday when I guess last nice day or something.
Dude, I'm happy for you. That's a nice little plus about being on the road, huh?
Hey, listen. That ain't my thing anyway.
Does the warden go as all out for Christmas as she does for Halloween?
Yes. Although we won first place in the neighborhood for Halloween, we got second for Christmas.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty good showing, though.
Well, hold on. Was that disappointing?
I mean, cumulative, though. I mean, that's got to be number one cumulative, right?
The second is the highest she's ever gotten for Christmas. Listen, I can't park a car in the garage because it's stuffed with decorations.
What? Who is the winner in your neighborhood? Is this a approachable?
It was really good. It was right down. It wasn't too far, about a half a mile away or so.
Did you know Did you know you were beat from the jump, or were you?
Well, we
hoping?
were told by the judges they had kids and adults. Every single kid voted for us, but the adults all voted for the other house and the other.
Oh, that means you guys had more blow-ups, right?
Yeah, we had tons.
If the
of
kids liked it,
and,
you had the blow-ups.
What did the adults appreciate more?
Oh, candy cane land. I don't know. I don't. You know, lots of twinkly lights, I guess.
Twinkly lights.
Twinkly lights and stuff like that.
So you had them on the blow-ups, but you didn't have them on the twinkly lights.
No, we had a giant snowman. We had a Frosty the Snowman. We had a Santa coming out of a house. We had we probably had 12 blow-ups.
Have you seen that show, that documentary about the dude who's a lawyer and was having so many decorations, he was having people from all over the town come, and his
people coming from around the country.
You know that story, right?
I read it because they sue. He ended up suing his HOA.
Yes, I think it's on Netflix, I believe. It's a heck of a documentary, man, about what this guy has. He calls himself the Christmas lawyer. And he's made this a little cottage industry about suing HOAs around the country that's trying to stop people from having like Christmas celebrations. His was unbelievable, though. He had tour buses. Tour buses.
What's a tour?
Oh boy, he had buses bringing people in.
Can you say it the right way?
Tour buses.
Thank you. Whatever Scott just said. So you're making fun of me about saying something that I don't hear how I'm saying it wrong.
You don't know how you're saying it wrong?
No, he had buses. He had buses come in with people.
He rented a place off-site so that it wouldn't congest the neighborhood. He was being considerate of the neighbors. And then he brought buses, would pick these people up, drop them over, and they could walk through all the displays, then drop them back to their car.
Yeah, well, he did have buses rolling through his neighborhood with people. I mean, I don't know, man. I can kind of see it from both sides. Like, he was only running it for 2 hours a night for 10 days. But can you imagine just buses of people rolling through your neighborhood?
Is he paying for the buses?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he paid for everything.
Yeah, he paid for everything. But like that might be a little rough to live next to every single Christmas.
It was like 700,000 or 800,000 lights.
Hold on, but he hasn't found a way to monetize this.
No, I don't think so.
Or is it trying to monetize it?
No, I don't. I think it was just all in the spirit of the season and everything. He just liked doing it.
He did set up donation boxes, but it wasn't for him. They gave it all to a local charity.
Yeah, he
believe.
was bringing in like camels and like living
Oh, yeah,
nativity scenes, and I mean, it was something. But it's one of those really like, what side of the coin are you on?
How do I
Like,
look this up? What do I search?
I think The Christmas Lawyer. I believe
look up
it's on
Christmas
Netflix.
Lawyer.
It's a hell of a. I mean, he took it to an extreme, man. I mean, there was like a big. It's a hell of a thing. It was one of the more interesting documentaries I've ever watched. But yeah, well, look it up. It was fascinating. Buses, Scott. Buses of people. Buses of people.
Wow.
Well, what's the guy in Detroit that started Domino's?
Yeah.
We went and did the tour up at his place, and that was about the heck of a show I've ever seen. You had whole lanes and cars. I mean, it was like literally, it was like build it and they will come.
Yeah, but
type
that
of
dude's
traffic.
like a billionaire, though, right? Like, I mean, you know, this
Well, he
guy
started Domino's.
This guy just lives in a nice neighborhood, but it's just like a neighborhood. It's not even like a gated community or anything. Anyways, we'll take a break. Come back with the big question of the day coming up next. Let's do some quick hitters here. Let's start, and I've got an interesting stat for you guys that's surprising and maybe a little significant. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Some quick hitters, though. Reaction to Broncos winning the AFC West.
Yeah, good for them, man. I feel like it's anticlimactic because it is anticlimactic. It's something that I assumed was going to happen about a month ago. It's here, and now you start your real goals.
Scott, AFC West champs, your Denver Broncos.
Yep.
I mean, that's how I feel, too. Like, cool. Good job.
Okay. All right, let me put on that.
I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly.
The Broncos aren't celebrating winning. Sean didn't even mention it today. Good call? Or, come on, dude, lighten up a little bit on your 62nd birthday.
Well, we've talked about it all year long. Your goals change as your team progresses. And you handled your business. You won your game. They lost, which we said last week they would lose one. You got bigger sights. Now, let's see if he's this mundane after they win this week. And now you got the number one seat. Now let's see if the celebration is as minor.
I think getting the number one seed is worthy of a celebration, right? I mean, listen, if you would have told me at the beginning of the year we'd be sitting here poo-pooing an AFC West championship, I'd say you're nuts. Like you got to celebrate that sucker. Look how far you've come. Yeah, like Scott said, your expectations changed about halfway through the season, at least 3/4 of the way through the season. So I don't think you did anything wrong by not acknowledging it at all. Matter of fact, I think it's probably the best thing you can do for your team is just it's business as usual, and we got work to be done, boys.
Do you think it's funny in the NFL compared to some of the other sports, the biggest the celebration gets for winning a division is hats and T-shirts?
What else?
I don't know why you get hats and T-shirts for that.
I don't know, bro. Like I'm laughing when I think.
You know why you get hats and T-shirts is because the NFL can make money off of it, and all the, I guarantee you, there's tons of Bronco fans who run out and they'll be wearing that hat or a T-shirt next Sunday.
Sure, of course, people like the memorabilia.
I don't think I ever got a division or winning your division
hat or T-shirt.
Hat or T-shirt.
So you're saying you got less in the NBA? You didn't even get hats and T-shirts in the NBA?
I do have two pretty sick Big 12 North championship rings. I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty cool.
I got 3 Southwest Conference championship rings. Yep, I got those.
Okay.
No. I didn't say Big 12 championship.
Big 12 North.
I said Big 12 North championship.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Okay,
yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah.
All right. On the Avalanche, what statement did they make by doing what they did, coming from behind from 3 times, twice down by 2 goals, and winning in a shootout finally this year over Vegas?
They can win Go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, listen, they can win in all kinds of ways, and to come back twice was awfully impressive. To have it finished off with a shootout, to have Nathan McKinnon, a guy who we've talked about on this show, is why is he not used more often in those situations, and him have a pretty sick goal where he puts on the Jets, hits the brakes, and let it fly on by. It was like Top Gun, man. This team feels like inertia, like it's a force that cannot be stopped.
Good word, Scott.
You got over half the season left. I don't want him peaking too soon. I like him playing big games and showing up, and being able to come back and fight and win. That's what good teams do. Although we make fun of Denver when they do it, the Broncos anyway.
Mm-hmm.
No, I listen. The only thing that can screw them is the NHL themselves and how they set up their playoff schedule, because a good team, either Vegas, Dallas, or the Avalanche, will not go on to the Western Conference Finals because they want to make sure Canada's happy.
By the way, Avs and Kings tonight. That's on AM 950 because we have the Nuggets and Heat at 5 o'clock. Pregame at is that 5 o'clock or a pregame at 5 o'clock, Dan? What are we doing there? 4:30?
Pregame's 5 o'clock.
Pregame's 5 o'clock. My bad. Pregame 5 o'clock. My bad. How disappointing was that loss to Orlando? Big deal, not a big deal?
Not a big deal.
Why was it not? Why is it not a big deal?
I don't, David, I think it was on our show, said a long time ago, he said, or maybe he just told me and I repeated on our show, he said, we got to get to the middle of January and we'll be okay. And that was before, and that was just with Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon out. And now Cam Johnson's out. He may be out as long as these guys have been out as well also.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're taxing their bench. You are getting experience or guys, that really weren't going to be counted on. I know their GM flew, and I think I'll say this: I'll be surprised if they don't try to do something before the trade deadline. I don't know that personally. I think they're going to look for at least one more depth guy.
Okay.
That can help this team. So
it just feels like you got 3 starters out. Like, what do you expect? Like at some point that's going to catch up to you. So not a big deal. The only big deal would be if the new year starts and we don't start getting these guys back like we thought we were going to.
I'll say it is a little bit of a big deal, only because you had a halftime lead and you had a lead going into the fourth quarter. And just winning games on the road is going to be difficult, missing 3 starters, period. So I'm not assuming anything against anybody. I just feel like once you're in a position to win, Scott, I'm disappointed you don't take advantage of that. So that's where I stood on it because, listen, man, you did have the lead, and you just let it drip away. I felt that was disappointing. So.
Well, let me just you lose by 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spencer Jones +8, Peyton Watson +11, Nicola +16, Jamal Murray +6.
Right.
Let me go to your bench now. Bruce Brown -7, Julian Strother -13, Jalen Pickett -8, Jonas Valanciunas -17. You get outscored from the bench 26, 28, 35 to 19, and you lose by 1 point.
There you go.
That game right there, the only thing that's worrisome is that game was reminiscent to last year when you lost a whole bunch of games because your bench couldn't hold anything. But, again, you've got 3 guys starting that are supposed to be bolstering up that bench.
Sean Payton today, and it's a double dipperoo here on Altitude Sports Radio. Pre-game for the Nuggets on 92.5 at 5. It's powered by Ramos Law if you're looking for the Avs and Kings. That's on AM 950. Pre-game starting at 6:30 there at Ball Arena. Today on his Zoom call, Sean Payton, who's 62, by the way, today. Happy birthday there, Coach. Talked about what he's the most obsessed by. And he's got analytics about the potential success or failure for the Broncos in the playoffs.
Really trying to educate them relative to what's going to be important here down the stretch, and then improving. The one area that has to improve is that turnover margin, and that can happen. We did a collective of the last 25 years, Super Bowl winners. It's something like 114 in the plus. There's been 1 Super Bowl winner in the last 25 years. I'm just talking about when the playoffs begin. That makes sense. When the playoffs begin, the Rams recently were the only -2 turnover team. The rest added up to some crazy number. And so that's something we've got to improve on.
Can I give you a crazy stat, though? The Broncos are -5 on the year in giveaway takeaway. It's by far been the most frustrating and kind of puzzling stat they've had. They have not been able to take the ball away. The San Francisco 49ers are also -5 on the season. And they have more or less the same sort of issue. The Broncos only have 12 takeaways. The Niners have 16. And then, the giveaways or whatever. So the Niners and Broncos share that despite their really good records. They're both -5 in that department. That being said, you want to talk about success? How about the Chicago Bears, fellas, who have 32 takeaways on the year and are +22? So while they don't have the greatest offense or the greatest defense, wowzers, like +22 on the year, that is outstanding. Do you think that the Broncos, and Sean's saying we can't really win by staying in this trend. Do you think they can possibly succeed in the playoffs, losing giveaway takeaway?
You're saying that it continues, right? I mean, that's what you're saying in the playoffs, that continues?
I guess so.
It's going to be tough, man, but I mean, we know it can be done. I brought it up last week. The numbers in my season in 2015 were stupid bad. Stupid bad. Peyton threw 17 interceptions. We were way in the negative, way worse than this team is. We pulled it off. We won a Super Bowl. Now, I don't remember off the top
How
of my
are you
head.
in the playoffs?
That's
Yeah.
what I was just going to ask.
Right, I don't know.
I actually don't recall that.
We should go look that up. That's interesting.
I know we got turnovers galore in the Super Bowl. I know that helped us out, right? So
Right.
that would be a fun stat to look up. Did that trend continue or not? I don't think it did. I don't think we had turnovers in the playoffs.
Did you guys see, by the way, the Cam Newton? He was on with some podcast with, I don't know who the woman was, but he admitted, Scott, that he was scared and hesitated to pick up the ball that he fumbled. He literally said, I was scared.
Man, how long have I been saying that? Dog.
Dude.
I've been saying that since that thing. The Broncos defense stole his soul.
It's
and now
crazy.
Cam Newton's finally admitting it, man.
He admitted when he fumbled the ball, he was scared. And he hesitated because he was scared. I couldn't, it's 10 years, and I'm like, wow. I can't believe those words came out of your mouth.
Yeah, that's nuts. Dan just found it, by the way. We were +4 in the playoffs.
Wow.
So there you go.
Wow.
The 3 playoff games, they had 14 sacks, forced 7 turnovers, surrendered only 1 touchdown pass, and gave up just 44 points in 3 games.
How did you guys turn it around then? That's pretty.
Peyton got healthy.
You think that was it?
Probably.
Well, yeah, it's big.
Yeah, probably. I mean, our defense was getting turnovers all season long, so that wasn't the problem.
It was your offense.
That would be one thing that would really help this team if our defense could start getting turnovers. I actually don't think offensively it's been abysmal.
No, I agree. There's been pressure on the quarterback. There's been sacks. By the way, last one on this giveaway takeaway. Can you guys believe the Jets? This might be the most unbelievable stat of this entire season. They don't have an interception this year.
It's hard to do.
Is that kind of mind-blowing?
It's really hard to not accidentally fall into 3 or 4.
They're a staggering -19 with 0 interceptions. That is something else. All right, in terms of the rest of the NFL, let's catch up with it and what's going on with Dan Tanner. Let's football go next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, with the new year coming around the corner, the chance to make some real positive changes in your life is here with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction and you're ready to move past the frustration and embarrassment, it's time to call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED. So do it with an organization that has been so successful for so many others. It's a new year. Make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. So just call 720-440-7900 and schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What a cut up. Nobody cracks Sean Payton up more than Sean Payton. He's hysterical. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You guys are the best. Brad and the crew, we love you.
He's in a birthday mood.
He's in a praise. He's 62. Happy birthday, Sean.
What do you think he got?
Let's football go, Dan.
All right, guys, let's
A hat.
I'll go over the scenarios for the 1 seed here in just a second, but I did want to play this from this morning. We went over it earlier in the show, but here is Mike Kliss asking Sean Payton specifically about the lack of sacks coming from Nick Bonito over the last 5 or 6 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah, Sean, Nick Bonito, after a hot start, hasn't had quite as many sacks here, hardly any lately.
I'm
And
not worried about the sacks. Not worried about the sacks. Worried about caging the quarterback, rushing him properly. So we're not focused on the sack numbers. Those can actually be numbers that help a quarterback climb up in the pocket. So a lot of it has to do with who we've been playing relative to the quarterback position. But I'm not interested in the sack numbers.
With how the Broncos defense is played post-bye week, do you guys still think this is a Super Bowl winning level defense?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we've got a lot of proof even before the bye week that we're a damn good defense. And post-bye week, they've far from been a liability. That's not what it is. They're capable of winning a Super Bowl. The pass rush thing is an interesting conversation. I mean, basically, Sean just told you we didn't ask him to get sacks over the last couple of weeks. What we asked him to do was contain the quarterback. We're playing Chris Olagadave, whatever his name is, and the one way that this guy can hurt us is by getting out of the pocket. So we're going to cage rush him. We're going to box rush him. And that tells you your pass rushers hate hearing that, because that means you got to run down the middle of the chest of the offensive lineman, and that's the only thing you're going to do the whole game.
The Gavade? What'd you say?
I don't know. I was just being silly.
Vave? Scott on that?
Oladokin.
I think.
Is that better?
It's more accurate.
That was the correct pronunciation.
I actually knew the name. I was just being a goofball.
I like adding the Ave into it. I thought that was a nice touch. Scott?
I think that Denver's okay. The Jacksonville game was interesting. Other than that, I think their defense has been pretty good.
It's an interesting question.
I thought they had a bad scheming to me in that Jacksonville game, but I don't know.
I do think the Broncos are going to the Super Bowl. How they do in the Super Bowl, I don't know, because I think San Fran's going to go there too. And I don't know, man. To play San Fran in their home stadium on the Super Bowl is going to be tough. But I do have them going. But you said a Super Bowl winning defense. What about the going to the Super Bowl defense?
Championship level defense.
I think it's pretty damn close, but I'm nervous this is looking way far ahead. But I think they're going to get the number 1 seed. I think they're going to beat the Texans, and I think they'll host Jacksonville, and I think they'll get a revenge win.
It does feel like the 1 seed is like inevitable now.
I really don't know. Listen, anything can certainly happen against the Chargers. But I think as we get closer and closer to this game, it's going to be easier and easier to see this path to the number 1 seed happening. I mean, I just think the Broncos are going to have more
home
reason.
Game. All you got to do is win a home game.
Yeah, kind of. That's it, Scott. At the end of the day,
my gosh, how freaking disappointing would that be, though? All you got is one home game. That's it. That's all you got. That's it. It's come down to the whole season's come down to this. If you don't pull it off, that would be so disappointing.
It's gonna. Yes.
Oh, that'll be some big choking talk going into the new year.
Well, I mean, it would be that, and then you're going to have to turn around and play the Chargers likely again the next weekend. And then, I don't know. Who knows after that? Like, it's so much better to be the number 1 seed. It's, like, ridiculous how much better it is. Next story, Dan.
Are you better the second game of the year right now than you were the second game of the year?
Offensively, yes. As a team, it's almost like a wash from the second game of the year. I mean, you lost the second game, right? That was the Colts game.
Yeah, by 1 or 2, 28-27 or something. That was Colts game was 28-27.
You kind of won the Colts game, and then you lost it on the stupid leverage stuff, all that garbage.
Yeah, you're a better team.
Yeah. Is San Diego better or San Diego? Are the Chargers better?
I don't think so. Well, only because they're beat up a little bit right now.
The answer to that is no. The Chargers could not have been in better shape at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
It looked like they were going to run away with the AFC West.
Right.
Yep.
Right. True. Next story, Dan.
Yeah, I think Denver wins this thing.
Okay. Agreed.
All right, so yeah, the number one seed in the AFC is between the Broncos, Patriots, and Jags. They all still have a chance to clinch the one seed. First of all, are we all in agreement that the Broncos are going for it on Sunday? Like, they're playing everybody. They're going full game plan.
As they should.
They're going full bore ahead, full steam ahead in Week 18.
Yeah. Yeah.
Scott, you think they're going full steam ahead?
The Broncos
Yeah.
or
the
sure,
Broncos.
for
The
sure.
Broncos.
The Broncos for sure, yeah.
Okay, so the Broncos, they just have to win. If they win, they're the one seed, or if the Patriots lose or tie, they're the one seed. Same thing with the Jags, lose or tie. The Patriots will clinch the one seed if they win and the Broncos lose or tie. They can also, let's see here, and then the Jags' only path, guys, to the one seed, they have to win, and the Broncos and Patriots both have to lose. It's currently Broncos, Patriots, Jags, Steelers in the 4 seed, Texans, Chargers, Bills round out your AFC playoff picture. How do you think the 1 seed shakes out for the AFC? By the way, just real quick, the Jags do play in the morning window, so the Broncos and the Patriots will know the results of that game before they play, or right when they're getting ready to kick off. The Patriots and Broncos kick off at the same time.
The biggest issue is the point spread. They're so heavy favorites. The only game that is like kind of a coin toss would be the Steelers and the Ravens, which doesn't really matter to the Broncos, I don't think. And I think the Ravens are going to send old man Rodgers and Tomlin home, in my opinion. They are favored, by the way, on the road. The Ravens are favored by 3 over the Steelers. But the point spreads on these games, guys, are kind of ridiculous. Tennessee, Jacksonville, 12.5 for Jacksonville. Houston hosting Indianapolis, 10 for Houston. New England hosting Miami, 11.5 for New England. I mean, to think that there are going to be upsets here would be of like enormous proportions. These games aren't even supposed to be close.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Dolphins got Quinn Ewers playing. They won this weekend, right? Who did the Dolphins play?
The Dolphins played. Hold on.
I feel like they won this weekend.
They did.
They got beat. Thought they got beat by somebody.
Whatever. It doesn't really matter. But pretty sure they won. Because I remember Quinn Ewers doing a post-game interview.
The Dolphins, yes, they did win, and they actually won a huge game against the Buccaneers. They won 20-17, and which is unbelievable that the Buccaneers are still in this and can win their division by beating Carolina. And you'll have, if that happens, you will have a sub-500 team, harken back to your day there, Tyler, winning their division and hosting a game.
Yeah,
which is bananas that might even happen again, but that could happen.
Look,
yes.
the beauty of it for the Broncos, you don't have to worry about it. Dan said you'll know the score. The score doesn't matter. Scores for any of the other games doesn't mean jack squat to the Denver Broncos. Handle your business. You're the number 1 seed.
Listen, this isn't about anybody else anymore.
Right.
None of the rest of the season, none of the postseason, none of it's about what New England does or what Jacksonville does or blah, blah, blah. It's what you do. It's what you do, period, end of story, and then rest. And be the healthiest you've been maybe in 8 weeks, 10 weeks, as you get to host, by the way, another home game where if you win this weekend, you'll be 8-1, I think, this season at home, right? Here you go. Let's go.
It's right
Take
there.
care of business.
And you had a nice little rest. You're in relatively good health, I think, for the most part. We'll find out more, Wednesday. But I'm excited. I'm fired up, man, and go all out. It's exciting to see. The game on Sunday is going to be awesome. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, this morning on the Pat McAfee show, Adam Schefter reported that it's within the realm of possibility that Mike Tomlin leaves the Steelers if they lose on Sunday and does TV next season or coaches somewhere else in 2026. So let's just assume he's coaching in 2026. What team should hire Mike Tomlin if he's available?
Real quick, Dan, not that I'm not interested in the Mike Tomlin story, but we do have breaking news that is relevant to the Denver Broncos. Justin Herbert will not start this weekend.
Oh, there you go.
Reported by who?
Adam Schefter.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That changes. Wow.
Well, Jim Harbaugh just announced it. I mean, it wasn't just Schefter. Harbaugh just announced that he's not going to play.
We got to find that audio, Dan. Holy cow.
Yeah. So there you go.
Wow.
The path has been paved.
Wow. How long will it take for the point spread to go up?
No, that's already accounted
whatever
for
you do, you go in that first half of this game and you ball like it's a Super Bowl, and you put them away early, and Stidham plays the second half.
Yes.
That would be great.
Let's go.
That'd
Because
be
that's just the
fantastic.
tip of the iceberg. If Herbert's not going, who else ain't going, right?
Oh, of course.
So, wow. So Harbaugh made that decision.
Interesting that he announced it that early.
It's really interesting. Why do you think he did that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess there's not a
Why
real
not?
reason to
Well,
play games.
I guess it stops the question from being asked the rest of the week.
Yeah.
It kind of ends everything today.
Yeah.
Wow, that is gargantuan
So
news.
the Chargers don't care about the seed.
They don't care about the seed. They're fine being the 7 and likely going to New England. They're fine. They would
God.
rather do that.
Patriots are so ticked off right now.
Why?
That the Chargers are sitting Herbert.
Why do you think they're ticked off?
You don't think they want the number 1?
Oh, I see. I got you. My bad. I was thinking about just their the matchup. Yes, I'm sure. Thank you, Scott. I got you. Scarecrow. I got you. If I only had a brain. I see you.
Scott like that one.
Yeah, Scott's cracking. Scott's like Sean Payton. He's cracking himself
Why,
up.
why would they be upset?
Because I was already thinking of the Patriots, like who they would be hosting, whether it would be the Bills or the Chargers, and they probably would prefer to see the Chargers rather than the Bills, but of course they would rather have the number 1 seed. Wow, that is gargantuan. I got to admit, I'm a little surprised. Surprised. It makes sense.
Of course. I mean, Harbaugh's the wild card there. So the only wild card is Harbaugh going to be Harbaugh, football guy. We got to play football.
Right. But having a healthy...
Well, listen, hey, I'm just telling you, I've seen a lot of athletic games, and all of a sudden they announce this starter ain't playing, this starter ain't playing, this starter, and then all of a sudden you're in a game in the fourth quarter that you don't need to be in. So don't go in there and take these teams, the Chargers, lightly.
I got you.
And make it a fourth quarter game. So get this thing right.
We just did that
Smash
against
them
the
in the
Chiefs,
mouth. Yeah, smash them in the mouth, and let's Stidham play at least a quarter, if not a half, of football.
I cheated on this because I was wondering, like, if they. So I know the answer because I looked. I didn't know it ahead of time.
Six.
Who's the backup quarterback for the Chargers? Without looking, do you know?
No. Very high draft
Zito.
pick.
Very high draft pick?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Trey Lance.
Very good, Scott. Yeah.
Trey Lance.
Well, so Trey Lance against the Broncos. Oh, you got to go out and destroy them early and often. And then you're right, and just cruise.
Well, back to the box rush for Nick Benito.
Yeah, exactly. Right, because they're just going to try to keep Trey Lance out of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll try to muck it up like the Chiefs did.
I would get Trey Lance's chili.
Yeah, but like they're probably going to design an offense where it's like the Chiefs did. It's just not. I don't know. It probably won't be very much of anything, frankly. They probably won't give him the opportunity to get sacked. It'll be like the Chiefs game.
Yeah, but I mean, from a Broncos perspective, you're looking at it the best way for Trey Lance to hurt you is going to be with his feet.
Yeah. Wow. The Chargers just gave the Broncos the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Wow.
DMac, what was the spread in this game?
7.5.
Somebody on the text line saying it just jumped to 10.
I thought it was 8.5, no?
It was 7.5. I swear to God, it was 7.5. When we started the segment, it was 7.5.
It just jumped to 10.
Look at that.
Wow.
Because I literally have the, do I have it right here? Yeah, I got it right here, actually. Because my screen is frozen. That's crazy. Yep, I should take a picture. Let me refresh. Let me just see this betting odds of magic. Refresh, 10.5. Wow. At the beginning of the segment, it was 7.5. At the end of the segment, it's 10.5.
Nuts.
Holy cow. Pretty good if you got some bets in there, right? Like
trying to not take it for granted, but holy cow.
Wow, the Chargers
I think we actually did it, boys and girls.
Wow.
We actually got the number 1 seed.
Wow. That is pretty awesome. The Chargers just gifted the Broncos the number 1 seed. Woo!
Boy, you guys are playing this game before it's over.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I know.
I don't either.
I know. I don't like that either, and we better hope that the locker room's not feeling the same way.
Yep.
Okay. Well, this is huge news. We'll get to more of your reactions. What do you think? I got you. You don't want to be too cocky about it, but what Jim Harbaugh told you is he's okay being the 7th seed. Of course. He did just tell you that. Woo! It's PHT here on 92.5. Wow. Well, some huge news here on a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. With a reminder that tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday with tickets to the Avs and Blues on New Year's Eve. We got keywords on the 20s. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highland Ranch Town Center and MatthewsFineWatches.com. Yeah, the news is out that, that Herbert's not going. And it's not that just Herbert's not going. Jim Harbaugh said that anybody with some bumps and bruises, here, let me get the direct quote. Other starters with, quote, the most bruises and need, quote, the most healing won't play either. So interpret that, Tyler.
Yeah, if you're a starter and you played more than 2 snaps, you got a bruise. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's always difficult. How many starters can you actually rest? You only got so many bodies on the team, right? So you can't rest literally everybody. But I'd imagine if you've been in the league over 3 or 4 years, or if you're really, really valuable, Omarion Hampton has been banged up during the season, right? He's a young guy.
Right.
Probably not going to play. Keenan Allen, old guy, not playing.
Mekhi
McConkey, pretty damn important.
Right.
Yeah. Mekhi. That's all right. Mekhi Becton, probably not playing. Defensively, I don't know. I don't even know. We should look up the injury report. I'd be curious. I'll look it up right now.
So, Scott, what's your reaction?
Well, the number 1 seed's been given to you on a platter.
Yep.
Are you mature enough to take it?
Yep.
That's all. I guarantee you that you know who has the biggest panic right now?
It's Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
On his 62nd birthday is freaking out probably right now.
Yeah, it's freaking out because now he's going, okay, we cannot lose this friggin' game here at all.
And we did just have a relatively disappointing performance against the JV Chief squad. So, you know.
How about when you asked Adelman, was it a bad thing to be like up 19-0? And Adelman
to start the game.
Right.
He said it was horrible.
It was horrible.
He said it was horrible.
Coach, how was it being up 19-0? Terrible. The worst thing ever. And sure enough, the game sort of played itself out like that. They played even basically the rest of the night, right? Like, so you got to sit there as a coach and you're just like, this sucks.
How about this? I'm just looking at last week's injury report for the Chargers. And granted, some teams put anybody on it, but they had 13 guys on that thing last week.
They're beat up. They're a beat up team. And it's probably as much as about other players as it is about Herbert. Like Harbaugh is just being realistic here. Okay, I give him a lot of credit. I give him a lot of credit because sort of the footballness is like, we're going to go no matter what. Every game's like critically. He's making a smart for his team call right here. Like, hey, man, I got it. We're going to have to go to we're going to be the 7th seed. We'll probably have to go to New England, but we're going to be more rested. It's a bye week. We get a bye week.
This is a good point on the text line. How about this? The whole season, it all comes down to this. We got the number 1 seed. All you got to do is win the game.
Yeah.
All thanks to what? All thanks to the 2-win Raiders.
Is that crazy?
Who beat the freaking New England Patriots in week 1.
That is.
Like, thank you to the Raiders for getting a random victory against the Patriots.
And it's not the first tiebreaker. Just so happens the Patriots and the Broncos are tied in other tiebreakers.
It's just the teams in common.
Yep. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
First week of the season, and it's the Raiders, who are the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah.
Can't make this shizzle up, man.
Hey, talk about going opposite directions between New England and the Raiders from that week 1.
Right.
Unbelievable. Right.
That's like two forces collided and went the opposite direction.
Right. Started off good for Pete Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
Started off like whatever for New England. Nobody expected anything from the Patriots this year. Nobody. And nobody expected this from the Broncos. Really, I mean.
No. I guess Sean did. Sean told us in training camp, and we laughed at him.
Yeah.
Told us he's had 7 teams that he thought were capable of winning the Super Bowl, and this is one of them.
He did talk about that today, too. And he admitted he got a little over his skis on that. But it's here's Sean's comment about that.
Look, it was in a question relative to what I saw early on from this team. And I've coached a number of teams that I had a tremendous amount of confidence in, and I thought it was important that these guys understood, like, that topic could be comfortable to talk about, and it's okay to talk about. Then that went on to this, kind of, run away with, this is what it was basically, hey, these are our goals, and this team is a team that, has the wherewithal to achieve these things. Now, every year there are a number of teams that do, and it's a difficult task. So we put ourselves in this position, and we've still got a lot of things we have to improve on.
Yeah, I think that Sean more or less saying it kind of went in a direction that I didn't expect it to go, but it's not like he didn't believe it. He says things that kind of create this controversy, but they're not wrong.
No.
Nathaniel Hackett did suck as a coach. You were right. Bo Nix has turned out to be a pretty special quarterback. He's got numbers and achievements that very few quarterbacks have had in 2 years.
ESPN bet has got the line at 11.5 now. That feels like the worst bet of all time. Denver Broncos are beating the Chargers by 11.5.
Okay.
I hope so.
Yeah, I feel you.
I
know
hope
what
we
you're
could
saying.
rest our starters in the second half. That'd be great.
Well, I would expect the Chargers to do exactly what the Chiefs did last week. I would expect the exact same thing. They'll just try to muck it up. They'll play a very soft zone D, and they'll theoretically allow the Broncos to have these long, lethargic drives that the Broncos should be able to easily, at least into field goal territory, every time they touch the ball, and then go from there.
Great, do that. Just end in touchdowns, not field goals.
Right. Yeah, that'd be great.
And then all of a sudden you win this thing 27-10, 27-7, 27-9,
something like that. But if you turn it over, and if you do some stupid special team stuff, it could be a lot closer. Listen, if the Chargers could figure out a way to win this game, they'll do it. I bet you they just copy exactly what the Chiefs did. And I agree with you on that point spread, by the way. I'd be stunned. It would be surprising to me if it's going to be over 11.5. That would be surprising, because I think the Chargers are going to play, like I said, the Chiefs' soft zone defense, and that defense doesn't allow you to just have big, huge, dynamic plays over the top. It allows you to run the ball. You can run the ball all day. You can, theoretically, right? So I agree with you. I think 11.5 is stupid. I think that's dumb. I think the Broncos win by, I don't know, man.
Have the Broncos beaten anybody by 11.5?
Yeah. Well, the Cowboys they killed.
Oh, that's right.
And the Bengals.
Yeah. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, the Raiders made it a one-score game. The Chiefs was pathetic. Yeah, I gotcha. It's going to be a slow plodding, another Broncos 14 plays, and yes, hopefully it ends in a touchdown. But look for the Broncos to have like 7 possessions. And like, how many points are you going to score off your 7 possessions?
It's the whole key. They can do what they want. The Chiefs do it. Good. We'll take 17-play ride touchdown. Maybe you go out 3 and out, but 16-play touchdown, 14-0. All right, you throw. Oh, we get a pick. Okay, there we go. 12 more plays. 21-0. Okay, in the first quarter. See you later. Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean,
the whole key is score. Just score. Listen, Tyler called it. I don't know if you guys remember this. Tyler called it and said, look for a whole lot of long drives and blah, 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 like they did whatever week before. Great. But then score touchdowns. If you score touchdowns in that, no play that whatever Chargers are going to do, they aren't going to beat you.
Right.
And the game's going to be over. It's going to be 24-3, to start the fourth quarter, and here comes, stinking.
I mean, the Broncos will win by 20 plus if they're +2. If they can get a couple of takeaways, they'll destroy them. But they're going to win this game even if they're in the minus category, but it just won't be by, a lot. So, yeah, I think that 11.5 is kind of crazy.
Feels weird. Like, this is not how you're supposed to get a 1 seed. This is not how it's supposed to happen.
You're not earning it?
Well, you earned it. I mean, you earned it through the season, but it is weird.
It's so weird, man. Berto, what about that with your Broncos, huh?
You know what? I don't like it, man. I thought if there was one head coach who'd Because if the Chargers beat the Broncos this weekend, they would most likely face the Broncos again in the playoffs,
Correct.
And Harbaugh, it seems like the one coach would be like, I don't give a damn about Sean Payton. I'll face Sean Payton every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Instead, he punks I'm assuming that this is a decision where he's like, a healthy team is more important than me.
Well, they must really be beat up.
Or are they dunking the Broncos? Is Harbaugh dunking the Broncos?
No, they must, because Tyler pointed out they had 13 guys last week on the injury report.
They're just trying to figure out how to win a playoff game. That's it.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't matter who they play in the playoffs. They need a healthy team.
It's probably not even Herbert. There's just probably so many other guys who are beat up. Everybody's going to ask about Herbert, and he's beat up too. But
I don't like it. Although, you know what? I agree with Scotty. The two of you jinxed the hell out of this game. If the Broncos lose on a last-second field goal, I'm blaming both of you.
The jinx is the worst trope.
No. But you can't just act like the Broncos have already won this game, that it's a given they're the number one overall seed in the AFC.
Oh,
you know
my
what
God,
I mean?
Berto, if they lose this game, it is a disaster.
If they lose this game, the season's over anyways. I mean, you're clearly not going to do jack squat in the playoffs.
Exactly.
So, like pack your bags. Just plan the trip to Cabo right now.
No, man. You're messing with the football gods.
If they lose this game, it would be one of the most epic upsets in NFL history.
No.
You think this team is ripe for one of those?
Let me say this. I was thinking about this in the last 15 minutes.
Sorry, go ahead, Spring.
You know who's starting probably is Trey Lance.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
You know who Trey Lance is a step up from and has a similar game to is Chris Oladokun.
Yeah.
He's like a better Chris Oladokun.
He is.
The Broncos don't blow out teams. This is going to be a close game. They can play nothing but scrubs, and it's still going to be a close game.
If they don't finish in the red zone, if they give up a big punt return, if they lose and give away takeaway, yes, it'll be a close game.
Wasn't Peyton just complaining about the giveaway takeaway today?
Yes, he was. He was pointing out there's only one team that's been in the negative that's actually won a Super Bowl in giveaway takeaway in the Super Bowl. But Tyler pointed out, this is a good one, the Broncos are -4 going into 2015's playoffs. Were +4 when they won the Super Bowl during the playoffs.
Damn.
So you got to turn that around, and Sean's focused on it. It would be an epic collapse that seems hard to imagine.
But this is why we play the games, right? This is why we love sports, because it might. Even if there's a 0.9% chance of it happen,
I guess.
Or the turf monster jumps up and Bo gets hurt in the first quarter or something ridiculous
Fine,
like that.
Jared Stidham wins the game, you know? Jared Stidham should win this game. Sam Ellinger should win this game.
It's true.
I think Kendall Hinton could come in and win the game for the Broncos on this one.
Man, y'all are super cocky. It's crazy. But
wait, hold
Just
on.
hand the
I
ball
don't think
to
they're going to lose. I don't think they're going to lose.
What's the difference between cocky and just being like analyzing what's right in front of us?
I don't know. No, I mean, but there's a difference between Nikola Jokic and Anthony Edwards, right? They both got swag. One's cocky as hell, though, and one's not, right? There's a difference between, you know what I'm talking about?
That's cockiness on the playing field for the players themselves. For us, not actually in the game, we can just analyze it and say, yeah, there's a reason this spread has jumped up to 11.5.
I started the segment.
I'm just not going to watch the playoffs if they lose the game. The season's over.
If they lose, that's an indictment on them.
So we started the segment, and the Broncos are favored by 7.5. When we finished the segment, they were favored by 11.5.
Harbaugh spoke right now. He was talking right now when he said
it happened while we were on the air.
Why did he announce it so early? Why not just keep it under wraps? Just to mess with Peyton and the Broncos.
Yeah, in the speculation, I guess, throughout the week, you just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I don't know.
What is Sanford doing here?
I forgot that Mike's in Monday.
Sanford's a part of the show on Monday.
What the hell is Sanford doing here?
It's KKS. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. And there's Mike Sanford for you. Well, you guys go. You guys have fun.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Enjoy.
Did you have a good Christmas? You have a good
great.
weekend, man?
It was awesome.
NFL Sunday.
Oh yeah, it was fun. Yeah.
Your Colorado Avalanche damn, man. Damn.
It's ridiculous.
I don't even know what to say.
It's absurd.
They had no business winning that game against Vegas.
They're down 3 times.
None.
Twice by 2 goals.
No reason. They shouldn't even have got a point out of that game.
Nate McKinnon sucks at shootouts, and he won it as the 4th shooter. He wasn't even in the first 3. Let's put the best player in the world 4th. Oh, he's going to win it for you.
That was a ridiculous shootout goal. That was absolutely stupid.
It was fine.
No, that was dumb as hell,
All he did was put on the brakes in the slot.
I've never seen anybody do that.
It looks stupid.
Because he doesn't have dangle moves. So he was like, what can I do
He gave some
that's
snow.
me?
He put up some snow.
Carter Hart had no idea what anything was going. He was like, what? Where? What? And all of a sudden, it's in the back of the net.
I thought that was a pretty spectacular shootout goal. No, you
It was
weren't.
good.
Man, Springer, that's a little. You're right. That's harsh, man.
No,
that's
you
a hell of
guys-
a shootout goal.
You're not watching enough shootouts. Like Trevor Zegras, my boy.
Wow, he's unbelievable.
Oh, like the dipsy dude,
Wait. You want somebody
dangle-roos
to go
that he does.
Michigan goal on the Avs?
Yeah,
You want somebody
I'm
to throw
just
a
saying,
Michigan
you're
goal?
acting like it's the best shootout goal you've ever seen.
How
It
about,
was good.
it
How
was
about the
sexy
dude
as
from
hell, though.
Vegas who tried to go between his legs and he couldn't figure it out?
That was a
Not
good
ideal.
move.
That's
Not
a,
ideal.
that's a classic like pee-wee hockey move that like a lot of 11-year-olds figure out.
I think he screwed it up, and then like in his correction, he was like, "Well, I guess I'm going between the legs here."
Nah,
screwed it up.
That was great, man. And
Oh,
what
that's
I mean,
awesome.
do you have a?
Would you? Hey, I'll give you a tricky Avs question. I'll give you a
Okay,
tricky
yeah.
Avs question. Is it time to put Gabe back on the third line and put Lehkonen up on the top line?
No.
I mean, Lehkonen. I mean, he scored the goal that tied it late, right? Lecky did.
Well,
So-
you would just move Gabe back down to the second line. Gabe's earned it. Gabe's playing very well.
All right.
I
He
don't
was
know if-
dirty. He had he was really
How much
good.
do you want to mess with one of the greatest teams in hockey right now? Right? You know what I'm talking about? Like,
I'm being nitpicky.
Well, and the long-term plan was always for Gabe to be on the top line. That's where it's his rightful spot. It was just up to him to reclaim it, and I think he has reclaimed it.
Wait, so you're saying,
Oh, I'm not the only one.
DMac, you're saying that he has been promoted to the first line and now just kick him down to the third?
First, he was demoted to the third line.
He was.
And then he's
Worked his way back up to the first line in the
He's
last
playing well.
3 weeks.
But
He's playing very well.
That's without that's Lehkonen arguably works better with McKinnon and Natchez. So
are you talking about like when LOC comes back, when Logan comes back,
No,
and you
I'm thinking
have
about-
an extra?
I'm thinking about right now. Not it's not dependent on
No,
LOC.
I think Gabe's playing very well right now. He does the grimy, gritty things.
But who works better with McKinnon?
Gabe Landeskog,
I
who
would
won a
say- Lehkonen?
who won a Stanley Cup on the top line with Mikko Rantanen
I think
and Nathan
everybody
McKinnon.
works with McKinnon.
And there's
I
that
think,
too.
You know what I mean? I think everybody, like
All right.
Gavin Brindley could put up 40 goals if he would. You know what I mean?
But
Like
with that top line, if you don't have Landeskog in it and Lecky is that top liner, who is doing the jobs nobody else wants to do with consistency?
Landeskog's bigger
He,
than Lehkonen.
will camp out right in front of netminders.
Like he just finds a way, man. I'm
you know
just
what?
telling
Let me ask both of you this question because I was just thinking about it. I was thinking about it because of Josh Manson lately, and because what Tim Hardaway Jr. is doing with the Nuggets, and because of what Jaleel did with the Broncos. And me and Springer had a conversation like a couple of years ago about athletes that you had to be there, you had to see it to understand it. Like we were talking about, people say Steve Atwater will hit you really hard, but unless you saw it on the field and you're like, oh, he just tried to murder that guy should be dead. It's a hard, but we were talking about people who are just pros.
Yeah.
Just pros.
Yeah.
And Tim Hardaway Jr. is a pros pro. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
we were talking about him with Scott earlier. The only thing is, he wasn't supposed to be playing this many minutes.
Remember Adelman, and was it the Christmas Day game that Adelman was like, I don't want to play Tim
Right.
42 minutes.
'Cause
I have to play Tim 42 minutes.
Because we're going to get some Reggie Jackson flashbacks where it was good for a while.
Yeah, and then he just...
But then there was no juice there at the
bottomed out.
end.
Yeah.
So I got just a pinch nervous about.
But if I ask you, who on the Broncos is a pros pro? Like, just the guy just shows up and does his job.
Hufunga.
You think it's Hufanga?
That's a good one.
Is he?
Yeah. Cortland Sutton.
Cortland's a pros pro?
Pros pro.
Quinn Miners.
Well, he's an all pro.
He's the belly.
Right, that's a
Yeah,
little
but
too
he's an
much.
offensive lineman. You
That's a
know?
little
Like,
too
I mean,
those
much.
guys-
a pro's pro is
guard.
It's Mike McGlinchey in terms of just like Mayor McGlinchey, as you guys like to call him. He's the guy that is. He is he's first class in every single way.
Yeah.
He is he's a veteran. He's been around the ups and the downs of the game.
Yeah.
And he's intelligent.
Yeah.
He's
Because a pros pro is
I mean,
not
a
the kind of
pros-
guy who's going to mess with the
to
locker
be
room
a
or do
pros
something
pro-
stupid.
Yeah, there's
or,
no foolishness with a pros pro.
Right. They show up and do their job and they do it well, and
Yeah,
everybody
like,
respects them.
Greenlaw isn't a pros pro. He's a wild card nut. but you need some of
gotta
those.
have- right,
You
yes.
need those too.
Yes.
You can't just all be pros.
Yes.
You got to have some just lunatics too. Like when you agree, Greenlaw's a bit of a unhinged lunatic.
He is the kind of guy that you've lacked on this roster.
You need that,
and
though.
unfortunately, you lack him about every third game now because that's what his track record is. Is that both he and J.K. Dobbins? You know what?
Right.
Would you say that either one of those guys have been disappointments in terms of what you signed them to do?
No,
well,
but they just haven't. I mean,
Dobbins, unfortunately.
JK was great until he got hurt.
Well,
which was his history.
Yeah,
sure, it was.
I would argue that both guys have given you exactly what you signed up for.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
You're going to probably get somewhere between 8 and 10 games
and
of health.
A lunatic and an injured dude.
Yeah.
Well, and Greenlaw's
injury prone
yeah,
too.
He's
him too.
Well, who's the lunatic? Manson, when he goes full manimal on the Avs, maybe is the lunatic. But who's the lunatic on the Nuggets? If you need that dude, just like
Bruce
that.
Brown.
Yeah, okay. I'll take Bruce.
He started a fight with KD.
You're right. I'll take that
His
answer.
boy.
You're right.
Yeah. He started. He's talking about.
Right.
He wishes there was fighting in basketball compared to hockey.
Yeah.
Because Bruce has been watching too much hockey. It's between the benches.
I think Christian Brown's a little bit of a lunatic too.
Yeah.
But he ain't around right now.
No.
I
Hopefully,
mean, he went
week
through
we might get him back.
his Walter White trajectory. Got his.
He is.
See, did he
he's
not?
He's like Heisenberg.
He did.
Like Christian Brown is not Christian Brown anymore.
Nope.
He's Heisenberg.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
He's-
Ever since he's joined the starting lineup.
By the way,
he's
you want to
gone
talk
full-
about a cold ass move? How about on Christmas, Jokic getting a haircut before he does media?
Big time.
So can you
Yeah,
imagine
that's
those
wild.
poor media people that were just hanging around? And
Who's doing that though? Just somebody on staff? Because I thought it was just his wife who just weird.
No,
Was it pneumonia?
Yeah, I think he's definitely got some type of Adriatic barber that just travels with him.
When you got max contract money, you have a barber on standby.
But see, Joker he doesn't hate the media. He just doesn't like doing media stuff. And so when he knows he has to do media stuff, the game ends and he goes in and then he works out. He takes a shower.
This isn't
he checks his phone.
This is Christmas, which he doesn't really care about because his Christmas, by the way, is on January 7th. Looked it up. So,
Okay.
the Orthodox religion, so he doesn't care about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
No care. The game is insane, right? It's overtime. And now I'm going to make everybody wait while I get a haircut.
I think he went up at 1 a.m.
If there is a haircut that is able to be done in about 4 to 8 minutes, it'd be Nikola Jokic.
You're right.
haircut.
Yeah.
I mean,
I take that same haircut.
You know what? I would love to
you're right
see
about
Joker grow out the flow before the career's over. You know what I mean? Just go full, just like mullet that thing or something.
He looks so weird.
I gotta get
wouldn't he?
He looks
Coach's
nuts.
take before I tap out. What do you think about the Chargers just gifting?
Shocked.
Yeah, what the hell?
Are you?
What the
Shocked.
hell,
And you,
Coach?
hey, we were on last night, and I work with Harbaugh. This was Coach. I work with Harbaugh.
I did.
I
actually.
know what it's going to do.
I actually did.
I never thought in a
2
million.
years.
I thought he'd come in here with, just like
Why are you shocked?
anger in his heart.
I'm shocked because Jim Harbaugh loves winning football games, period, point blank. Here's the other part of the story that I'm a little bit shocked by. Is the continued dominance that Jim Harbaugh's had over Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. I guess it's not like there's going to be an asterisk by this one. So is he just going to yield that? Maybe Jim Harbaugh wants to play the Broncos at a later date.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, what is he doing? Because Harbaugh's not scared of Sean Payton.
Well, the seeding is on the line for the Chargers.
Yeah, but
not that it necessarily matters,
but they're right. They could play nobody and still get the 7th seed, right?
Well,
they're in the
6th seed right now.
Gun to your head right now.
They're probably going to drop to the 7th seed.
Ahead. What you got?
Gun to your head, Spring.
Yeah.
Do you think that Jim Harbaugh would rather play really first year playoff starting quarterback Drake May and the New England Patriots, who have one win over a team with a winning record this year? Do you realize that? And they're 13 wins right now. One of them is against a team that is currently above 500.
I did not know.
The Bills.
That's it. It's their only game that
was early in the season.
Okay. And Drake May has not proven to play elite football. Game on the line.
And that's who they would play if they lose in all likelihood.
Yep.
Would be the Patriots.
And then who would you get next if you win that game?
The Broncos.
Yep.
Man.
That's a pretty good path for Jim.
Instead of, let's say, if they hold on to that 6th seed, what are you looking at? Jacksonville, probably?
Which is not nobody.
Yes.
Do you really want to play Jacksonville right now?
So we're thinking Jacksonville is a more complete team than the Patriots, right?
I think that Trevor Lawrence is his
complete team.
But even that, quarterbacks win playoff games.
Yeah.
And if you, I'm not saying that you can't be a first year starter in the NFL playoff world and not have success, but I would say that there's been a lot to be desired as it relates to Drake May in tight spots.
Sure.
In college included.
Sure.
He didn't win any games of consequence at University of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So Drake May's a front runner, is what you're saying, Coach.
He's good when it's
'Cause he's
good.
good.
I do
yeah.
think he has been a tick overrated, although
No, babe, no. I mean, well, yes.
in terms of like
kind of.
comparing him to like, oh, he's already
But
Josh
he
Allen.
looks-
Oh, he's
he
already
looks-
Joe Burrow or something like that.
You don't think he looks better than any other quarterback taken in that draft? You know what I mean? Like, Bo certainly looks like the second best quarterback
I don't know.
taken in that draft
Caleb
right
Williams
now.
is throwing some piss missiles.
You know what?
last
I
night,
forgot.
man.
I forgot. If Brock Purdy wouldn't have looked like the greatest quarterback on earth last night, you're right. That was
I feel like everybody's still sleeping on Jaden Daniels, or now they're sleeping on him because
They
he
just
got
moved
hurt.
past him.
Yeah.
Yep, he's done. Toast. Although he might because he is built.
What I am saying is that Sean Payton made a great decision in drafting Bo where he did, but it might end up still hurting you because the best quarterback, you're going to end up running into Drake May for the next 10 years in the playoffs. You know what I mean? You're going to have to get by that guy. How many seasons in a row are the Broncos or the Patriots going to end up running into each other in the playoffs in the not too distant future?
At least that's what it appears to be right now.
Right.
Things
well,
can change.
You're right.
This is
Mahomes
this
can
weird.
get it back.
This league is
and
weird.
I cannot
But
believe
no, but
that Baltimore can get to the.
Do you guys really trust Mike Vrabel and Josh McDaniels long term?
Well, yeah, I think Vrabel's probably going to win Coach of the Year, right?
No, I'm saying long term. I'm saying you're saying that the Patriots are going to be here every year.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Do you trust the two of them? Like Vrabel had a couple good moments in Tennessee. But it went bad when it went bad because he's one of these coaches that rubs people the wrong way over time. He's got a shelf life.
Yeah,
well, they rubbed Tom Brady the wrong way year in and year out.
Well,
but
they got Tampa Super
he
Bowl.
responded to that. They're an incomplete team. They're going to add pieces still. They're going to add weapons. I'm impressed with what Stephon Diggs is doing there. He's been he's showing glimpses of his former self.
Well, the Patriots offense sure looks, it does look explosive. I guess that's the one thing I can say about Drake is that he's a touchdown just waiting to happen, right?
He's so composed. He's got the size that a Bo Nix, and Bo's Mr. Happy Feet. Bo's like, I'm moving my feet. Sometimes, it leads to bad footwork. Drake is just like a statue he's got that height. He's like, 6'3", 6'4".
He's almost 6'5", yeah.
He's just, everything's in his sight. It's so easy for him. Whereas Bo, he's like looking over the line sometimes, like, where's everybody? Drake's going to be damn good.
Yeah.
He's going to be really good.
Yeah,
I don't know if
right.
he's
I don't know
there
about
yet,
Vrabel.
though.
You're right.
I don't know if any of these second-year quarterbacks are there.
Well, that's
yet.
why everybody thinks the playoffs are so wide open because the best teams on the AFC side are all these young quarterbacks. You know what I mean? Outside of Josh and whatever you think the Jags and Trevor are going to do.
Coach, what did you think of the Bills' decision to go for 2?
I thought it was the right decision, and I think Josh Allen just needs to make a throw.
I'd agree. That was there for him, right?
I said it earlier today. You remember when John Elway took a lot of criticism for saying that Josh Allen wasn't accurate enough because he didn't hit the net at the Senior Bowl?
Sure.
Josh Allen?
Yeah, that same guy missed the entirety of the net. He missed the apparatus.
That was just a bit outside.
That was Bob Uecker style right there.
But can one great quarterback drag you to a Super Bowl this season in the NFL?
Who is the great quarterback right now in the playoffs that is a known commodity?
Stafford.
Stafford and Jalen Hurts are the only known commodities.
Yeah,
So
Allen does have the tools and the experience.
He hasn't
been there though.
Right.
Well, he's been there. He's been in the playoffs. He's been deep in the playoffs. He hasn't won it.
Those L's.
And that's my point with Drake May. Like, even watching how he shrunk. Did you watch that game against the Bills, a couple weeks ago? When Drake May got the football after that really, really long sustained comeback, and he had a chance to go win this thing, he looked like he reverted back to North Carolina Drake May that never won anything.
Sure.
This is 7-5 Drake May.
All right, man.
I'm not bought in on Drake May.
Okay, no, that's what I was about to ask. You certainly don't seem to be brought in.
I'm bought in on the tools. I'm bought in on the accuracy. I think when it's clean, he's really good. When it gets really tight, that's where Bo Nix has thrived. Because Bo, let's just be honest, guys, Bo as a pure thrower of the football, it's not great.
Sure.
There's a reason he misses. There's a reason that his completion percentage is what it is, and it's not a top 10 completion percentage. His tight window throwing percentage is poor, and it has been in 2 years. But that dude is good when the game's on the line.
What about the winner of the Sunday night game? You giving the winner of the AFC North any chance? Steelers or Ravens, whoever comes through?
I give him a chance to get to the playoffs.
I cannot believe
And that's
Baltimore's
it.
playing for a playoff spot after the season that they've had. We still don't know if Lamar's going to be able to go this week, right?
I don't
With
know
the
if
back.
do they want him to go?
Or just be like,
Snoop Huntley was out there getting
At a certain point, though, you want a former MVP to be the guy, right?
I will say,
even though
Derrick
he's
Henry, that was some like old school, like, damn, what is going on, Derrick Henry? Like 200, what was it, 216 and 5 touchdowns? How many touchdowns did Derrick have yesterday? 4? And rushed for 216. Passed. I mean, he blew past 2 legendary backs, right, on the all-time list, including O.J. Simpson, I think, with what he did yesterday. But
hey, man,
I cannot believe that team's going to make
Tyler
the
Huntley
playoffs.
had 8 carries for 60 yards. That was. It's almost as if you're starting to have fun unlocking what Derrick Henry can be with Tyler Huntley playing quarterback, as opposed to worrying about the the potential malcontent right now that is Lamar Jackson.
He's staying up too late playing video games, apparently. I don't know, though. Like, come on. Lamar gives them the best chance to win a Super Bowl, right?
I'm assuming that the Baltimore and Lamar are going to be linked for the rest of his career. But if he moves on, that'd be it. If Baltimore moves on from both their head coach and their quarterback in the offseason.
But hey, the Steelers can win this game. Steelers can win. You got to think TJ Watt's going to play, right? I felt like he.
Well, I mean, they lost to the Browns. Shador got him.
I know.
Shador got him this weekend.
But they were without their 2 best. Like, it's amazing. They are a little bit of a different team when they don't have TJ Watt and they don't have DK Metcalf. And DK is not
that's
playing.
on him. And he ain't playing this week
No.
either. That's on DK though, man. You know what I mean?
Will that be what cost the Steelers? Is DK decided to punch a Lions fan?
Coach did. Like, Myles Garrett seemed to say, like, the reason Pittsburgh lost that game is because they were way too focused on me instead of actually winning the game.
No, the reason is
that a
because
thing?
the reason that they didn't have DK Metcalf and they lost the game is because Wikipedia puts people's real names out there.
Yeah, he did.
And DeKalen,
He don't like
Zacharias, Metcalf did not like it.
Can't believe that fan had a
That's
press
so
conference.
weak. Like,
That dude had a press conference with a
you
lawyer.
can call Steph Curry Wardell, and he doesn't care. Because that guy gets it. You call DK DeKalen, and he loses his mind.
Yeah, I don't get it, man.
Your government name? It's your government name, bro.
Parents gave you that name, man.
Yeah.
Get mad at your parents.
Right. Your mama called you DeKalen. I'm going to call you DeKalen.
What's even wrong with DeKalen? I don't see any. I mean, it's not a name I've ever heard, but it's fine.
I also, but once again, fans need to not pick fights with, dudes like DK. You know what? Don't you go like. I feel like you should not hit a fan. You should never strike a fan for talking trash. But if they do, that's what you deserve. That's what you get, man. What you got, Coach?
Did you guys know what J.K. Dobbins' real name is?
No.
What's the JK stand for?
Okay, so what did we say that DK Metcalf's was?
DeKalen. I don't know what the K is. Is it part of DeKalen?
J.K. Dobbins is Jacalen.
Is it really?
Jacalen Dobbins.
How did I not know this? How did I not know this? That's
No
crazy to
way.
me. No.
You got a DeKalen and a Jacalen?
I never would have guessed that.
No, I wouldn't either.
I would have gone with Joseph King.
Yeah. Jonathan Cooper. Yeah. No, that's with a C. Well, I can't spell. All right. We got to do this. We got to take a break because we just been sitting here talking. This is not Kreckman and Lindahl. Or this is Kreckman. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, but those two chuckleheads ain't here today. Mark Springer.
Let's name the show.
Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Mark Bernoulli. This is Kreckman and Lindahl.
It's called The Kalen Show.
Along with Steve
DeKalen
Nelson.
and Jacalen.
And
Now
we'll
that's a drive time show.
be right back.
Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here? Yeah.
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Okay. So that's how it's gonna be. Y'all wanna play. Okay then. I've got my eye on you, Jay Quellen.
Jay Kellen. No, wait. How do you pronounce JK's first name now?
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline. Is
And that was
Jacqueline for DK and Jacqueline for JK?
And that was Jaqueline, a fictional football player from one of the Key and Peele sketches, which did cross my mind
as soon as you heard
when we were talking Jacqueline and Jacqueline.
I've got my eye on you, Jay Quellen.
Is there a chance that
Good job,
somebody
Steve
in
Nelson.
Broncos country can coax J.K. Dobbins into being angry enough to get back out on the field for the Broncos?
I would love it.
By calling him Jacqueline?
Man, the Broncos defense, offense would look a whole lot different, right? If JK was still there.
Isn't it possible that he could be back for the Super Bowl? Although that seemed like a pipe dream when we saw that report.
I want him to play against his former team, the Chargers, on Sunday.
I'd love it too.
If they need him against this Chargers team that's rolling out, I wouldn't risk the foot for that.
Well, you being the degenerate gambler you are that have probably hedged a few bets on the Broncos against hapless teams. Have you loved your bets? Have you loved the coverage of the spread in all of those spots for the Denver Broncos?
Man, when's the last time they covered a spread? It has been a hot second.
Well,
Packers.
Once again, the Broncos play those
because they were home dogs. They were home dogs. They're covering as home
dogs.
dogs.
We'll say like as clear favorites.
Yeah.
They never cover.
No, they don't cover.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. All right, I want to get back to, the kind of, to me, shocking news that we just heard, 45 minutes ago, where Coach Harbaugh came out and said that Justin Herbert is not going to play in this game against the Denver Broncos this weekend. Matter of fact, they're not going to play a lot of guys this weekend against the Denver Broncos, which means the Broncos are most likely going to win the game and become the number 1 overall seed in the AFC West. But once again, Coach Spring, you tell me, what do you think the thinking? Am I overthinking why Harbaugh is making this decision, or is it just like my team isn't healthy right now? I can rest them this week and get as healthy as possible? Or is he, is he diving, ducking the Broncos?
I think that Jim Harbaugh actually wants to play the Broncos after they beat the Patriots.
Okay. But not the weekend. Because if they won this week, if the Chargers beat the Broncos this week, they would most likely have to come back here next week and face the Broncos again in the first round of the playoffs. If New England wins, because if New England and Denver both lose, Denver still gets the.
So if
let's just assume
if the
chalk.
Chargers
Let's assume
beat
chalk.
the Broncos, if the Chargers beat the Broncos,
okay, first off,
and it goes chalk.
This has turned into the biggest overused term on all of our shows. Chalk.
You don't like chalk?
It's
not even an our show thing. This is a national thing.
Who started it? Is this
I don't
like
know who started
is this a Colin Cowherd thing?
No,
is this
it's like a gambling term. I don't know who started it. But chalk is what's expected, the most likely.
Why
win more games, Cub Scout?
But yeah, the Chargers because the Broncos would be the 2 and the Chargers would fall to they'd be the 6 and the Broncos would be the 3. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Assuming
so
that
the
Jacksonville
Chargers would come
and
back here.
Assuming that Jacksonville and New England win.
Both win, yes. Both of those teams would have to win.
Okay, I want to let's just go chalk because the
God,
he did
because
it again.
shocking me.
The Broncos should win this game. And if the Broncos lose this game, that is an indictment on them.
Yes, that's what Tyler was saying. Tyler was saying if they lose this game,
disaster.
They don't deserve to win a playoff
The Broncos
game
are not
anyway.
losing this game. They're going to make it unbelievably close, uncomfortable, and you're going to go into the playoffs, but with the narrative that God, it was awful.
Yeah, hold on. Chiefs game last year when the Chiefs rested all their dudes, that was the last week of the season, right? Was that the last week of the season?
And the Broncos housed them.
And then they go in and then they get crushed in Buffalo. But granted, it was their first foray.
Now that was a really, really rested Chiefs team. Like that they played nobody. And
aren't we expecting that with the Chargers as well?
Would we all agree though? I made the same mistake. I'm not going to speak on anybody else's behalf, but last week in Kansas City, to assume that because Chris Oladokun was the quarterback that you were going to be playing against practice squad players everywhere. You weren't. You played against the Chiefs A team minus Patrick Mahomes and or Gardner Minshew.
If Jones wasn't in that game, you might have lost it, right?
And their two starting corners. But yeah, a lot of star power still out there. Chris Jones.
It was all their, all their big dogs.
Yeah. All their big dogs.
It was an injured
and
version.
they didn't look bad. Matter of fact, on offense, I will say this, and I think you might have had this conversation when we were doing that Avs game where I was like, every time I looked up, it felt like the Broncos defense was doing that thing where they were creating havoc and everything. But then every time I'd look up, all of a sudden, Kansas City was in field goal range. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, they're kicking it. And I'm like, wait. What's going on with this Broncos defense? Like, it used to be bend but don't break, and now it's just bending, man. What's happened to the Broncos defense in the red zone, Coach? Why are they giving up more points now than they did before? Or is that just the nature of NFL? Everybody gets better as the season goes on.
I think a little bit. There's more data points out there in terms of film and how to attack Vance Joseph. I mean, there's something to be said too for the fact that the Broncos defense was so dominant for such a long stretch of the season. It's really hard to do that for 17 weeks to be that good and that dominant. I still think, like the Chiefs game, I thought the defense was good. Like, going to the final drive of the game, the Chiefs had less than 100 yards total offense.
Well, the reason that Kansas City is able to get at least 10 of their points was a Bo Nix interception in their own territory.
And a kick return.
That's it.
Drop back, do it to the other team.
I think that Vance Joseph didn't want to show any of his main blitz looks against Kansas City. A lot of four-man rushes. They only sacked Oladokun once in that game.
He just didn't. I mean, they didn't drop back much.
Yeah,
there was
that. They weren't asking
there was
him
that
to
too.
Take a 5-step drop or anything. He was just like, "Woo, get it out."
So this Chargers game, it could look similar. I mean, like I said in the first segment, Trey Lance is like a more advanced version of Chris Oladokun. They're similar players.
You know what we're missing though? This Sunday?
What?
We're missing Kim Becker.
How's that?
Because she's in Utah, hanging out with the Mammoth.
Because of longtime Charger legendary backup quarterback
Easton Stick.
That guy.
Oh, I didn't know that's a thing.
He's a huge Easton Stick fan. No, I didn't know that either.
Well, Coach, way to dig into the Dempsey Company playbook there. Let's go.
I don't even. Who's the?
You know what's great is that having Nelly on the ones and twos back there. I knew he was going to be on the.
You know what? I don't think I've ever brought this up before, but Steve Nelson is here today because of one thing and one thing only, and that's Mark Springer.
No.
Well,
Yes,
I thought Kevin just put him on the schedule.
No.
Years and years and years ago, when Steve Nelson was just an intern.
Oh, yeah.
They
I
came
this
to
man
Springer.
his job.
They came to Springer and they were like, should we hire Steve Nelson
No,
full-time?
it wasn't even that. I went to them and said, you should hire Steve Nelson.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I don't think Nelson knows this, that his entire radio career is up to. Oh, you've told him before.
Anytime that Steve does anything, anytime Steve does anything well, I make sure to tell people, I'm the reason he has this job.
Hey, man, if Mark Springer's the radio machine, I'm just one of the cogs,
What
brother.
the hell would you even be doing, Nelson, right now if Springer wouldn't have vouched for you all those years ago?
He'd be the next Kenny G or something like that, probably.
There's no doubt.
Well, I mean, also, before
Would you take that as a career? Just be like, listen, dude, you're going to be made fun of for 50 years, but you're also going to be hella rich.
Wait, you're saying
what do you mean made fun of?
I get Kenny G's sacks
Everybody
prowess.
makes fun of Kenny G, bro.
If I get his sacks prowess, his paycheck, and his hair, sign me up right now. No questions
that's
asked.
Respectable.
Nah. Do you remember the story about Kanye West paying?
Which one?
Kanye West paying that dude to come and serenade him and Kim one time, and like he made like $5 million just to come play, and it was like, what is going on? Like anyway. We got a little sideways. What were we talking about before?
Well,
it was something
I
important.
disagree. Yeah, I disagree wholeheartedly about the Steve Nelson being here solely because of Mark Springer.
You don't think
it's not
so?
solely.
I think it's
it
because
is.
he's certified lover and knower of ball.
Okay, you think that's what it is?
I'll tell you what, this guy loves ball.
No, the problem is the thing
Loves
that he
ball.
loves more than life itself, the thing he loves more than anyone on the planet is the San Francisco 49ers. And those chuckleheads might host the Super Bowl.
They're looking good.
Man, you know what? The two teams that scare me right now, and I don't know if they have anything similar whatsoever, is the San Francisco 49ers.
Rams.
No.
Jaguars?
I got you. Rams were on that list, not anymore.
Jaguars?
It's the damn Houston Texans, man. I would
Okay. Get out of here.
They've won 8 straight games, Coach.
You and your
8
hill
straight
country Texas
No, I
vibes,
don't want,
man.
I would
Get
not
out of here
want
with
to run
that.
into that defense.
Well, that
And
defense
no,
is man.
Let's see.
I was
let's
thinking
see.
the Broncos defense is the best in the league. Is Houston's better?
Right now, it'd be
Houston's
Jags
might be
and
better.
Chargers in a walk. Jags and Chargers would meet right now if nothing changed in the first round.
If it was chalk.
If it was chalk, Coach. If it's chalk. But if it was chalk, the Patriots would host the Bills, the Jags would host the Chargers, and the Steelers and Texans would
That's why we got to project chalk, okay? It's going to be Broncos with the bye, at least according to chalk theory, all right? It's going to be because the Patriots host the Dolphins. They're going to win that game. So the Patriots will be the 2 seed. The Jaguars play who do they play? The Titans. I think they host the Titans.
You mean this week?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they
going to
host
win.
the Titans.
They're going to win. Okay, so that means that the Chargers dip down to the 7. The Chargers will play the Patriots. With the Bills will jump up to the 6, and they will play the Jaguars. That's what's likely to happen.
How about this question? What do you think? What's the lowest seed that's going to be remaining after the wild card? What team do you think is most likely to come to Denver to face the Broncos in that game? What
It'll
team?
be the lowest remaining
seed that makes it out of the first round.
My heart of hearts is telling me the Denver Broncos are going to take care of business and beat the Chargers, and I'm going to have all of us are going to still have the same asterisks that Sean Payton, Bo Nix, as Broncos quarterback head coach combo, have yet to beat the real version of Jim Harbaugh, Justin Herbert, and the Chargers.
Yeah,
and you're going to get the rematch.
They'd have to go into New England and win, which is very possible.
I think they will.
Wow, you think the Patriots? They got weaknesses that can be exploited in the playoffs, is what you're trying to say.
I think the biggest weakness is twofold. Drake May hasn't been in a lot of these spots.
Yeah.
And when he has been in it, the one I watched, the one I saw, he looked like somebody that was gripping the football too tightly. And that was against the Bills.
Why is it that Drake May is the exact opposite of Bo Nix, where Drake is loosey, like, man, he is a front, and Bo, it feels like he's so tight until it actually means something in the fourth quarter. And then he's like, hey, man,
let me
let's
ask
go.
you this. Where did Drake May play his college football?
You're saying that big time. You're saying that Auburn and Oregon, a little bit different.
He was in some big spots, brother.
Real okay.
For 11 years of college football?
Yes.
All he's done is played in front of
years.
100,000 people with frequency.
Okay.
In big spots, whereas Drake May was he was worried about the Independence Bowl in front of 1,800 in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Who do the two of you think is the best team in the NFL right now going into the play? With one week remaining in the regular season?
I do think it is the Rams. I don't know if they win it. I just think on paper they're the best team.
Matthew Stafford is a monster this year.
Like I'm assuming
he's terrified. I'm terrified of him.
Crazy.
Well, I'm assuming
kind of
like Devontae Adams' hamstring will be good to go.
Puka's
a beast. The defense is very good. You know, Jared Verse is so underrated.
They also have a run game.
Yep, with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. It's the most complete team. I don't believe in San Francisco. When you're without,
you don't believe what you saw.
No.
Did you see that game last night, man?
Yeah, against an okay Bears defense at home.
Dog,
do you believe?
Didn't he get 5 touches, man?
Sorry, Steve.
You don't believe?
Look, man.
Nobody believes in your Niners, Steve. Man, nobody cares.
I don't think he cares.
McCaffrey went off last night.
Cares.
Purdy went, yeah.
Purdy looks.
Purdy does look really good right now.
Really good.
Yeah.
And I have been on team don't sign Purdy to a big, massive NFL starting quarterback deal.
Yeah.
And right now, I'd say he is playing as well as any quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. Listen, man. I mean, I like both quarterbacks last
Just
night.
no Nick Bosa. Brandon Ayuk's driving past the stadium, driving 90. I don't know.
I saw that.
Kyle Shanahan is dealing right now.
He is.
He is dialing it up.
I can't. It's going to be ridiculous. All they have to do is win this weekend, right? And then they get a home game, Super Bowl, right?
You know
if they keep winning.
You guys want to know what last night was? That game?
What?
It was by far the two best play callers, play designers in pro football. And it's not even close.
You know what? I didn't think about that, but
McVay's not in that class.
Yeah, you're right.
Well,
those are two, like Ben
Ben
Johnson and Kyle. Ben Johnson is so good.
But that's what these two guys do. Like McVay to me is more of a holistic head coach. Where if you know what I mean?
Johnson though. Ben Johnson's a big motivator guy.
Yeah.
You know who else is kind of dealing this year, man?
Who?
Liam Cohen too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
listen.
And they all kind of come from
Yeah.
the same tree.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson's the one guy that didn't come from that tree, right? He's a bit self-made.
He is a bit self-made. He was like just a random
'Cause-
assistant on
Well,
the Lions
Kyle
staff
Shanahan,
who-
like Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan in the tree, and then it's Kevin O'Connell, Mike McDaniel,
Sean McVay,
Matt
LaFleur,
Liam Cohen, Sean McVay.
Uh-huh.
He was with him at the Rams twice.
Yep.
Matt LaFleur.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys all come from really Kyle Shanahan / Mike Shanahan.
Sure.
Duval. Yeah. What up, Liam? So
Liam's everyone wants to say he's a punchable face. He's a good football coach.
I feel like he's. And Mike McDaniel did this in Miami. They like badassed up. Like Liam's on like Ozempic or something.
He does look kind of good.
McDaniel showed up in the South Beach, and then he fully embraced like the Miami Vice.
Yeah,
like,
now McDaniel's like got 6 shades on, and he looks like a pimp.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, that's
Liam's out there.
Liam's
He's
kind
doing
of like
some things,
you
man.
look at how Liam looked when he took the job to now. Like Liam's like he's got like a stylist or something.
If Jacksonville ever won if he won a Super Bowl for that team, he'd be a legend at Duval. That play, they would build statues of him like he was Messi or somebody. You know what I mean? They would. That's how much they would love that man.
Why did Liam Cohen, when he got the job, he looked like the 1980s version of the movie The Mask?
Oh wow!
Remember that?
Yeah, that's a bad look.
Yeah,
Look
that guy.
behind you.
That guy.
Yeah, that dude looks like he looks goofy as all
He's
hell.
frumpy and happy to be there.
And
Now
now
he looks like he's like a badass.
He's like an Instagram male model for a cologne brand that you buy on social media.
But you know who's a rival of all these guys?
Who?
Is Sean Payton.
Oh, he hates them all, and they all hate him too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Because he's not one of them.
No,
and they're not one.
He looks at the younger generation like these.
Sean predates all of them, and he comes from the Bill Parcells tree, which is like a bygone era.
Right. Which is like as old school
But then
gets.
Sean wants to remind everybody, I'm hip too. I wear Jordans and give them out for hard counts.
How about Sean?
minors?
How about Sean on Twitter? He was like replying to some tweets this week.
Well, he's feeling himself. They won a game and then they won the division. And he was just like, "Yeah, baby, let's go." Although I hear the AFC West shirts are ugly, right? What they do?
That's what he
wanna know why?
says.
Why?
Because they went according to Chalk.
See,
just too much chalk.
Is
Well,
so
trash,
much
bro.
chalk.
Who wants? I won the division gear. You wear that proud? Do you wear that proud in public?
If you win the whole thing,
So,
you can wear it.
I'll never
right?
forget. It's the
We
equivalent.
won the AFC West.
It's the equivalent when I was coaching at Boise State. We would. Our goal was to go to a New Year's Six bowl game, the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah.
But en route, we would win the Mountain West Championship, and the gear would come in. I'm like, gosh, that's so cheap. That is the cornball. That's the worst gear of all time.
I also do think that's what Sean was alluding to today when he said like they're ugly. Like we don't care about winning the West. Like it was a goal of ours and we want to do it, but it's not like we're going to celebrate.
Oh, I
that.
thought you meant like he just thought the T-shirts were cheap. Where
That
like
too. I
Sean
think
Payton
that's
seems one of
too.
those guys who's like, listen, man, my thread count is in the 2000s, right? Like he's one of those guys. Like my bed sheets are silk or what?
There's no question they're Egyptian.
He doesn't. Yeah, he's not buying
He
anything.
is definitely an Egyptian. I'd say he goes
Egyptian
not 2,000 thread count. I think he's a 20,000 guy.
Wow,
Yeah, he
just
is.
one of them stupid numbers.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. It's a Rally House Football Monday. This is Kreckman and Lindahl, Mike Sanford, Mark Springer, Steve Nelson, Mark Bertinoli, and we'll be right back. Tomorrow's another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to Avs Blues on New Year's Eve. Tune in all day for keywords on the 20s. You can win. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
You have a little voice crack there?
Maybe, possibly. Who knows?
A little puberty?
Listen, man. It's we're coming up on the halfway point of both the Avs and the Nuggets season here in just a couple of weeks. So we rocking and rolling. We're almost done. Well, almost done.
Yeah, right. The playoffs goes into parade will be July 31st.
Tonight. So your Broncos are winning and your Avalanche are winning. Your Denver Nuggets did not win last game. They lost in Orlando. Now they're in Miami. They're going to take on the Heat tonight. You can hear that right here on the station in just over an hour and 20 minutes, something like that.
I want all that heat. Don't give me just some of the heat. Give it all to me.
The Colorado Avalanche will be hosting the LA Kings. The Avs are looking to win their 14th straight at home, Spring? What is it? Is it 14 in a row?
I'm not counting.
No, at this point,
12-0-2, 15-0-2 at home. 15-0-2 at home.
Yeah, I think this is going to be I think they're looking for their 14th straight at home. They're already on 63 points, man. We're not even at January. It's just dumb. Just dumb.
Crazy thing is the Stars have 57 of them bad boys.
Yeah, if you're
Wild
the
at
Dallas
52.
Stars, though, you got to be so angry. Just like if you're Vegas, man. If you're Vegas, you got to be so angry. You're like, we did everything right. We did everything you're supposed to do to beat the Avalanche, and somehow, some way, they still found a way to beat us. And you know what I mean? That has to be frustrating.
How about the dang Eastern Conference? You want to talk about parity?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The first place Red Wings, tied with the Hurricanes for 49 points, have only 11 points more than the very last place Eastern Conference team, the Blue Jackets.
Yep.
Whereas, obviously, on the Western Conference, the discrepancy is 63 points for the leader Avalanche versus 33 points for the cellar dweller Canucks. That's a 30-point disparity.
I know.
That's crazy.
I know. Although here's what's crazy, even crazier. At the bottom of the Western Conference is Vancouver, and Vancouver's telling their fans that they can still make the playoffs this year. They can still make a wild card this year.
Playoffs?
And it's because they're like 5 points out, 6 points out of it. Why something like that? You know what? With half the season to go, you can convince your fans of anything.
This is good news for the Avs because I was like,
give me some. I want some good news.
I was like, is Darcy Kemper starting for the Kings tonight? He's been good since he's been in LA. Won the cup with the Avs. No, it's going to be Anton Forsberg starting for the Kings tonight, and
the Kings
probably
are pulling
Blackwood.
the Chargers, huh?
Yeah, those LA teams are just going to gift better probabilities of win to the Denver team.
I don't understand Harbaugh's thinking when
I do.
I mean, what?
Well,
why?
Like Coach said,
Harbaugh seems like those kind of one of those crazy coaches who's like, I don't care if it's preseason or off season. I want to win.
Let me tell you the number one reason they are resting their starters. Okay, because they don't have their two tackles, and Justin Herbert is getting demolished.
It's ugly
back there. He's coming off of a broken left hand. He's banged up. They're thinking we just got to get these dudes a little healthier. And if we're going to sit Herbert, we may as well sit everybody else. We just got to make sure we're ready for game one. And like I've been saying, the AFC is so similar that it really doesn't matter if you're the 5, 6, or 7 seed. You're going on the road no matter what. Now, would you like to improve your seeding? Because if there is a upset fest in the AFC playoffs, hey, who knows? The 6 seed Chargers could host the AFC Championship game against the 7th seeded, I don't know, Bills.
Like it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility.
So they're punting on that possibility. That's the only thing they're punting on when you think about it is the long shot of hosting an AFC championship against the Bills.
I'm telling you right now, if I'm Jim Harbaugh, what he has to solve is not anymore that he has to have a winning record in the regular season or make the playoffs. You know what the Chargers haven't been able to do? Really historically as a franchise, outside of the San Diego Superchargers. They got obliterated in the Super Bowl, but the Chargers haven't been able to win postseason games with Justin Herbert as a quarterback. They've done what? What's the term? What's the verb that we've all come up with?
Chargered.
They've chargered it. Jim Harbaugh wants to create the best path forward for his team to win playoff games and get deep into the playoffs. And I would say that for him right now, I would say probably the best path forward is Go play the Patriots and Drake May, who's never even touched the postseason.
Wow.
He hasn't sniffed the damn thing.
Wow.
Okay,
So you'd rather face Drake in New England than like Josh in Buffalo, even
Well,
though
it would be Jacksonville. That's who it would likely to be. If they were to beat the Broncos, they'd probably go to Jacksonville.
And Jacksonville is, they are a wagon right now, and they beat the brakes off the Chargers.
Remember when they did beat the brakes off the Chargers just a few weeks ago?
It was like 3 weeks ago.
It's like 35-6. Also, that's where the Brandon Staley Chargers went when Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson had that big comeback.
And don't forget, people forget this about Trevor Lawrence. Everybody's talking about him like Baker Mayfield last year in Tampa. He's had some ups and obviously some downs, but it hasn't been just bad, and then, oh my gosh, he's back and he's arrived after his 5th year of mediocrity or below average football. I think that it's all about matchups. And the best version of the Chargers, if they can get some rest, they can get some guys back and healthy. We'll see what it ends up being with. I know that Slater's out, right?
He's out. I think Alt is out too.
Okay. I think that they like their chances against essentially a rookie quarterback in Drake May. I mean, he's a second-year starter, but he's not a second-year starter like Bo Nix is a second-year starter.
Sure.
He was a half-year starter.
If you put Herbert out there in Denver, and Denver's got everything to play for without Slater and Alt, it's just more of the same. And maybe, look, I'll give Justin Herbert and the Chargers a ton of credit. Like the Monday night win against the Eagles. They've had a couple of those in this stretch until they finally succumbed to the Texans on Saturday, where Herbert's just getting pounded.
He keeps coming,
but he's Jim Harbaugh's right. Like, he's a warrior. He's played the toughest ball of his career. But you're subjecting him to that again. You're subjecting him to getting pounded because you don't have 2 tackles, even if you somehow get the win. At what cost? Because Justin Herbert is going to still get destroyed, or would have still gotten destroyed, by Benito and Cooper and Allen. So he just would have been even more battered. And then the next week, they got to go play a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean,
Jim Harbaugh wants to play the Patriots, beat them, come back and play the Chargers, play the Broncos, and do what he's done, frankly, against Sean Payton. He's beaten Sean Payton, guys.
Yeah. Well, he has a winning record against Sean, right?
I mean, right now he's 3-0. He's 3-0.
Yeah, that's not too bad. You know what? Here's a team that we haven't mentioned. We talked about San Francisco and what they can do if they win out, but that means they have to win this weekend with the team who currently has the number 1 overall seed in the NFC. What do you guys think about the Seahawks? Do you think San Francisco is going to get Seattle this weekend and take over that number 1 spot and get the bye, or do you think Seattle's for real?
I think both teams are really good. I think they both have really good defensive coordinators. I love what Seattle's done under Michael McDonald defensively. Sam Darnold's, what he was able to accomplish on Sunday Night Football last week was a big moment to say, I'm here. We're gonna take over this NFC West lead. I actually thought it was game, set, match, to be honest. I thought it was over.
Yeah.
I didn't expect the 49ers to be on the unbelievable close to the season they've been on. I think they're similar football teams.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
you give the defensive edge to Seattle. Seattle's got one of the best defenses in the league.
And the offensive edge to the Niners? Well,
I would overall.
You say that because they put 40 whatever on
right now.
the Bears last
Purdy's
night.
playing a little bit better than Darnold. Would you agree?
Okay. I agree. The X factor for Seattle, I think their offense is a little weak, except for Jackson Smith and Jigba, is a dude who can go, man. And this is the time of year where, your quarterback can throw up some ducks, but can you just outposition the defender and come down with balls that a replacement level receiver wouldn't? I know that the Bills lose that game ultimately to the Eagles, but a couple of their receivers made some big time catches on some kind of not great throws. They just went up and came down with those things. Like Brandon Cooks. There was another dude. And if you have Smith and Jigba, this is the time of year where if you're the Broncos, you need this is where Cortland Sutton comes in handy. It might not be the best throw, but can you just take that thing in?
Mm-hmm.
It's a separator. So at least Seattle does have a freaking stud at receiver.
Good player.
I think that, the NFC, the group of teams that currently are in the NFC playoff picture, I think more of those teams have an opportunity to make it to the Super Bowl than over here in the AFC. Does that make sense? You know what I'm talking about? I think there's better the top teams in the AFC are better than these mid-level teams that are making the playoffs in the AFC compared to the NFC, where I'm like, man, who knows? Who comes out? I don't know. Like, if Philly came out of it, wouldn't shock me. If the Rams came out of it, wouldn't shock me. If the Niners came out of there, wouldn't shock me. Hell, man, if the Packers came out of there, wouldn't shock me. You know what I mean? But it's just one of those where you're looking at the NFC and I'm like, oh, I don't know.
I don't know who's coming out of the AFC?
Because when the Bears beat the Packers, I started looking at Chicago and being like, you know what? I might believe in the Bears. I'm a Bears believer now.
I will say this about the NFC. I can cross off the Packers. They're done.
You got no love?
Micah Parsons out.
Jordan Love hurt.
You're
concussed.
done. You're done. I say that.
Tucker Kraft out.
Yep.
Christian Watson banged up.
Yeah. The winner of the NFC South. I can cross you off.
You're done.
You're done.
The AFC North also. Come on. Get out of here with that.
Listen.
Is Lamar playing?
Lamar's been awful this year.
I know, but can I cross them off?
Neither
can I go
one of
that
those teams
far?
should make the Super. I mean, neither one of those teams should make the playoffs.
In an AFC field without the vaunted Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, that's exactly what a Lamar Jackson Ravens team has been waiting for.
He hasn't even played well for the entirety of this football season.
I know.
He's sleeping in team meetings and everybody's leaking it to the press.
I'm not saying that I love it. I'm just saying.
And they're going to go win the damn Super Bowl?
I'm just saying, can I cross them off? Can I write them off?
I'll tell you this, man. John Harbaugh doesn't feel the same way about his quarterback as Jim Harbaugh feels about his beloved Justin Herbert. This was him I think it was on Saturday.
Every week he does things that are reserved for only the best in the game. Heroic. Just the kind of competitor he is. That we all so many feed off it. We all feed off it. You know, there's I don't know that I have kind of ran out of the superlatives really. I mean, it's just just who he is. Don't change. He's he's just. I think he's the best there ever was.
Wow.
What are we doing?
Come on, man.
What are we doing?
He played extremely well against the Texans.
Not
He
the
did.
best that's ever been.
He hasn't even won any playoff games.
Get off of me, Harbaugh. All right, we'll be right back. Welcome back to a Rally House Football Monday. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. We are joined by ESPN Insider, an all-around great guy, Jeff Legwald. Jeff, how you doing? Did you have a good Christmas? Well, I guess you were covering the Broncos on Christmas. But other than that, how'd the holidays treat you?
It was all good. Always good. How you guys doing?
Good, not bad, not bad. I want to, you know what? Actually, I want to start with the news that we just found out just a little while ago, where the head coach of the Chargers came out and said that they're not playing Justin Herbert this weekend against the Broncos. Matter of fact, they're going to not play a lot of those guys who are currently a little banged up. What do you think about that decision? I mean, Harbaugh, I assumed that this was going to be a game coming up this weekend, but it sounds like not so much. What do you think about that?
Well, I think this is one of the reasons they didn't put it in one of the prime slots for the weekend. I think there was some feeling. I know some people around the Broncos believe that Herbert may not play in this one. I think if you're wanting to know who's really mad, look at the Patriots, because the Broncos get the inside track now against what will largely be backups probably across the board Sunday against the Chargers. And guess who the Chargers most likely play in the opening round of the playoffs will be the Patriots. So they're going to take a bye week essentially to get rested to play the Patriots most likely if things unfold the way everybody expects. So pretty big gambit by Jim Harbaugh, but he obviously sees an enormous benefit for doing it.
Do you think, Leggy, Justin Herbert has been taking a pounding in recent weeks, without their two very high-level tackles. Then you got to go play Benito and Cooper and that front. And the AFC is so stacked that, you're on the road week one no matter what. Let's just make sure Justin Herbert, who's coming off of a broken left hand, is as ready as he possibly can be for round one.
Yeah, Spring. I think he's doing it for the whole roster. I mean, he even said, the quiet part out loud today. He basically said they're going to sit anybody with bruises or, who's feeling banged up. So I think that list will be long when they finally play the game this weekend. But yeah, there's when you watch what Houston did to Herbert, how many times they hit him, how many times they harassed him. I don't think, and that was a game in SoFi. So you don't even have, SoFi's kind of a neutral field these days, playing a defense that rushes like Houston or the Broncos or the Rams or Seattle and playing them at their home is a totally different deal because you're limited in your cadence, your silent count, all of that stuff gives the defense an advantage. And I think you saw the prospect of plenty of punishment for Herbert if he played him Sunday.
Now that we're 1 week away from the end of the regular season, what to you has been the most surprising aspect of the Denver Broncos regular season this year?
Well, I'm not sure anybody had them, even Sean Payton decreeing before the season he thought this was a Super Bowl worthy team. I'm not sure anybody saw they had the potential to win 14 games. I mean, that's a pretty steep total for them. And I'm not sure people, I think I saw them as a playoff team that would make some improvement, be in the 11-12 win range there. But this is going to end up to be one of the winningest seasons in franchise history. So I think that's a bit of a surprise. And I am a little bit surprised that the offense has had some extended lulls. They just don't seem to snap out of it sometimes. And that has surprised me. I mean, this has been a team that's shown it has the coaching staff and the players to make quick adjustments on things, to rebound, to pivot. And they've done it on defense plenty this season. But I'm not sure we've seen a lot of that from the offense. And I think it's, it's worth noting, they've only played, they've played 13 one-score games this year. That's awfully close to being a non-playoff team, if even a third of those go another way. So that's a hard way to live. And yeah, I mean, there's tons of one-score games in the NFL. That's sort of life in the NFL. But I think to have 11 of your wins be one-score games, and I think you can trace a lot of that to this offense being one of the league leaders in 3-and-outs this year. I think that part has surprised me a little bit. I thought they'd find a rhythm at some point. They haven't really found, and they've got another couple weeks to find it, because nobody's gonna. I don't think anybody will shoot off the offensive fireworks too often in the playoffs, because that's just not how it goes. But they're gonna need a little more from that group if they really want to go deep.
Leggy, you mentioned Broncos, Chargers, maybe getting that Sunday night slot, but maybe some whispers that the Chargers would be resting some dudes before the schedule was announced last night, the Week 18 schedule. Instead, it'll be a battle for the AFC North, that championship game, so to speak. Steelers and Ravens gets the primetime slot. What do you make of that game? The winner of the North's chances in the playoffs, likely facing Houston at home in round one, and specifically Baltimore. Like, what's going on with Lamar Jackson, and are we sleeping on the Ravens? And you've talked about how, like, Kansas City is out, like Mahomes is out, the kryptonite for the Bills and the Ravens is not going to be in this field, specifically Baltimore, but also Pittsburgh. What do you make of their prospects in the playoffs for whoever advances?
Well, Pittsburgh, it's hard to figure them. I mean, they are limping along and still have a chance somehow to be in the playoff field. I think Baltimore could wind up being one of the really high drama places of the off season. I think a lot of people wonder, are they going to stick with Lamar? Is this a rift in the relationship? There was a story in the Baltimore Sun that was pretty scathing about the relationship between John Harbaugh and Lamar, and that seems amazing to me, just after multiple MVP wins and all they've done, that it's gone this way. But I know some people in the league now, they will tell you up front they don't have real information. So I'm not saying this is a fact or take it to the bank or anything, but I know people in the league who feel like if Lamar doesn't play in Sunday's game, does that mean his future's in doubt with the Ravens? And that seems staggering to me, but I know people who really believe that, who work for NFL teams. So, but Baltimore's going to go, it was so weird that they didn't let Derrick Henry touch the ball for the last almost 13 minutes of the game they lost to New England. And then they turned right around and handed it to him 36 times this past weekend. And I think if you want, if they want to see their formula, I think they saw it. Just let the big guy go and see how far he can take you.
What does the Sean Payton game plan look like for this weekend, knowing that the other team might not put forth their best ever? Like, what do you think Sean Payton and the Broncos want to accomplish with this final game of the regular season?
I think you'd love a finale that looks a lot like last year's finale, where they took on the Chiefs junior varsity, as it were, and just put the pedal down and kept it down the whole game and went home with a nice win. And I think that's what he wants. I think he wants to go into a playoff bye week with confidence and feeling good on both sides of the ball about where they are. And I think he's going to ride them even harder this week with that message. Don't limp around Sunday. Don't play your way out of something you've worked very hard for. And I think his message will be, don't come this far and then don't get the number one seed because you didn't handle your business in the last game. So I think he wants exactly the game he got last year in the finale to get into the playoffs.
Jeff, do we have any sense here on Monday about what like a Pat Bryant's injury status would be for the finale coming off that concussion?
No, I mean, that's spring. That's always uncertain. You know, everybody's different. They're not going to rush you through the protocol. You can't, it's very rare that guys would clear multiple steps in a day or two, especially one day. But so I think until they hit the practice field, he's got to be in the limited practice first, and then a full practice, and then one more clearance for the game after that. So still got a few hurdles because we haven't seen him on the practice field yet. And until we see that, I don't think we can make a good assessment.
Well, Jeff, thanks for hopping on. Appreciate it on this Monday. Enjoy your New Year's Eve and New Year's, and we'll talk to you here later in the week.
You bet. Thanks, fellas.
All right, that's Jeff Legwell, ESPN Insider, giving you the down low on the Denver Broncos, who are AFC West champions and more than likely AFC overall. First round bye, looking good, feeling good. Listen, man.
Hey, the bye's the most important thing. You get a free pass.
Yeah, because the first round's going to be bloody, right? It looks like, you're going to get some really sexy matchups in the first round of the playoffs.
Two-seeded,
especially in the AFC.
Two-seeded Patriots are probably going to face the 7-seeded Chargers.
Yeah, it's going to be
and
fun,
I know the
right?
Chargers don't have their two tackles, but this is why you rest your guys with an extra week for Herbert to heal up and other guys to heal up. The Chargers fight. They fight hard.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is a tough. The great season you had, if you're New England, you got to play round one hosting those dudes. That's tough.
Yeah, well, welcome to the NFL playoffs, man. This
Broncos don't have to deal with it. They'll be
sitting at home,
doing
relaxing,
something.
watching it on TV. It's another double dipperoo tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Pre-game for the Nuggs on 92.5 kicks off at 5 p.m. powered by Ramos Law. If you're looking for the Avs and Kings, head on over to AM 950 for pre-game starting at 6:30. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll be right back. This is what everybody's been waiting for. This is when Nelson really gets to shine. This is the high five at 420.
We're off at 5. Nuggets, Heat, pregame, 5 o'clock.
I'm confused.
All right, Nelson. What you got, man?
Well, the high five at 420, nice, is brought to you by Papa Murphy's. If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. So, you've heard the news at this point from DMac, from Mark Springer, from Adam Schefter on Twitter, from Jeff Legwold, but the one person you haven't heard from is Jim Harbaugh himself. He was asked, now that you're kind of locked into your playoff seed, who are you going to start against the Broncos on Sunday?
So, one thing, the guys that need have the most bruises and need the most healing, we would pull them back. Justin Herbert would be one. We'll see how the rest of the week goes with who all they are. And there'll be some situations where some starters are backups. Yes.
So just to be clear, Justin's not starting.
Correct.
Yeah, big news. Big news. This is the kind of stuff the NBA fines you for if you do this in the NBA, man. You just decide to sit everybody, they will fine you.
Yeah, you can say DNP rest. You can fake injuries, like, ow, my arm. But no, seriously, they are banged up. Justin Herbert is banged up because he doesn't have 2 tackles. He's getting destroyed out there.
I get it, but the Chargers aren't just going to gift this game to the Broncos no matter who's out there, right?
No, they'll
You're gonna have to go out
try,
and win this thing.
but with their backups.
Okay.
They will try. Now, look, Trey Lance has gotten a little better from what I've seen. If you watch that hot Chargers preseason football,
Compared
it's really
to
good.
whom? Like, Trey Lance was supposed to be the future, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so there's talent. Like, this is a 3rd overall pick out of an FCS school, like Chris Oladokun, who was
Trey
out
Lance
of an FCS.
was the 3rd overall pick by the San Francisco 49ers in 2021.
Yeah. But unlike Chris Oladokun, who was a 7th round pick, Trey Lance is a 3rd overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, he has not lived up to any of his hype at all, but it's a step up. And they're similar talents, like size, build, mobility. Lance has a better arm, so it's a step up. So if you only beat Oladokun, and now granted, Kelsey, Chris Jones, others were out there, the Chargers ain't going to play a soul.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this should be a win. Now, what LA is passing on is the ability to hold that 6th seed. Now it makes it more likely that Buffalo will get the 6th seed and the Chargers will dip to the 7th seed. And that only comes into play if there is a rash of upsets in the AFC playoffs. And, down the line, the Chargers could be hosting a playoff game if, like, every higher seed gets eliminated. They're punting on that possibility. And you know what? If you're weighing the 2 options, get Herbert and others right. Like, they could play, but they're banged up. Because when you don't have your 2 tackles, you are taking a beating out there. So get Herbert fresher or play for the long shot that you're hosting a game as a 6 seed later on in the playoffs. I get why they're doing this.
All right, Nelson, what else you got?
High five.
Just one last note on that Harbaugh soundbite. He said that they're going to evaluate who rests against the Broncos using this criteria.
The guys that need have the most bruises and need the most healing.
So how do you establish bruise quantity?
Knowing Harbaugh, he's just like,
what?
everybody get naked. Everybody take your clothes off. Let me get my camera out. We got to take some pictures of bruises.
One of those magnifying glasses.
That's
you just
exactly,
get a magnifying glass.
That's
and
exactly, That's
look 'em
Harbaugh
up
with one
and
of those
down.
Sherlock Holmes magnifying glasses. Just checking out dudes like lower back to be like, that looks like a bruise. You should sit out Harbaugh's a weirdo, man.
Maybe he should dress up as a doctor, get one of those like long white coats, one of those like lights that you strap to the forehead.
No.
Put on a stethoscope.
No. Don't
check their heartbeats.
No, that's weird.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Nelson, what you got?
All right, Sean Payton did his weekly Monday Zoom presser, and he addressed the media, and he was asked about if the Broncos were able to sufficiently celebrate clinching the AFC West because, normally a team might be in a position where they win a game and then they clinch their division. So on the field, they're all celebrating. They wear the AFC West champ hats. They put on the shirts. They're having a good time. Well, the Broncos weren't able to do that because they played on Thursday, and then the Chargers lost on Sunday. So all the Broncos players witnessed them clinching from their couches. So have they had time to celebrate? Have they seen their championship merch yet?
The equipment god, Flip, says, text me, what do you want me to do? And I said, just put them in the lockers. We actually didn't even talk about it. And I don't know if that's something I should have or omitted. Yeah, I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly. And we just didn't really talk about it. The focus was on this week's game and the Chargers and the seeding ramifications, really trying to educate them relative to what's going to be important here down the stretch.
Ugly shirts for your AFC West champs, allegedly.
Are these them, Spring?
Okay.
Are these the ones? These are the official NFL shirts, but I don't know if those are the ones. The AFC West, because...
Okay, I'm seeing another one right here.
Let me see which one you're seeing.
This one says, been there, won that.
Been there, won that. Okay.
The ones you're looking at just say AFC West champions. With kind of some like new age font. This one I'm looking at is a Nike shirt. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
The hats they're silver and black, which is Raiders colors.
Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, a couple things. Number one, who rocks division winning gear? Who rocks that?
Nobody. You've put that in your closet. You save that for nobody's rocking that.
Maybe in like 10 years it becomes like a joke. Yeah. Like, hey, here's my shirt from when we won the AFC West.
Yeah.
But if you don't make it, even we won the AFC, even if you're going to the Super Bowl, the only merch you really cop is the Super Bowl winning gear, the championship winning gear.
Well, it's like NHL teams who win their conference, but they will not touch the conference trophy because
Yes.
they're like, we ain't touching that. We're only touching the Stanley Cup. We don't care about no conference championship. We want the cup.
That's a great example. Yeah, it's like, I mean, you're going to hang a banner for winning the division? I mean, you can. It's nice. It's a great accomplishment, especially from where this team was.
Yeah, it's nothing to hate on. Right. Nothing to hate on,
so
but you're right. They're not going to raise a banner.
I mean, I did take the ugly comments and his dismissal of it as, and that was their first goal. You know, Sean laid out his 3 goals. 1 was win the division. 2 was get the best possible seed. And it looks like they're going to check both those off, even if they lose to the Chargers, which they shouldn't and they probably won't. They're still going to get a damn good seed.
They're still host of playoff.
Yeah, still going to get a top 3 seed, which I would say checks that goal off. The other one is win a Super Bowl. They skipped over winning the AFC Championship.
Well,
for
they
some
skipped
reason.
over winning a playoff game because you can accomplish those first 2 goals without winning a playoff game.
True.
But the Broncos could win this weekend and tie their most wins in franchise history at 14, and the fan base isn't going to care if you come out of the bye and Buffalo rolls into town and beats you. Or you know what I mean?
Yeah,
or you drop a game to Jacksonville or something. Like, nobody's going to care.
Then you're burning your AFC West Championship merch.
Yeah, then nobody cares about your AFC West Championship. Other than, I mean, people will still enjoy the season, but you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
All right, Nelson, what's next?
High five.
Mike Kliss had a very pointed question for Sean Payton and got a very pointed Sean Payton shutdown. Here was their exchange from the Zoom meeting earlier.
Yeah, Sean, Nick Bonito, after a hot start, hasn't had quite as many sacks here, hardly any lately.
I'm
And
not worried about the sacks. Worried about caging the quarterback, rushing him properly. We're not focused on the sack numbers. Those can actually be numbers that help a quarterback climb up in the pocket. So a lot of it has to do with who we've been playing relative to the quarterback position. But I'm not interested in the sack numbers.
So if anyone out there is a fan of I Think You Should Leave, he basically went full.
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any of this.
Yeah.
Oh, that hit me.
Suck it, Kliss. Although,
That's
did he
perfect.
just try to say that
what sketch was
sacks
that,
are
Nelly?
a bad thing?
That was Coffin Flop.
That's
It's a
Coffin
real
Flop.
show.
Okay, Corn Cob TV. That's right.
I didn't do.
Was there a point in that statement where Sean made it sound like that sometimes sacks were bad, where he's like, it lets the quarterback step up?
No, he's saying it's not about sacks. It's about the overall pressure, closing the pocket, containing it for a running quarterback.
I agree with him. And
Sure.
I agree with what he said, but I agree that the Broncos defense still looks really disrupt. Like, they didn't get to the quarterback a ton in Kansas City, but it did look like they disrupted what the Chiefs were trying to do offensively without smashing Oladoka.
So in the last 4 games for Denver, Nick Bonito has 2 sacks. Both were against, 0 sacks. That was an assisted sack. Wrong column. He had 2 assisted sacks in the Jacksonville game. So he has no sacks in his last 3 games. Look, they win the Green Bay game. They lose the Jacksonville game. He has no sacks in either of those. He didn't get a sack against the Chiefs, especially that Chiefs game. I really felt like, and look, Nick Bonito is going to benefit from an extra rusher. If they bring 5 or even 6, that really opens up things for Nick Bonito. Yeah, he's been struggling one-on-one in the last 3 weeks, but I think that they're saving some of those looks. I don't think they want to put everything on film right now, and I think that when they bring extra rushers, and they're probably going to do the same thing against the Chargers. Yeah. They're probably going to keep it pretty vanilla and not show any of their more intricate blitzes.
Now. Although, do you take that risk, Springer, of losing that game? Just be let's be completely vanilla until we get down by a touchdown, and then all of a sudden, you're like, oh man, we got a little too cocky. We're about to boot this game to the Chargers backups.
I think they'll do it. I think they'll keep it more base defense against the Chargers, and then whoever it is after the bye, assuming they get that bye, and they should get that bye because the Chargers are playing nobody. Then you'll start seeing extra dudes coming. Like, we haven't seen those like Jaquan McMillan blitzes off the edge. Those are coming back. They better come back.
You're saying
in
that
the playoffs.
BJ has some like playoff blitz packages that he's like, I'm waiting until it means something to break these things out.
And then that's going to open things up even more for Bonito, even when they don't bring guys, even when they fake pressure, because now you're keying in as the lineman for extra rushers, which makes it more difficult when you don't to contain Bonito.
All right, Nelson, what's next?
High five.
If you guys have been following the drama between Pete Carroll and Maxx Crosby of the Vegas Raiders,
you can trade him to the Broncos.
Came down to the fact that the Raiders decided to shut down Crosby for the last 2 games of the season because he has one of these slight knee injuries where I think the tendon needs a repair, one of his ligaments, but it's not a full operation. Crosby wanted to play through it and grit it out with his boys. The Raiders said, there's no point, you're done. And so there was some weirdness on social media. Crosby posted that video of him like dunking at a hoop that he has in his house. I don't know. Point is, it's all moot. Raiders coach Pete Carroll said today, quote, "We're doing great. We're eye to eye on what's going on." So my question to both of you is, do you think Pete Carroll knows what the Goofy movie is? Because for the first time ever, boys, they're seeing things eye to eye.
Man, I haven't seen the Goofy. I haven't seen the Goofy movie in forever.
Listen, the Goofy movie's got like several bangers in it. Just several bangers from the Goofy movie.
I was also a fan of an extremely Goofy movie.
Oh, really? I've not seen that.
I think that was the sequel where Max is like a skateboarder. That's Goofy's son, Max.
Listen, man, that's this 1995. You breaking out 1995?
Oh, I was a kid when I watched this stuff. That's all I remember. Look, that's a lie from Pete Carroll when he says we're doing great, we're eye to eye on what's going on.
The Raiders have had a terrible season.
I had not seen this video of Maxx Crosby dunking, but I'm glad you brought that up because he's showing you, yo, my knee is fine. I could have played. I wanted to play.
He's actually there playing with his little daughter, right? Not only that, he's got a full basketball court at his house, like a full regulation basketball court at his house.
Well, as a multimillionaire would do, right?
Yeah.
I want one of those.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to make Maxx Crosby angry, and they certainly did it when they were like, yeah, we're shutting you down. He was not having
let's be 100% clear. And I want to, I've seen texters say this when I've said this. I say teams tank, and they do. Okay. And they're like, no, like they're trying to win. Okay, let me edit and clarify. The teams, the players and the coaches are trying to win. The front offices are the ones tanking.
Especially the Raiders, because right now they would have the number 1 overall. If they lose this game this weekend, they will have the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft, right?
Yes.
All the coaches coached and players played.
What's up,
and
Bill?
the front offices decide we are not going to play Max Crosby because we want to up our odds of getting that first overall pick. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And Pete Carroll went along with it because when Tom Brady calls you and he says, "Hey, Pete, do you want to know why you have this job? It's because of me." And you want to know what I want? I want you to bench Max Crosby because I want that first overall pick. Now, granted, they probably still lose to the Giants because they're in a bad way right now.
The Giants want to lose too, though. You got a game with two teams that don't want to win. At least their front offices don't want to win.
Well, the Raiders wanted to win far less. They lost 34-10.
Yeah, that's true that. All right, Nelson, you got anything else?
High five.
Do we have to get to break or do we have time to make fun of
Let's do
Moser?
one more. Let's do one more.
Yeah,
I think we got
Kreckman
one more.
and Lindahl show. We can do whatever we want.
Right, that's right. We
can just butcher this thing.
No, I know. This show is like, whose line is it anyway? The breaks don't matter and everything's made up. All right, so Adam Schefter was on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane this morning at 9 a.m., as he is every Monday. It's a fantastic program, if I do say so myself. And Moser was talking about how if you look at a lot of the teams across the NFL this year, it seems like we've seen some huge meteoric turnarounds, that there are some teams that have gone from the cellar to the penthouse in just one season. And he asked Schefter if he had seen a season like this before, and Schefty decided to put Moser in a body bag.
Is this a year where you've seen more turnaround for teams that have gone from to pretty dang good than we've seen in a long time? I'm trying to remember when we had, this many teams, 6 teams or more, that actually flipped the script and are playing great ball.
Well, what I would say to that would be that 36 straight years, at least 4 new teams have made the NFL playoffs. This year, the Patriots, Jaguars, Seahawks, Bears, 49ers were all in. None of them made it last year. Panthers will make it 6. You say you've never seen a year like this, and I would say to you, it's happened every year for 36 years.
Yeah, Moser, you're so stupid.
And we talk about this every year. We know this. I mean, we don't know the exact stat or the exact number, but we know that every year
there's a couple of teams that sucked last year, and were great this year, and who were great last year.
What's different about this one though is that I feel like in the AFC, the 3 trendy sleeper picks in the preseason were Broncos 1, not just here in Denver, but nationally.
Yeah,
and everyone was like, "Oh, like I got this awesome sleeper pick." No, you don't. It's no longer a sleeper pick when everybody is picking it. But okay, Broncos 1, Patriots 2, Jaguars 3.
Okay. Yeah.
And those are going to be your top 3 seeds. So that is interesting that like the 3 sleeper teams are actually turning out to be the top 3 seeds.
Yeah.
And with Kansas City out of this playoffs,
Yeah,
it makes it feel like it is just wide open.
I think that's the one where you can be like, oh, yeah, Schefty, well, the best coach and the best quarterback in the league aren't going to make the playoffs, my man. So that does seem a little weird to me, but I get what he was saying on it. I was getting what he was saying on it. All right, that was Steve Nelson. High five at 420. Always a good job.
High five.
From Nelly. We'll roll on with Kreckman and Lindahl after a quick timeout. Welcome back as we wrap up Kreckman and Lindahl. As early show today, we've got Nuggets basketball here in about 12 minutes time, at least the pregame shows. The Nuggets will take on the Miami Heat tonight. The Miami Heat come in. Well, they have been missing Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. Bam, it looks like will be back tonight against the Nuggets, but Tyler is still out. Obviously, Denver's missing 3 starters coming into this game and looking to bounce back from that loss to Orlando. There's a billion NBA games tonight for some reason. There's also a billion NHL games tonight, including the Colorado Avalanche hosting the LA Kings. Your Avs have 28 wins before 2026. Spring Avs Kings tonight. Which way? How you feeling, man? Feeling about this Avs Kings
I like
game?
that the Kings are starting Anton Forsberg in net and not Darcy Kemper.
Yeah, it's almost like the Kings are like, we're going to lose this game anyway. So let's just throw some dude out there. I mean, they did just beat Anaheim, and Anaheim's a pretty good team. Matter of fact, they beat Anaheim 6-1 on Saturday.
It's on their home ice. It was granted across the street, but nonetheless. I think Anaheim's out kicking their coverage just a tick.
Right, because you're right, they weren't supposed to be this good this early. They were supposed to like another year away from...
I had them as a wild card team. I didn't have them,
Maybe
winning the
winning
Pacific.
Yeah.
The Avs are a step up from that.
The Wild played Vegas tonight, just like the Avs did.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Do you think? I mean, Vegas is going. They got to be angry. They got to be angry with the way they lost the Avalanche. The Vegas.
Oh yeah.
Vegas was. I mean, they were probably sitting on a 90% chance of getting 2 points, and they end up with 1 because they, the Avs score that late goal, and then they, go to a shootout. And I will say, Springer, you're trying to badmouth McKinnon's shootout goal.
I'm not badmouthing it. It's just you're acting like it was amazing.
It was amazing. It was an amazing shootout goal. Maybe the reason I love it so much is when the person who was like, hey, check out this highlight. I was like, man, I saw the highlight. I know what you're talking about. He's like, look at this goal. And he called Carter Hart Charter Fart. And I was like, okay, I'm never going to get that name out of my head. Now, every time I think of Carter Hart.
That's pretty good, actually.
I'm confused.
I'm going to think of Charter Fart. And I was like, man, that's money, baby.
Yeah. I mean, Nathan McKinnon, he doesn't have those dipsy-do dangle moves, So he decided, all right, I'm just going to slam on the brakes, and maybe that'll throw Carter Hart off.
It did.
And it did. And then he just whipped that thing. This guy was good.
Just like those dudes who come down and hit the slapper on the, what I mean? They're just
I like that move.
And you're like, oh no, here we go, baby. Yeah. I'm a fan of that one. Although, you know what? Like there has been, like the Avs has faced 2 penalty shots this year. Neither one of them scored, right? Neither of those penalty shots. And we'll go seasons without seeing one. You got 2 this season. 2 penalty shots against the Avs.
But see, Nate is awesome in-game breakaways. And in-game breakaways, because when that head of steam is coming at you.
Right, that's got to be one of the most scarier things in the... Wait, who was it? Remember, what was it? What game was it that it was an LA Kings player. Remember who was mic'd up?
It was the Winter Classic against the Knights.
Against the Knights.
And it was Alex Pietrangelo.
Pietrangelo, that's what it is. And McKinnon comes flying up the ice, and Pietrangelo sees him. He's mic'd up, and he's like, oh, no.
He says, oh, boy. In fact, I know, I say that, and I know now Nelly's.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, there
it is right there, man. Yeah.
Can you just hit that a few times, Steve?
Oh, boy. That's what you mean? You see Nathan McKinnon with the puck, and he's doing about 26 miles an hour, flying right at you. And you know what you say? Oh, boy. Yeah.
But for some reason in the shootout, like that strategy doesn't necessarily work. I don't know what it is, because maybe it's because the goaltender, he knows, okay, it's one-on-one. Right. I know this dude's coming at me.
Right.
But when it happens out of nowhere in a game, it hits you different.
Mm-hmm.
When it's just like, okay, play in front of me, play in front of me. Oh, crap, here comes Nathan McKinnon, full head of steam. I am screwed.
Yeah.
And I wanted to say other words there.
Right now, the Colorado Avalanche might be the Colorado Avalanche are the single most dominant professional team doing it right now in the Big Four. Obviously, one of those
they could
leagues
be. You could say they are comparatively more dominant than the Thunder right now, because the Thunder have dropped 3 straight to the Spurs,
and the Avs don't have that going.
No,
but That's a good question. Which one is the more dominant team right now in their league, the Oklahoma City Thunder or the Colorado Avalanche? I'm probably leaning Avs, but you're right. It's only because the Oklahoma City Thunder have kind of stumbled. And by kind of, I just mean they lost back-to-back games for the first time this season last week. And both games, both to San Antonio. One in San Antonio, one in OKC.
The Avs have only played the Stars once.
And the Nuggets don't play the Thunder until February, so you still got like more than a month until the Nuggets and the Thunder meet up in their first matchup.
I do think San Antonio's right there now. I really do.
Yeah, once again, the San Antonio Spurs remind me of the Anaheim Ducks, where you're like, you hear a little too early, but you're here a little too early, man.
Yeah, but Wemby is just such a freak. It's different. That type. In the NHL and even in the NBA, it's tough to just be that much of a factor in your first handful of years. But Wemby's just an alien. When you're 7'6" or whatever, and you can hit threes and you can rim protect, and he can do it all.
He's averaging 24 and 11.5 rebounds on 52% shooting. He is 21 years old.
Yeah.
And he's going to be a monster. But we'll see. All right, give me how do you feel about the two games tonight? Nuggets and Heat. Where's your head at? Nuggets Heat. Denver get a win in that one?
Heat are a little undermanned. You got to this is a tough road trip. You got to get wins.
Yeah. I think they're probably going to get that done. You think the Avs are going to get it done too? I certainly do. Well, for Kreckman and Lindahl, that's Mark Springer. That's Steve Nelson. For Mike Sanford, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for tuning in. We got Nuggets basketball next.